Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 7, The Ministry of Magic.
Live from our studio.
Our studio, where we are back, where if you're listening at home, you probably didn't even notice we left.
You didn't even notice we left, but from our perspective, we've already gone through and done like the next, I don't even know, up through chapter
13, I think.
Yeah. Out on tour. So
out on the road on the Through the Griffin Tour.
This is the most chapters we've ever had marked up in advance ever.
Yeah, it is.
So it's pretty wild. It's also such a strange phenomenon when we've already actually done this chapter once before, and also that like we were as far as like into detention with Dolores.
Yeah.
Like we've already experienced like Hogwarts, and here's Harry like all the way back at the Ministry of Magic. So it's like a weird like time warp inside of my brain.
It is going to be such a time warp too, because like we got that far and then it'll be like 2 months before we actually progress through the story again.
Exactly.
From our point of view.
Yes. Yeah. We're in such a weird position, but it's okay. It's super exciting. I'm super stoked because while we were out on tour, I feel like we had just a phenomenal number of like really, really solid like micro theories that I feel like we're kind of like coming out of the woodwork.
Oh yeah.
Like not everything is like, okay, we need to go make like a Super Carlin Brothers like full blown theory about it. But I'm like, oh, this is like such amazing like Gryffindor fodder. It's like as you're going through and you're gonna have like a few of those like, oh, like moments. Yeah. So I'm pleased about that.
I know. Yeah. Those are all very exciting. In case you're wondering, if you missed us out on the road, we will be uploading the live show to the YouTube channel of Through the Griffin Door. So it won't be here in the podcast feed if that's where you typically listen to it, but
right.
You can go watch it there. So like it won't interrupt your regular feed. But if you want to like, see what the crowd interactions were like and stuff, or just hear all the jokes and stuff like that happened on the road, definitely go check it out over on the YouTube channel. They'll be uploading like alongside the main episode that they're associated with.
That's exactly right. Yep. And super excited for you guys to see those. I feel like some of the, like every single show had its like own energy and like electricity in the room, but notably the show that we did in St. Paul, I'm trying to remember which one it was. That one went absolutely. It was
he got off.
The Woes of Mrs. Weasley.
Yes.
That was a real banger of an evening.
As the Woes of Mrs. Weasley
typically are. What a good time.
Yeah.
Oh man, shout out to just all those people who came out and saw us on tour, because it was I hope it was as wonderful for you guys as it was for us. We had a blast, and without going into any of the excessive details, we do have more live shows on the horizon. So look for announcements for that coming soon.
Yeah.
But without any further ado, let's dive on in and take a look at the chapter art here for Chapter 7, The Ministry of Magic, which of course is depicting the Fountain of Magical Brethren.
The Fountain of Magical Brethren. This is such an interesting, like I really like the chapter art. I think it does a good job depicting what the fountain is described to be, which is a beautiful witch and a noble-looking wizard surrounded by a centaur, a house elf, and a goblin, all looking admiringly up at the witch and wizard. Which this statue is like a giant metaphor for the entire book.
It really is. I mean, there's so much going on, because you're gonna have like these very like majestic looking witch and wizard, kind of like standing taller and larger than all of the other beings that surround them. And it's like, because it's like made of gold and it's so big and it's got this like tinkling sound that comes out of it. Like there's the underlying sentiment that this is like generally like a good thing. And it's like, look at the way that like all of these magical beings have come together and forged a world that we get to coexist in harmoniously.
Yeah. It portrays an image of peace and harmony.
It does. But obviously lurking just beneath the surface of this is a whole bunch of kind of like symbolic like issues that the wizarding world actually possesses. And it's so, not that I think it's difficult, like the book doesn't really like illustrate the Fountain of Magical Brethren as like a good thing, but when
it doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, but like when it's ultimately replaced with the magic is might like depiction that's like crushing muggles, like disfigured muggles, like beneath a throne with a witch and wizard on it. Like it certainly makes you think that this is a better illustration of what the wizarding world would be like.
It makes you think like, wow, look where they were and where they are now. But it's like the more you think about it, it's more like this one's better, but it's still just the lesser of two evils.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yeah. So because like once Harry gets like an up close look at it, I feel like he's going to start to like really identify what this statue truly looks like up close, and how Harry even feels about how each of the respective non witch and wizard, beings that are being represented actually might feel about how this thing is like, laid out.
Yeah, and we'll get into like more of it as we get to the statue in the chapter here. But it's like, I think even as we say that, it's like the main villain, if you will, of the book is going to be like Umbridge, obviously. Whereas like Voldemort's still there. He does show up in the book.
Yes, yeah.
But like Umbridge is the main problem throughout the book, and it's like Umbridge is like very much like this version of the statue. It's like the lesser of two evils. Although some people would say it is the greater of the two evils.
It's so hard to say. Umbridge is so well written as a character because like she evokes such an emotional reaction from the reader. And it's funny because like, we're going out on stage, we're doing this thing, and like, I've read this book, I don't know, in excess of, like 70 times. I don't even know.
A lot. Yeah.
So many times. And it's remarkable to me how it can still make me angry.
I know.
And I'm like, it's like, I know what's coming. I know all the stuff she's going to do. And it's like, and it still gets under my skin.
It is. And it's like so fast.
Yes.
You dislike her so much so fast.
Right. Yeah. It's really remarkable. So we'll continue to unpack that. But Jay, as always, would you like to do the first opening sentence of the chapter?
Oh, I sure would, Ben. All right. Are you guys ready? Harry awoke at 5:30 the next morning as abruptly and completely as if somebody had yelled in his ear. And then the dragons arrived. It's like, oh, is it like maybe someone it wasn't really a yelling, it was a roring in your ear.
It was a roaring. Not an altogether like great start.
Not a great start
to your day. Yeah. Like nothing. I've had plenty of instances when my own child, who I love dearly, wakes me up by being like 3 inches from my face, being like, "Daddy."
Yeah.
And that can be abrupt enough, and that's someone who I would willingly hug.
Yeah, Oh, I know. I've been there myself, and just be like, "Daddy, can we make pancakes?" And you're like, "Yeah." Hold on. Then you look at the clock, and you're like, "No, I'm sorry. Hold on. It's 3 a.m.
Weird. No.
No.
Not right now.
Not yet. Back to bed. Not happening, sir. I will say, though, that while we're on the and then the dragons arrived portion of today's episode, while we were out on tour, we brought with us a Through the Griffin Door t-shirt.
Yes.
That has a giant picture of a dragon on it breathing fire, and it reads, and then the dragons arrived. And if we decided that we are going to put those shirts on our website.
Yep, Carlin Brothers Mercantile.
CarlinBrothersMercantile.com. So if you want to go get yourself your very own And Then the Dragons Arrive t-shirt, you can head over to Carlin Brothers Mercantile, where we will also have Isabel, who edits the podcast. Ethan edits the podcast. She edits the other one.
We have two podcasts.
Isabel Fortor drew a poster themed around each particular chapter.
Yes.
So whatever we were doing that night. So there's like a Ministry of Magic themed poster, The Hearing themed poster.
Woes of Mrs. Weasley, Luna Lovegood, The Sorting Hat's new song, Professor Umbridge,
yes,
Detention with Dolores. They're all absolutely gorgeous works of art. Like Isabel does a really incredible job, and very, very painstakingly goes through and includes just a gigantic number of details into all of these, illustrations. So we are also going to, we had posted a bunch of pictures of them online, and we started getting inundated with messages from people being like, "Can we buy these? Like, even if we're not on tour?" And we were like, "There's no reason why not." So we will make those also available over on the website. And as far as the t-shirts are concerned, we only ordered 100 of them, and they sold insanely fast on tour. So if you are interested, you might want to go quick on that front, because I could see them them going fast.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, that's enough. That's enough. It's plugging things.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. We'll get into more of the chapter now. So yeah, if you remember from chapter 6, basically we're waking up on the morning of the hearing, and I feel like the next sentence really like sums up how Harry is going to be feeling in this chapter. It says, for a few moments he lay immobile as the prospect of the hearing filled every tiny particle of his brain. And that is how Harry is going to be starting his day. And it reminds me immediately of again, like when I'm like hanging out at my house and all 3 of my kids want something different and the TV's on and there is a toy banging itself against the wall somewhere. And then someone sits in my lap and I'm like, it's like sensory input overload.
Yeah, it's going to be a chapter that really revolves around like way overstimulation. Like there's just going to be like a lot of noise. Things are going to be very messy. There's going to be too many people talking. Harry's going to find himself in like very confined spaces. Yeah. Everything feels urgent and kind of like noisy. It reminds me a lot and I was surprised by this that more people when we asked this on tour had not watched it. But there's a TV show called The Bear that kind of goes through like a guy who's like taking over like his brother's restaurant in Chicago. And it is, from what I've heard from people in the restaurant industry, a brilliant depiction of how chaotic it can be working in the restaurant industry, like what you don't see behind those closed doors, like into the kitchen and everything. And to me, like I think if like the HBO series does this chapter really well, it's almost like not quite a bottle episode, which if you've ever seen like Breaking Bad, it's like the one with the fly, where like they don't usually like leave a room. But if they had like one episode dedicated to just this chapter, they could make it like I think really dial into that kind of like stress.
Right.
Like just keep the camera very close to Harry's face, make it feel very claustrophobic. Like this is Harry like kind of being uncomfortable every step of the way in the wizarding world, which is not usually what Harry's life in the wizarding world is like.
Yeah, no, it is not. But that is how it is going to feel in this chapter, and honestly, quite a bit moving forward.
Yeah.
And it's like that's also, I think, why we're going to be like, if you remember at the end of Philosopher's Stone, inside of the last chapter, Harry faces Quirrell, gets the stone out of the mirror, gets rid of Voldemort, like wakes up in the hospital wing, talks to Dumbledore, talks to Ron and Hermione, wins the House Cup and gets on the train. Right. In this chapter, he is going to get out of bed and go to the Ministry.
That's it.
And like, that's it. And you are going to be brought along painstakingly for every frustrating, jammed in an elevator moment of it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right. So the very next line is, Mrs. Weasley had laid out his freshly laundered jeans and t-shirt at the foot of his bed. So, we're trying to make a really good impression here. So make sure you show up dressed to your nines.
Right. I love how he's going to court and Mrs. Weasley, I've put out your best t-shirt. And you're like, okay, t-shirt, that's what we're going with?
Which chances are was Dudley's.
Right, probably.
Yeah, if any continuity is involved here.
Right.
Then we get Harry scrambled into them. The blank picture on the wall sniggered again. So once again, this is Phineas Nigella's Black, who is the portrait that can flit between number 12 Grimmauld Place and Dumbledore's office. And this is sort of like the way right now that Dumbledore is still quietly keeping a distant eye on like what's going on with Harry, even if Harry doesn't know that Dumbledore is keeping a close eye on him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's definitely like spying on him a little bit via Phineas here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Harry wakes up filled to the brim with anxiety. Across the room is Ron laying sprawled on his back with his mouth wide open, fast asleep. So it is like it's such a contrast between like Harry's experience at the Order of the Phoenix and even Ron's. It's like they're both there. They're both at the headquarters. They're both going into like year 5. And it seems like they're very similar, like in similar situations.
Yeah.
But they're not. Like Ron can still sleep comfortably, sleep in, get up. Like he's worried about Harry, but he's not like experiencing the anxiety of Harry.
He's not right in the heart of it. And I really think here in just a couple of chapters with the Woes of Mrs. Weasley, that the chapter art is a really like perfect illustration of it, because you're going to get basically the depiction of, Ron and Hermione on one side, but the prefect badge almost like separating them from Harry, who is then kind of like standing like by himself. And obviously we know that as the story progresses in the most meaningful ways, and especially like very like thematically, this trio will be heavily unified. They will be bonded together. They will be like in the fight of fights all the way to the bitter end. Like Ron and Hermione are the two people that Dumbledore permits Harry to like include in his plans. They are allowed to know like what is going on. And so ultimately the representation of how strong the bond is between that friendship is very, very important. But as far as like from a literary standpoint, what's going on right now is Harry is being pushed really into like, he's like alone in a crowded room.
Well, he's being pushed into his destiny, which is as the chosen one.
The chosen one.
The chosen one.
The singularity.
Like the path he must walk alone, which will end with him indeed walking the path alone through the forest to the clearing in the woods to face Voldemort.
Right.
Like that is the path he is on to fulfill.
Right. That is exactly correct. With the small, like the backing of the fact that he knows that like Ron and Hermione have had his back. Like he in my opinion, he can't walk into the woods if they're not there with him for everything that leads up to that moment.
No, I agree with you. Absolutely. Yeah. But like this book is leading up to us finally learning the prophecy, which will mark him as the chosen one, the singular person who can do it.
Yes.
And everything about the book is going to continue to either like separate Harry and like start putting him on that path by himself.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, we're still on the first page. Amazingly.
I know.
So Harry walks quietly down the stairs, past the heads of the creature's ancestors, just like a little nod again. We got the Fountain of Magical Brethren there. So House Elf is one of the beings that is depicted, and in here they are being beautifully mounted on a wall. I'm saying that with extreme sarcasm, by the way.
I know. This is an example, though. It's like Harry can't even walk down the stairs without going past some disturbing image.
Exactly. Yeah. So it starts there. When he walks into the kitchen, he's almost expecting it to be empty. And in this way, I can almost imagine him like wanting a little bit of like peace and gosh darn quiet.
Yeah.
But instead he walks in and there's a soft rumble of voices and he sees Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Sirius, Lupin, and Tonks sitting there almost as if they had been waiting for him.
Yes, which they absolutely are. And then sure enough, the moment he walks in, it says Mrs. Weasley was wearing a quilted purple dressing gown. She leapt to her feet the moment he entered. So it's like he can't walk through the door and like someone's already fussing over him.
Yes.
Right.
And then she's immediately going to like kind of she's being helpful. And you know that like where Molly is coming from here is nothing but a good place. Like Molly is just as worried about Harry as she would be any of her own kids. We know that for an absolute fact.
Yeah.
But she immediately is, like jumping to action. What do you want, Harry? Porridge, muffins, kippers, bacon, eggs, toast? Like this is kind of like the, I think you gave the example where like sometimes like if you're having like a long stressful day, somebody like, what do you want for dinner? You can pick anything. It's like, I don't want all options. What I want is it to be
figured
solved.
out.
Yes. Like tell me what we're having.
Exactly.
Right now I don't want options. Right now what I want is toast.
Right.
Which is what Harry will ultimately take.
Of course.
Yeah. Then we get a little bit of a nod to Tonks as well here. It says that her hair was blonde and curly this morning. A little bit of trivia. And she's super tired because she's been up all night guarding the prophecy. And she goes to draw out a chair for Harry, knocking over the one beside it in the process.
Naturally.
This is like one of those little like micro theories, if you will, is basically, we were talking a little bit about like the troll's leg and like, like what's going on? Why is Tonks, but she both has this metamorph magi ability and she's also ridiculously clumsy, and they're both characteristics that don't really play like extremely meaningful like roles anywhere in the series. But one of the little details that I was chewing on a little bit is whether or not like as a metamorph magi and changing your physical appearance, if it's not constantly changing your center of gravity, which is therefore then making you rather clumsy.
I guess that would make sense. Like,
right.
Yeah, like how often is she like in her just totally, completely natural, true form?
Right. And I know this is like a very silly example, and I want to say it came from the TV show House, and I'm like remembering something from like 2011 when I watched it, but it was somebody trying to learn to walk after losing their big toe, and it's like you don't realize how much that is aiding in your balance.
Right.
And so it's like by not having it, it's like it's extremely difficult to stand upright. And so obviously she's not like eliminating something like that. That's like a main stabilizer of your, posture and all that. But I do think that like all these like little micro shifts that she's kind of constantly toggling through could also, cause like a small amount.
A small
like
amount,
your depth perception's off, like
Right.
you're not quite used to the way that you feel in your own skin.
Right. Like you just suddenly taped like a 1 pound weight to your arm for the day.
Yeah.
Like,
How much
wait a second.
How much does that impact you?
Right. Like it doesn't feel like a lot, but maybe just enough to like run into the door a little.
Right.
You know?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. We also get our first mention of Scrimgeour here, who from Lupin, who is talking to Tonks, says, "What were you saying about Scrimgeour?" "Oh, yeah, well, we need to be a bit more careful. He's been asking Kingsley and me funny questions." So that's just like Scrimgeour will, of course, become Minister of Magic in the next book. Right now, he's the head of the Auror department.
Yeah, and they're both obviously Auror, so it makes sense that like basically he's noticing like specific behaviors. But also, I think it's a nice little nod to the fact that like Scrimgeour, who never really ends up being aligned like good or bad, truly. Like, I mean, he defends Harry. He doesn't let anything about Harry out all the way to his death.
Yeah.
So he has that accolade, in his back pocket. But if nothing else, Scrimgeour is very sharp.
He is very sharp, and he is. I mean, I guess he'll be more anti-Voldemort than Fudge ever was.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, for that. But then Harry gets his toast, which is like chewing carpet, which like I feel like I have had that experience where you're just dreading something, and it's like nothing really has any meaning or flavor or texture to it at all. It's just, oh no, nothing. My mouth is dry.
Yes, exactly. You just got that kind of like cotton mouth experience. Yep. Let's see here. Then Tonks is sort of like yawning and being like, "I'm going to have to tell Dumbledore I can't do night duty tomorrow. I'm just too tired." And then Mr. Weasley's like, "I'll cover for you. I'm okay. I've got a report to finish anyway."
Yeah. Just like, one, Dumbledore, what kind of scheduling is this? You're putting overnight duty back to back on the same person when you have a whole organization here?
I know.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Dumbledore, not a great like
good
middle
big picture guy.
Big picture guy, not a good middle manager.
Not a good middle manager.
Yeah,
Needs someone in the middle being like, "All right, I don't think we should have Tonks working 2 nights in a row. That's just like bad management. We gotta."
Okay, she's gonna be sleepy.
Yeah. Also, I love that Mr. Weasley is like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. I've got a report to finish anyway." Like whatever they're doing is clearly mostly sitting in a chair.
Mostly sitting in a chair. It's definitely a little bit like study hall. Whenever I had read that in the past, and for no particular reason, it's not that deep, but I always just sort of assumed that the report had something to do with the order. But I think instead it's just like he just has work to do, and it's just an opportunity to sit there and have nothing to do. So like I can fiddle. I can write a few lines out, no problem. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, of course.
I'll write that. I'll write that paper.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mrs. Weasley starts tutting around Harry, tucking in his shirt, trying to smooth out creases in his shoulders, tucking in his labels, and just stop touching me.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because it hails back to like when Moody first picked him up with the advance card, where he puts the disillusionment charm on him, and it feels almost like like a trickle, kind of like going down his neck or whatever. And so, sure enough, that's what it says here. It says something very cold trickled down the back of Harry's neck. For a moment, he thought somebody was putting a disillusionment charm on him again. And then he realized Mrs. Weasley was attacking his hair with a wet comb. And so it's interesting because I feel like while Harry is not having a charm placed on him that makes him like invisible, he is about to walk into an experience that is going to make him disillusioned with the Ministry of Magic, with his government, with basically like the people kind of like, running the show.
Yeah.
And so I think that's just like a little light, like symbolism there.
Yeah. I mean, if you want like a better, I looked up just like the, dictionary definition of disillusioned, and it's just like disappointed or frustrated. Something is not as good or as exciting as you once believed, which is exactly how Harry is going to feel about the Ministry after this visit.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. They are going to be not so great, actually.
Right.
Yeah. We also get some lovely advice from everybody, like, "Oh, Amelia Bones is okay," which is just set up for Amelia Bones being like a little bit more not on his side, but on the side of justice when you get there.
That's exactly it. Yeah. So it's exactly like everybody's been saying, where it's like, it was a life-threatening situation. You had the right to use magic. And I think what they're really trying to say about Amelia is that like, she's the kind of person who's going to hear your case and be like, yeah, you needed to use magic. But obviously the way that Fudge is going to have established it once we get to the trial is that like, he's definitely like zeroed in. He is there to berate Harry. He's got like a line of questioning that's going to make him look bad right away. And so Amelia Bones uniquely is not in that column. But the thing that I find really interesting about this is that like they know Amelia Bones, and Amelia Bones' brother is a man called Edgar Bones, who was a member of the former Order of the Phoenix. So like you know, even if we can't quite call Amelia an ally, this is like a group of people who would have reason to like to know her. And like, I'm almost surprised that like the first thing that like anybody would have said when he arrived at Grimmauld Place wasn't like, not to worry, like, you know, we know Amelia Bones, like she's good.
Right.
You know, it's like everybody's been like all up in arms. Everybody's like so nervous about it. But like, as far as they're concerned, like they don't know what we people who have read the story before know, which is that he's going to like a full blown trial.
Right. They think he's just going to go sit in Amelia Bones' office and be questioned for like a few minutes and by a very fair person.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Like there's almost no reason for anybody to have been like concerned at all unless they were anticipating what was ultimately going to happen.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, maybe Dumbledore does because he is going to arrive at the ministry early, so he's there on time for.
By a happy accident, I arrived 3 hours early, so no harm done.
Right.
Yes. Let's see. Then Mr. Weasley says, well, we're a bit early, but I think you'll be better off getting better off there than hanging around here, which is probably true. And it's obviously good that they do leave early, but it's not going to be a very comfortable trip. Let's see. And then Sirius gives him a little bit of good luck there, says, and if you're not okay, I'll see to Amelia Bones for you. To which I'm like, man, I wish Sirius really got a shot at Umbridge at some point.
Same here. Great. I know. Yeah. It's like, it's always like one of those good questions. Like right when you get to the end of like Game of Thrones, for example, there's like the big, like who deserved to kill who, you know, yeah. like there's a lot of like symbolic, like layers to each of the characters and the ultimate fates of many of those characters and stuff. This is one where it's like, who is the right person to attack Umbridge? Right. You know,
who really had the best, like, they deserved to take her down a peg.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think it was Sirius?
That's what I was going to ask you. I was like, who is the person who would fit really well here? Like there's always Lupin. You know?
Oh, yeah, Lupin. I feel like the battle Lupin deserved was with Fenrir.
Lupin with Fenrir really is the one that should have ultimately gone down.
Right.
Let's see here. Who else does Umbridge end up going against who's not? I mean, there's like McGonagall.
That would have been good. Or like Trelawney.
Trelawney would have been interesting.
Would have been a really good one. Because
then it would have been fascinating to see like Trelawney be good at magic, but like she's like enamored with divination, but like it's not like it would almost be like she's not a bad witch. Like we misinterpret her. What she loves is divination, which is like her version of it might be a little hokey, but like that would have been cool.
Yeah. It would have been great. I would have loved to have seen like some form of Trelawney like in battle where she's just like the way she fights is by like predicting her opponent's every move.
That would be cool.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Like just sort of like always getting out of the way. Like sort of thing.
Right.
And you're like, how are you doing that?
I don't know.
It's like she's like in a battle trance or something.
Right.
Oh, that'd have been really cool.
That would have been really cool.
But I guess what's she doing? Like tennis ball and crystal balls at people?
She does end up doing that.
Yeah.
So she must have had like an early career as like a tennis player.
I guess so. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. What do we have next here? So they unbolt the door, to which I continue to ask, why do they even lock the door? No one can come in if Dumbledore hasn't told them the secret.
Yeah, the locks are completely unnecessary.
Completely unnecessary. Even if Order members were like, I know exactly where they are. Hey, Voldemort, it's at number 12 Grimmauld Place. He could hear that and he couldn't get in. He can't get in. He can't find it.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes, because the only way to get in is to be told by the secret keeper.
By Dumbledore.
Which is Dumbledore. And that's not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
No.
Yeah. No. So, anyway, they don't need to bolt the door is the point, but they do anyway.
Right.
Just going to bring that up.
Yep.
Mr. Weasley thinks they should arrive in a thoroughly non-magical fashion, which is why they will not be like apparating or anything like that. They're going to take the Muggle Underground.
Which I can only imagine that like Arthur woke up on this particular morning and like jumped out of bed. He was like, I know it's a tough day for Harry, but boy, is this going to be a delight.
This is going to be great. I'm going to love this.
We're going to have so much fun. But then we get more of sort of this like sentiment of kind of like just general negativity everywhere. The rundown streets were almost deserted, but when they arrived at a miserable little underground station, they found it already full of early morning commuters. So it's like it's run down, but also crowded. It's like,
also crowded.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want that. You're like surrounded by like sort of dingy stuff. You're crammed into a single space there. Then Mr. Weasley is going to be like super fascinated by the ticket taker machine, which Harry's going to point out. they're out of order.
Yeah, simply fabulous, wonderfully ingenious.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're out of order. Yes, but even so.
Even so. Even the people that buy the ticket from a sleepy looking guard who just like, and like Harry has to go handle the transaction. It's like no one's paying attention. And then you get on the train and it's like Mr. Weasley is like 4 stops, Harry, 3 stops, 2 stops to go, which to be fair is exactly how I am on any train I ever have to ride whenever I'm in like a metro or subway situation. Like, I'm sure if you ride it every single day, you get very used to it. You're like, where are we? Okay, I know where we are.
Right.
But like, I'm always like, oh my God, we're going to get off at the wrong spot. Then we're going to be turned around forever. This is going to take another 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Right, I know. Part of me wonders too if Mr. Weasley's not also just having like a kind of like a good time.
Oh, he's
like,
having the time of his life.
It's just like a little like roller coaster for him.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, how about this?
Yes.
Yeah. So then up the escalator they went through the ticket through the ticket barrier. Mr. Weasley delighted with the way the style swallowed his ticket.
Of course, yeah.
It's just always adorable to watch Arthur it exist near Muggle things at all.
Right.
Let's see here. So where are we? Said Mr. Weasley blankly. And for one heart-stopping moment, Harry thought they'd gotten off at the wrong station. So just that like sinking feeling of doubt. And then it's like, no, this way, Harry. And then like, you know, when they arrive on it, what they end up seeing is a street that contained several rather shabby-looking offices, a pub, and an overflowing dumpster. And then it goes to an old red telephone box, which is missing several panes of glass and stood before a heavily graffitied wall.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you know, never mind my own personal love for graffiti, like when we're out, like in cities, because I just think it's like a fascinating art form.
Yeah.
But like, you know, the rest of this stuff is kind of just looking a little like manky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it absolutely is. And it's like, Harry even points it out. It says, Harry had expected a rather more impressive location for the Ministry of Magic. So right away, disillusioned. You know, he's already unimpressed with like, I thought this was going to be like kind of cool, maybe. I don't know.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And sure enough, like they've already interacted with one broken Muggle, you know, device today. And so they get into the phone booth and Harry's just like, Mr. Weasley, I think this one might be out of order too. Harry said, and Arthur's like, no, I'm sure it's fine. And then he punches in the code, which is 62442, which in case you've never gone and picked up your telephone and looked at the little like numbers on there. You know, this is the way we used to have to like send text messages back in the day. But that's
picked up your telephone.
Picked up your telephone.
What an old-fashioned sentence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I feel like I don't even know what you're talking about.
Picked up the little magical computer in your pocket.
Yeah.
But it spells out magic. That's what 62442 would spell.
Yeah.
Especially
if you were, like texting someone old school.
Right.
Yeah. Also, just the way they get into the telephone box, it's going to say, like Mr. Weasley folded himself in beside Harry. Harry was jammed against the telephone apparatus, which was hanging crookedly from the wall. So it's like, mind you, this is going to end up being like an elevator that takes them down to the Ministry. So Harry is now crammed, like stuck against the receiver, like in the box, and they are about to, I want to say, be in this, like, it's like a coal mine elevator almost. Like they're going to be in complete darkness in this smushed up way going down for like a minute.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is a very, very uncomfortable way to travel. I mean, if you've ever been like in a cave or if you've ever been in real darkness, which is what it sounds like they're going to be in. And I mean like darkness, people, like in a cave, like it is darker than you think. That is all I can say.
There is such an unusual experience because we used to do a little bit of caving when we were like high schoolers. And like when you are in such darkness that you can close and open your eyes and not tell any difference at all, you come to realize how little you actually experience opening and closing your eyes as like a physical sensation.
Yeah.
Like when you close your eyes, you can tell the room goes dark. But when you can't, all of a sudden it feels like there is nothing happening.
Yeah.
Like, it's really weird. It's really weird.
It is really weird. But even if you close your eyes right now, whatever room you're in, I guarantee there's little like blue, red little dots floating around where the lights were
Right.
a moment ago. If you're in darkness, that doesn't happen.
It's just black.
There's nothing left. It's just black.
Yep.
It's very weird.
Yep. So then we basically have like the cool voice that's almost like an automated voice, which also there's nothing like very like warm about that. That's not like it's like a real person being like, "Hey, morning, Arthur. What you here for?" It's
right.
Like, yeah. It's very automated. So welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please state your name and business. And then obviously Arthur is like, Arthur Weasley, misuse of Muggle artifacts office, here to escort Harry Potter, who's been asked to attend a disciplinary hearing. Thank you, said the cool female voice. Visitor, please take your badge and attach it to the front of your robes.
Yes. So this is, if you can imagine this, Harry has like been jammed down this elevator through the dark, and now he has to put on a badge and like openly display his anxiety to everyone in the Ministry who already thinks he's like a little bit crazy.
It's a bit of a scarlet letter. Like, I mean, you know, to be wearing a badge, like, you know, yeah, to be wearing a badge that basically says Harry Potter disciplinary hearing, like facing out into the room. It's kind of like, I mean, it's like wearing a flag that says like, I got in trouble.
Right.
You know, it's like, that's not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun when people are starting to think of you as a troublemaker. And then it follows up with saying, visitor to the Ministry, you are required to submit to a search and present your wand for registration at the security desk, which is located at the far end of the atrium. But like in that sentence, which just sounds like boilerplate, like whatever, it is the phrase required to submit, which is like exactly how the like Umbridge's attitude is going to be towards the students all year.
That's exactly right. Like
Yeah.
she would take that phrasing and absolutely run with it. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like and it doesn't even feel in any other context like this would be like completely out of place, but it definitely seems like this is the worst of the Ministry is really leaning into that whole, you are required to submit
Right.
to our will.
To our will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically how they're going to be treating Harry.
Not great. Not great. Let's see here. So then the floor of the telephone box shuddered. They were sinking slowly into the ground. That's all happening. The Ministry of Magic wishes you a pleasant day, said the...
Says like the cool voice over the monitor, but like one, it really doesn't wish you a pleasant day, especially Harry. And it's like this is all like an automated recording kind of message. So it's like even the well wishing is artificial at the Ministry.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But so then you get into the Ministry, and this reminds me a lot of like Harry's first trip into Diagon Alley, except it has that disillusionment charm sort of placed over it, where it's like he is going to be walking through this distinctly magical place that is full of distinctly magical things. And it is rather impressive. Like when we went to, Epic Universe, you get to go into the Ministry of Magic and you walk through like the flue powder system and everything. And it's like really, really cool.
I mean, you're absolutely right. I think this is very almost like intentionally supposed to be a mirror to his first trip into Diagon Alley. Like instead of like even when he gets to the telephone booth, it's like there was a pub they walk past, and it's like when you go into Diagon Alley, you go into a pub and then but you meet the barman, and then you go through a secret passage in the back, and it's not underground. You go through a wall and it's bright sunshine on the other side. This is like a minute of total darkness grinding down an elevator into the Ministry.
You're so exactly right. Yeah, because and I love the comparison like between like Tom the barman who knows Hagrid by name,
right?
Like and is like the usual today, Hagrid.
Exactly. Versus this cool like recorded voice.
Yeah, it's like it's just very like monotone. It's
right.
It has no warmth.
Right. There's instead of pressing like a special pattern of bricks with your wand, you press Muggle telephone buttons with your finger.
Yes.
Right.
Yep. You're so right.
Oh my God, you're right. This is exactly what's happening.
It's definitely set up like that.
Yeah.
Totally on purpose.
Yeah.
Yep. So then you get inside. It says the peacock blue ceiling. So just a little bit of trivia there. Was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that were continually moving and changing like some enormous heavenly notice board. So that even just like, it sounds wonderful and also kind of busy at the same time.
Yep.
The walls on each side were paneled in shiny dark wood, had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds, a witch or wizard would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh.
Whoosh.
Definitely like it's like an interesting place here, but this all I think is going to be further represented as this like facade, like nature that the Ministry is going to have, because right now we're on like, the main level, the atrium, where everything is kind of these like gleaming gilded walls. It all feels like plush and kind of shiny and like whatever. Yeah. But then ultimately, like when you go down into the belly of the beast and they go to like courtroom 10 where Harry's trial is ultimately going to take place, all of that is gone.
Yeah.
And it's almost like you're seeing the truth, because this is where Fudge is going to be. This is where the Minister of Magic is going to be. This is where the entire Wizengamot, the whole wizarding, judicial branch is existing all at once in this place that's going to be more described as like a heavy iron lock, like a roughly hewn door. Like there's no windows. Like everything about it feels like that is the reality of the ministry. This is like the gilded topping.
I mean, yeah, it is. And if you want to keep comparing it to Diagon Alley, it's like, this is like Diagon Alley. Whenever I think of it, is like a bunch of like sort of like warped looking buildings and like, you know, shacks like held together by not shacks, but like it looks like a bunch of storefronts that are like held together by magic. Like it doesn't look impressive, but it is.
Yes.
Whereas this looks impressive, but it isn't.
Right.
This is like ornate, straight lines, like big gilded fireplaces. It's like the opposite of going into Diagon Alley. Instead of open sky above, there is ceiling above.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's lacking like a lot of the whimsy you see in other
There's
areas.
no whimsy?
There's no whimsy.
There's no whimsy.
Yeah. Like it's almost like too fancy for its own good.
It's too fancy for its own good. They've lost the magic, as it were.
As it were. Look at that. Yeah. So then we see a group of golden statues, larger than life size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them was a noble looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last three were all looking up adoringly at the witch and wizard.
Yeah. Yeah. So this statue is just very telling of the state of things. And eventually, like this is the whole book in a nutshell. Like we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier. You said it earlier, like beneath the surface, like it looks good on the surface, but beneath the surface, not so good.
Right.
And indeed, literally beneath this statue is where the courtrooms are.
Right.
But that is where you will see the truth of the ministry. It looks nice and golden on top, but underneath, the truth is there. Yeah,
that's right. Do you want to go into the origins of the statue a little bit?
I do want to talk. So as I was reading Harry's description where it said the noble looking wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air, the word noble stood out to me just because in the very last chapter, which is literally called the noble and most ancient house of black. And I was just like, well, what makes this guy like a noble looking wizard? Like the word noble has come up twice really quickly. But if you flip back, and I was like, is it possible he's noble looking because he's like a black family member or something?
Sure. Like Sirius's like forefathers.
Yeah. And like, I mean, Harry in the last chapter was just looking at the family tree with Sirius on a family tree titled The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black. And it's like wizarding nobility, not something we know a lot about. So it's like, as far as I can tell, like Harry's main reference point for what a noble looking wizard would come from, especially if you just looked at this the day before, is coming from this family tree.
Right. Yep.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. So let's go back to page 116. I want to say we are cleaning out a room in the ministry and we get this. It says also, nope, sorry. That's the Horcrux. What am I looking for? 116 to 117. Boop-a-doop-a-doo.
Yeah. It's right here at the bottom.
Okay.
And you said cleaning out the ministry, cleaning out the drawing room, I believe, at number 12.
Why can I not find it?
Very bottom of the page.
Okay. Yeah. So, because I'm looking at the locket. That's what I'm. Okay. It says, all right. So they're cleaning out, one of the rooms, and it says, is listing the things they find, but it says also a heavy locket that none of them could open. That's the Horcrux. But then after that is a number of ancient seals and in a dusty box, an Order of Merlin first class that had been awarded to Sirius's grandfather. And I even circled that and I was like, it says for services to the ministry. And I was like, well, what did he do? And on the very top of the next page, it says, it means he gave them a lot of gold, said Sirius contemptuously, throwing the medal into the rubbish sack. So right there, we have this noble-looking wizard made of gold, and in the last chapter, Sirius telling Harry that his grandfather donated a lot of gold to the ministry. So much gold that he got an Order of Merlin first class.
Which, just as like a layer of context, because it's like not terribly easy to like know how big of an honor this is. But like Lockhart, for all of his accolades, had an Order of Merlin third class, and when Snape successfully captures, well, not ultimately successfully, but at first has captured Sirius Black at the end of Prisoner of Azkaban, the most wanted prisoner of all time, Fudge basically tells him, he's like, Order of Merlin second class, first if I can waggle it. And it's like one of those things where it's like, you're kind of like, to Fudge, collecting Sirius was very important. It definitely deserved recognition, not absolutely Order of Merlin first class recognition. Probably second, maybe first.
Right. So, like, So just imagine how much gold it has to be if it's worth more. And like, you think it sounds like you're donating gold, like a monetary donation.
Right.
But is it possible what he donated was like literal raw material gold that they made the statues out of?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And then it gets better.
And then it gets better, right? Okay. So if it is in fact Sirius's grandfather who donated the gold that the statues were built from or paid for or whatever, then if you'll recall, later in the book, we fast forward to page 810, Bellatrix is going to kill Sirius. Spoilers. I know. Sorry about that, you guys. But in doing so, Bellatrix she basically ends the Black family line, having killed the last male heir on the family.
Yes. Yep. Exactly correct. So the noble and most ancient house of Black has come to an end.
It has come to an end when Bellatrix kills Sirius. But then what she's going to do after that is she runs upstairs. Harry is going to chase her. He's going to hit her with the Cruciatus Curse. She's going to get super mad, and she is going to fire back. And this is what's going to happen. Harry dodged behind the golden fountain again. Her counterspell hit the head of the handsome wizard, which was blown off and landed 20 feet away, gouging long scratches into the wooden floor. So what happens is Bellatrix kills Sirius, ends the Black family name, then runs upstairs and also beheads and destroys the legacy, the giant statue that otherwise might have continued to carry on the Blacks mindset as well. She ends the Black line literally and metaphorically over the course of about 5 minutes.
It's unbelievable.
I feel like, I don't know if that's all supposed to be put together like that, but it feels very cohesive.
No, it really does. It really does. Yeah. So I think it all fits really well. So my new headcanon is that the Black family are the ones who donated the gold for the statue of the Magical Brethren.
Yeah. Especially because we know, as the statue looks, it's like the centaur and the goblin and the house elf looking up at the wizards. Soppily. Yeah. That is how the Blacks feel things should be.
Right. I mean, they're famous for their, row of house elf heads mounted to the wall. In their mind, this is, and even in Creature's mind, they have gotten him to believe that this is the highest possible honor.
Right. Exactly.
So of course, this is how they imagine the world to be. And
that's how Creature looks up to his mistress, Mrs. Black.
Exactly.
Or whatever. And then the centaurs, the portrait is yelling at everyone in the house, half-breeds besmirching the house of my fathers or whatever. And it's centaurs would be half-breeds. That'd be half human, half horse.
Right.
And then even the goblins, if you want to throw them in there, Mundungus is stealing goblin-made things from the house all the time.
Right.
Go ahead.
And goblins believe, what we'll learn from Grip Hook and Gornock in Deathly Hallows, that they believe, or maybe it's from Bill, actually. It's from Bill, that goblins believe that the maker is the one who owns the object, and anyone who purchases it has merely rented it.
Right.
And should return it after their death.
Yes, but clearly the Black family is not doing that.
Exactly.
They are handing down treasures from generation to generation. So, there you go. You can account for everything in the statue that the Blacks think should be looking up lovingly at the wizards, respecting them.
Right.
So, there you go. That's our brief theoretical history of the Fountain of Magical Brethren.
Nailed it.
Boom.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
But either which way, then we also have this relationship with Harry, which lets us know, first of all, that any donations tossed into the Fountain of Magical Brethren will be given to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries.
Setting up for later in the book.
That's exactly correct. Harry to himself says, if I'm not expelled from Hogwarts, I'll put in 10 galleons.
Yes.
So that's a little bit of trivia there, but also different from what he ultimately also submits.
It is, yeah.
So a little bit of differentiation there.
Yeah. And we will get to that when we get to it. But also note that when he looks in, Harry saw silver sickles and bronze knuts glinting at him from the bottom of the pool. So there's no galleons in there, but Harry promises to himself that he will put in 10 pieces of gold.
Yes.
Because Harry is gold.
Yeah, absolutely. But I also feel like this is a maybe think a little bit about what it represents to the ministry itself, because the people that are in the ministry are the people who work there, meaning the employees of the ministry are the ones who are probably most typically throwing in their spare coin to donate to St. Mungo's.
Yeah.
Which also means that the average ministry employee is not able to part with a galleon.
That also true.
Also true.
Also true. So, also, the other thing we're going to learn as we go through painstakingly every single floor on the elevator in a couple of minutes here is we're going to learn every single thing the ministry governs and like does with its power. None of which is going to be the hospital,
right,
or healthcare in any way.
So then you wonder a little bit like, well, surely these donations are not the ones that are like upkeeping, the hospital. I guess we know at one point in time, I'm pretty sure Lucius Malfoy gets into the Quidditch World Cup top box by making a large donation to St. Mungo's. I
think he does. Yeah.
I think that there probably are other donations that are happening, but those donations from somebody like Lucius come with leverage.
Strings.
Yeah, strings, exactly. Like, it's not like not just a freely given gift. Okay. So anyway, then we go over to this. This is there's so much that
there's
we have.
so much in this chapter.
It is. Yeah. So then we go over to a sign that has security written over top of it. It says a badly shaven wizard in peacock blue robes looked up as they approached and put down his daily profit.
Not even pretending to work.
No, not at all. Not at all. And he's going to continue to read that prophet whenever he gets the chance. I'm escorting a visitor, said Mr. Weasley, gesturing to Harry. Step over here, said the wizard in a bored voice. Harry walked closer to him, and the wizard held up a long golden rod, thin and flexible as a car aerial, and passed it up and down Harry's front and back. Wand, grunted the security wizard at Harry, putting down the golden instrument and holding out his wand. So then Harry obviously hands over the wand, which then he's going to place onto a strange brass instrument, which looks something like a set of scales with only one dish. So this is interesting to me because what I feel like is happening here is literally a chapter in Goblet of Fire called The Weighing of the Wands, which is something where like you would... like where Ollivander, a wand expert, comes in and as a wand expert is able to interpret not only the wands that he's made, but also the wands that other wand makers have made.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is a skill. And despite that fact, nobody is teaching people how to do it. Instead, they're using an instrument to
weigh the wands.
To weigh the wand.
Yeah, or this is because what Harry's doing here is having his wand registered.
Exactly.
Yes, and so this machine will spit out a little piece of parchment that reads 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core, been in use 4 years. That correct? Which Harry will say yes. So I just want to point out, though, that if you're getting your wand registered, this is the worst registration machine I've ever heard because, one, it doesn't include the wood of the wand, which also feels important.
It does.
If you're registering it. And two, it doesn't include his name. So, like, he's not even attached to Harry.
Yeah. So, but at the end of the day, the piece of information that these people would have would be like, oh, someone came in today with a wand that was 11 inches and had a Phoenix Core feather. And
that's like, all they would have.
Right. It's like, whose was it? It's like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. What was it made of? I don't know. Yeah.
Yes.
This place is useless.
This place is useless. So he gives him a copy of this piece of information, puts the other piece on a little copper spike, and sends Harry on his way. But not before we learn his name, Eric. And I would say, I mean, it feels like we're grabbing onto a lot of things, but there's so many tiny subplots in this book. Eric is actually going to come up again. We actually know his full name, Eric, the security guard.
Eric Munch.
Eric Munch, who later on page 287, we will learn is the one who will arrest Sturgis Podmore for trying to break through a door in the ministry. This is going to be Sturgis being under the Imperious curse. He is a member of the Order, and they're going to try and make him break into the Hall of Prophecy. And then Eric is going to be doing his job in the middle of the night and going to catch him.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly correct. I have the exact same note, page 287, just right there.
Boom.
Catches Sturgis Podmore.
Yep.
Okay. Moving on to the next page. Let's see here. Jostled slightly by the crowd, Harry followed Mr. Weasley through the gates into the smaller hall beyond, where at least 20 lifts stood behind wrought golden grills.
I forgot so much about this guy in the elevator, but we're like, I wish I didn't have so much to say about every single thing in this chapter, but I do.
It's really ridiculous. Yeah. Harry and Mr. Weasley joined the crowd around one of them. A big bearded wizard holding a large cardboard box stood nearby. The box was emitting rasping noises.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Do you guys know? It's going to say, or Mr. Weasley is going to ask him about it. It says, what have you got there, Bob? He says, we're not sure, said the wizard seriously. We thought it was a bog standard chicken. Whatever that is.
Well,
I guess just like a regular chicken.
Yeah, I think bog standard is just like a random like turn of phrase that like popped up somewhere like in the 1980s is what I found. So it just means like your like run of the mill chicken.
Run of the mill chicken until it started breathing fire. Looks like a serious breach of the ban on experimental breeding to me. All right. That's as much as this chicken is ever going to get in the rest of the printed book.
Right.
But Ben, if there is one animal that the greater wizarding world, the expanded universe of Harry Potter, of mobile games and video games and movies have latched onto, it is this dumb bird.
It really is. Like I remember in Wizards Unite, the like Pokemon Go version of Harry Potter back then. We got really into it. We would always have fun like walking to lunch and stuff and like, you know, playing the game all over downtown Roanoke. And one of the things you could run into with extreme regularity was a fire-breathing chicken. Which, not to pat our own backs too much or anything, but for the most part, I was always sort of like, we're kind of like, you know, in on this Harry Potter thing. I don't know what they're talking about. Fire-breathing chicken.
It's this chicken right here in this one sentence. But it's not just there. If you play Hogwarts Legacy, you can hear a rumor from someone in the game that in 1890, someone bred a Welsh green with a chicken. A Welsh green is a dragon. And the resultant animal is called a dricken. That's what this is, a dricken. Not even just fire-breathing chicken. Dricken.
So there you go.
Yeah.
We got that.
Ben, it doesn't end there.
Oh, I know it doesn't because we got Bob to account for.
We got Bob. We have Bob. This guy, they leave so many things out of the movies. So many things.
You know what they didn't leave out?
You know what they don't leave out?
Bob
and the fire-breathing chicken. If you watch the movie, this guy is in there holding his cardboard box to contain his fire-breathing chicken with the little holes in it. This chicken is everywhere. I don't know what this sentence, like who has read so much into it, but the dricken has made its way into the fandom.
Somehow, some way, someone in a room somewhere was like, we need this.
We need this fire-breathing chicken.
You know what we need more of? This.
Yeah.
Makes me want to make a t-shirt of a fire-breathing chicken. It just seems like it would be fun.
It also like I think like a cockatrice is also like a in this realm of mythical animal.
Like it's already sort of got some
already sort of a thing.
Right.
But no, not this. This is a dricken. That's dragon chicken.
Well, good.
Okay.
Yeah, you know, and now we know.
Now you know.
And despite the fact that it breathes fire, apparently you can store it in a cardboard box.
Unbelievable. Sometimes wizards are so silly to me.
They truly are.
Yeah.
They truly are.
Anyway, that's my mini. I don't even know about rant. Just I'm not sure if I'm like what is it? I'm not sure if I'm angry or impressed. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. It's something or the other, but there we have it.
There we have it. Yeah. This chicken got its screen time and then some.
And then some. Okay, so then we start going through all of the various levels, which this was like another one of those things like where when I was reading it, I was like, I hate this. Like, it's not even fun to read. But there are so many of them, at least 7. Level 7, Department of Magical Games and Sports, incorporating the British and Irish Quidditch League headquarters, official Gobstones Club, and Ludicrous Patents Office.
Ludicrous Patents.
Which that was something I had to look up a little bit as well, because I was like, are these just like really wacky patents? But I think ludicrous is like Latin for like sporting or relative to play. So it actually sounds like ludicrous is a word meaning something to do with sports.
Something to do with games, not just like, these are ridiculous inventions.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, bear in mind, as Harry's in the elevator, he is jammed against the back wall, staring at the floor, trying to not make eye contact with anybody. So just more like stuck, jammed, can't get away from anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. So then move on to level 6, the Department of Magical Transportation, incorporating the Flu Network Authority, Broom Regulatory Control, Portkey Office, and Apparition Test Center. So as far as I'm concerned, the DMV.
Oh, yeah. Basically, this is the Wizard DMV for sure.
Right.
We also have the interdepartmental memos that are going to fly in here, which this is what funny to me is that the interdepartment memos don't have like their own like way to get around. Like the memos themselves have to take the elevator.
It's true.
You know?
Yeah. It's slightly ridiculous. And there's layers to this one as well, because first of all, we got a little piece of trivia that the interdepartmental memos are pale violet color. So just keep that in the back of your mind forever and ever. And then Arthur's going to chime in and explain to Harry, we used to use owls, but the mess was unbelievable. Droppings all over the desks. And this is like one of those things where the ministry has been around for literally hundreds of years.
Right.
And Arthur, who cannot have been working there for more than like 20 years, remembers when they used owls.
So
the paper airplane's kind of a recent development.
Pretty
all
recent.
Things being equal.
Yeah, they were using owls apparently for a very long time.
Arguably too long.
Arguably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Where do we move on from here? We've got level 5, Department of International Magical Cooperation, incorporating the International Magic Trading Standards Body, the International Magic Office of Law, and the International Confederation of Wizards, British seats. I feel like what this is trying to get you to understand about the ministry is that they've got like a lot of, all the names are very like redundant sounding names, like the Department of blah, 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 blah. Like
it's all very wordy.
It's all very wordy, and like it feels like it's meant to sound very non-magical.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like if Vernon Dursley was to be comfortable anywhere in the wizarding world, it would be here.
It would be here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it's called the Ministry of Magic, but it's very little whimsy to it, which magic should be.
Yeah. Then we get more kind of like the like that facade type stuff for level 4. Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, incorporating Beast, Being, and Spirit divisions, Goblin Liaison Office, and Pest Advisory Bureau. So I'm sure that the Goblin Liaison Office, I'm sure those people are really, really excited to be right down the hall from the Pest Advisory Bureau.
I'm sure they don't like it that they are on the floor for the regulation and control of magical creatures.
Exactly. Right. I mean, this would be like having like a I don't know, like a pharmacy in a pet store or something like that. Like, I don't know like what the right analogy is without disrespecting.
It would be like having your like your ambassador's office attached to a barn.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you want to go to the Mexican ambassador, it's right over there, attached to that barn with pigs and cows in it.
Yeah, it's like, why are they there? It's like because that's where their office is.
That's where their office is.
It should be somewhere else.
Feels like you're saying something about the goblins.
Yeah.
Feels like it.
Right. It's like this is no good way.
No good way.
No good way.
Like,
I don't like it.
It's no wonder they don't like you guys.
Yeah. Then we move on to level 3, Department of Magical Accidents, Catastrophes, including the Accidental Magical Reversal Squad, Obliviator Headquarters, and Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee, which I can only imagine is the only available job for people who put a heavy emphasis on Muggle studies at Hogwarts.
Hey, you get to go work at the Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee.
Yeah.
Which basically means you come up with lies to tell the Muggles for why magical things happen.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Which is something I imagine they're not very good at.
No, I can't imagine it either.
Yeah.
They don't seem like they have a good handle on what Muggles do or how they act.
Right. Even Arthur, who loves them, has sometimes has that like flirting with like almost like problematic.
Like condescending tone to it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, bless them.
It's like they're people.
Yeah, like they're pretty regular. Okay?
Right.
Yeah, not that different.
Exactly.
Yeah. Then we get up to level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including improper use of magic office or headquarters and Wismagot administration services. So this is where Harry thinks he's going, where he's supposed to just have his little meeting with Madame Bones and be done with it.
Yes. So Arthur says, "Yeah, this is us, Harry. My office is on the other side of the floor." Did you draw your diagram here?
Oh, I think it was on the next page here. I sort of drew like a little diagram map of how this floor is laid out for no reason.
Yeah, it's very, very ridiculous. Let's see here. Mr. Weasley, said Harry, as they passed a window through which sunlight was streaming, "Aren't we underground?" And Arthur's like, "Oh, yes, we are. Those are enchanted windows. Magical maintenance decide what weather we're getting every day. We had 2 months of hurricanes last time they were angling for a pay raise. Just round here, Harry." So just a couple little notes there. Magical maintenance wears navy blue robes.
Yes, they do.
This ends up coming up in Deathly Hallows.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a detail that like Ron knows and fails to bring up with Hermione.
Yeah.
So just a little piece of trivia there for you. Honestly, I don't hate the idea of windows that are enchanted to make it sound like there's a hurricane.
I know.
The worst part about the hurricane is the hurricane.
Right. Not what it looks like out the window.
If anything, that's kind of interesting.
It's exciting.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. As long as there's no danger, I don't mind hurricanes.
Right. Yeah. Like what? Hurricane windows, but no hurricane? Like, sounds fun to me.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Not too bad.
Then when they go over to like the Auror office, I can never really help but feel like this sounds a little bit like a bunch of Gryffindor jocks. It's buzzing with talk and laughter. Memos were zooming in and out of cubicles like miniature rockets. A lopsided sign on the nearest cubicle read, Auror headquarters.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The Aurors had covered their cubicle walls with everything from pictures of wanted wizards and photographs of families to posters of their favorite Quidditch teams and articles, the Daily Prophet. Like if anybody's playing like fantasy Quidditch, you know, like fantasy football.
These guys have a lot of fantasy Quidditch leaves for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. They're like, oh, I'll trade you Gwen Jones.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Like, well, no, that was my first pick in the draft, dude. I'm not doing that.
Right. Yeah. No, I got a sleeper pick, Oliver Wood. Practice squad. I'm seeing big things out of him.
That's like the defense.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
The defense for Puddlebeer. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. I also can't help but notice though, this is like the only happy place in the Ministry.
It's true.
And it's like, it is not surprising to me that the place that fights the dark arts is the only one that's like alive with laughter and fun in it, because those are the kinds of things that like ultimately do defeat the dark arts.
You're exactly correct. And even the fact that it says like a lopsided sign on the nearest cubicle read Auror headquarters, like lopsided is very in contrast with like a lot of the heavy gilding that like the rest of everything has been described as.
Yeah.
So I totally think you're right. Then we get an exchange with Kingsley and Arthur that I'm gonna say verges on cringeworthy.
I would agree.
Because these are two secret agents and they are about to have the least non-covert conversation ever.
I mean, the more you read about the Order of the Phoenix, the more you realize that they are a really ineffective spy organization.
They're not very good at their jobs. Like in an endearing way, but also like it's maybe a little bit too true for comfort kind of way.
Right. Like you do love them, but like guys, like you make a lot of faux pas, and
they do.
You know.
Yeah. So they're about to speak in code because Kingsley and Arthur are not supposed to be on good terms with one another. And so it's like, "Morning, Weasley," said Kingsley carelessly. He's like, "Have you got a second?" And then Arthur's like, "Yes, if it really is a second." And Harry's observing they were talking to each other as if they hardly knew each other. And so they go down to Kingsley's cubicle, which is just covered head to toe in pictures of Sirius, who are looking back at him, because Kingsley's key contribution to the Order of the Phoenix so far has been preventing people from finding Sirius, who is currently in an unfindable location.
You'd think it would be kind of like, you know where we're going to be looking for Sirius a lot? Little Hangleton.
Why don't we go and smell?
Why don't we go look there?
Maybe we unearth some other stuff.
Like we find some others. Maybe we find some other things there, you know? I feel like maybe there's a good chance he's hanging out with the Malfoy family, his cousins, with the Bellatrix Black.
Yeah,
she was Lestrange. You know, maybe we'll look at some of their stuff.
Yeah, Narcissa,
her sister married to the Malfoys. You know, big compound, lots of hidey holes. Why don't we check that out?
Maybe check it out.
Why don't we go check out Malfoy Manor?
Right. Yeah.
I'm the head of the Auror department. I can just make you guys go do that. So yeah, why don't we do that?
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, then they're having this like conversation about like flying Muggle vehicles because they think Sirius Black might be on his old motorcycle, which is of course crap because Kingsley just saw Sirius the other day.
Yeah.
That is all just part of the code. But then Kingsley tipped an enormous eye and winked at Harry in a whisper. Goes, "Give him the magazine. He might find it interesting." And then he shifts gears back. "And don't take too long, Weasley. The delay on that Firelegs report had held up our investigation for a month." And then Arthur's like, "If you had read my report, you would know that the term is firearms," said Mr. Weasley coolly.
Firelegs.
And then he cuts in and he's like, "If you can get away before 7, Molly's making meatballs."
Yum.
Yeah, they're so covert.
They're so covert. Everyone was just like, like how covert do you even really need to be? How weird would it be for these two to be talking?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. They could just be having a conversation.
Exactly.
That's fine. Right.
Yeah.
But anyway, then they go down the really bizarre set of there's a set of oak doors into another passage. They turn left, march down another corridor, turn right into a dimly lit and distinctly shabby corridor, and finally reach a dead end where the door on the left stood ajar, revealing a broom cupboard, and a door on the right bore a tarnished black plaque reading misuse of Muggle artifacts office.
There you go.
So yeah, you're going down this like just bizarrely winding path.
Yeah, to get to two very small rooms. The office, it says, Mr. Weasley's dingy office seemed to be slightly smaller than the broom cupboard.
Yeah. It's like, that means they got to the end of this hallway that they were clearly not using for anything important anyway. They were going to put people in one of them and brooms in the other.
Which they have a whole floor for magical games and sports. So, why are the brooms up here?
Why are there broom cupboards at all?
Yeah, I know. Like you guys don't need brooms. Brooms are for flying in the wizarding world, and you have like house elves, which you shouldn't have. But you know what? You have magic. You have magic to clean stuff.
You do.
You do.
Yes. None of this is necessary.
Also, doesn't Perkins has a tent that is bigger on the inside than their office. Why aren't they using those charms on the office?
It is beyond me.
It is beyond me. Wizards forget they can do magic so often. It astounds me.
To their own detriment.
Yeah. Anyway.
And sure enough, also including not being bigger on the inside, they also don't have a window for literally no reason.
For no reason.
Yeah, we've asked, but they seem to think we don't need one.
Are you kidding?
It's like, what?
None of. If they don't need one, why does anyone else need one?
Yeah, I literally wrote, well, that's just disrespectful.
It is disrespectful. It's like, how hard would it be to put in a window?
Right,
a fake window,
a fake magic window. I'm picturing. Is it Joey in Friends where he's like looking through the rain? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm picturing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, have a seat, Harry. Doesn't look as if Perkins is in yet, and that's actually not correct. But Perkins is the one who is gathering the information about the change in location of the trial.
Yes. And he'll come in and inform them with that in a minute here. Let's see. They don't think they need them. Harry squeezes them back. So again, Harry is squeezing himself into the chair behind Perkins' desk because even in this private office, Harry can't get any space to himself at all.
Right. Yep. And then Arthur is looking through the magazine that Kingsley just gave him, and he's like, He's like, it's the Quibbler.
It's the Quibbler.
Yeah. He's yes, he's right. I'm sure Sirius will find that very amusing. Oh dear, what's this now? And what's this now is that a memo was just zoomed through the door and fluttered to rest on top of the hiccuping toaster in Arthur's corner there. Mr. Weasley unfolded it and read it aloud. Third regurgitating public toilet reported in Bethnal Green. Kindly investigate immediately. Oh, but this is getting ridiculous.
It is getting ridiculous, Ben, because this is yet another subplot that is happening in the book that you probably aren't paying attention to.
But it does matter.
It does matter. The regurgitating toilet just sounds like a funny thing he's dealing with. Like, oh, look at Arthur. He's got to go deal with overflowing toilets.
Right. It's like you couldn't have more of just embarrassing task to do than an overflowing toilet.
Exactly. And yet we will eventually learn that the overflowing toilets are being caused by a guy named Willie Wittershins. Yes, I know, that guy. You remember him? Yes, of course you don't. Willie Wittershins is eventually going to be the one at the Hogshead who is going to overhear the first meeting of Dumbledore's army, and then he's going to tell Umbridge for it in exchange for the Ministry not pressing charges about the regurgitating toilets.
Exactly. Yep. Very succinctly and well stated, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That pretty much covers all the beats that we need. Yeah. So we're not done with the regurgitating toilets.
We aren't.
Yeah. We get a little reference here where Arthur refers to plumbers as pumbles. Which I just think it's a fun little piece of trivia there. Man, I couldn't think of the word trivia. That's not boding well for me.
Yeah.
Not Broderick boding well for me. Anyway, let's see here.
We're going to meet him in a minute.
We are.
Yeah, anyway, in comes Perkins, who, if you'll remember, he has lumbago.
He does. Yeah, it's just an important detail to know about this character.
Yeah, that's what I know about him.
Right. He has fluffy white hair and lumbago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, Arthur, he said desperately. Let's hear. Thank goodness I didn't know what to do for the best, whether to wait here for you or not. I've just sent an owl to your home, but you obviously missed it. An urgent message came 10 minutes ago. And Arthur's like, I know about the regurgitating toilet. And he's like, no, it's not the toilet. It's the Potter boys' hearing. They've changed the time and venue. It starts at 8 o'clock now, and it's down in old courtroom 10.
Oh man, crazy crazy move by Fudge to do this. And then let's do some quick math here. Hey, Arthur is going to follow up and said, we should have been there 5 minutes ago. That means that the time of day is 8:05 because it starts at 8 and it arrived 10 minutes ago, which means they sent this memo at 7:55. They gave Harry and Arthur a solid 5 minutes to get there from what they believed was their home.
And when Harry gets into the trial, Fudge is going to be like, you're late. And Harry's like, yeah, but I didn't know that you had changed the thing. And he's like, that is not the responsibility of the Wizengamot. We have sent a letter to your home. And it's like, what I think is funny about that is that the home that they would have sent it to is probably
Privet Drive.
Yes. Which means Vernon was awoken at this morning at 7:55 to an owl, which I'm sure he was not happy about.
He was not happy about that one bit at all. But fortunately, they did get there early, so now they can get back on the elevator after they run back down the several hallways and through the Orr office because their office is in the back of the building for no reason at all.
Right.
But they will get down there. It says those courtrooms haven't been used in years. We don't know how long per se it has been, but the latest we know of them being used is when Barty Crouch Sr. is sending Bellatrix and Rodolphus and Rabaston and Barty Crouch Jr. to Azkaban.
Right. Yeah. So what I think is really ironic about this is that as far as we know, the last time that these chambers were used, it was to prosecute Voldemort's followers, and now they're using it to prosecute the one person who is fighting Voldemort.
Exactly.
And it's like, what is going on? How has the world gotten so just like flipped upside down?
Yeah, not great. But so they get back on the elevator and they are greeted now. Morning, Arthur. This is Broderick Bode. He says this in a sepulchral voice. Sepulchral.
That's a $9 word right there.
That's a $9 word.
One.
Sepulchral, in case you're wondering, means gloomy and dismal.
Yeah, morning, Arthur. Don't often see you down here.
Urgent business, Bode.
That was my best Eeyore impression,
That was
by
good.
the way.
Yeah, awesome.
Bode obviously is an Unspeakable. We met him back at the Quidditch World Cup. He showed up just very briefly, but he's also going to be killed later in this book by Devil's Snare.
Yes, he is. We're going to meet him again at St. Mungo's because he too is going to get imperious and try to be forced to lift the prophecy, but because it can only be lifted by someone it is about, it is going to drive him crazy, and that's why he's going to be in St. Mungo's, and they send the Devil's Snare to kill him before he can recover his memory and tell them what happened.
Exactly. Yep. Well, very well said again, man.
Thank you.
You're on a roll today.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, of course. Let's see here. So then finally we make it to the Department of Mysteries. Said a cool female voice.
Big setup.
Yeah. There we go. So that's going to be important later.
A little.
Harry's already having dreams about this particular place. The walls were bare. There were no windows, no doors apart from a plain black one set at the very end of the corridor.
Boom. That's the only hint you get.
Yes. Yep. And this is. It even says that as the lift doors rattled open and they sped up a corridor that was quite different from those above. So it's like this is like that underbelly I felt like I was talking about before. It's like this is like where the true colors of Fudge and the Ministry and the Wizengamot actually lie.
Yeah, and like the Ministry is set up in such an odd way. Like if you want to imagine this, you were at street level. Harry and Mr. Weasley got in an elevator, went down 8 floors, I think. Right? Yeah. 8 floors and got out. That's where the atrium is. Then they got back in a different elevator, went back up to level 2, so closer to the street, then got the letter and got back in the elevator and went down past the atrium down to level 9 where they have to get out and then take stairs down to level 10.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep. Down here. The lift doesn't even come this far. Why they're doing it here? So yeah, Arthur is just sort of like, what is going on? And from his perspective, this must just be so confusing. It's like he was supposed to go and sit in like a small office with Madame Bones, not like be on trial in front of like the whole court.
Right. Yeah. It's very weird.
Yeah. But then anyway, they're going down to courtroom 10, which is a little piece of trivia as well, because that's where Harry's trial is going to be held. And then finally, to end Harry's just absolutely frantic chapter, they are now basically sprinting right up to the door, which has an immense iron lock. So that's again kind of speaking to what we were talking about before. Mm-hmm. Go on, he panted, pointing his thumb at the door. Get in there. And then Harry's like, aren't you coming with me? And Arthur's like, no, no, I'm not allowed. Good luck. So it's like Harry's just like, he's just sprinted up to the door. The one person who's like his ally in this room is now like, no, I can't go in. Good luck.
Yeah, see ya.
You're on your own.
Right. I feel like maybe he could have gone in and been like, I've got Harry here with me. All right, yeah, sorry about that. We didn't know the place got changed.
Yes, exactly.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, so it's just been like a wild and wacky journey. And just like Jay said at the beginning of the episode today, like when you get to chapter 17, The Man with Two Faces and Philosopher's Stone, you go through the whole final boss scene and the recap and the end of year feast and the trip home and all that. This was literally a trip from number 12 Grimmauld Place to this door.
Right. That's what happened in this chapter.
That's it. And we talked about it for what felt like forever.
Yeah, it's been about an hour and 20 minutes or so.
Yes. Yeah. So pretty massive chapter. But that will also bring us to the end of chapter 7 and looking forward to chapter 8, the hearing next week. But Jay, before we close out for the day, do you have a review?
Well, I sure do. Today's review comes from Awe-Inspiring.
Ooh, hello, Awe-Inspiring.
Hello. They say, hey, brother, love listening to the podcast and hearing all your thoughts on the Harry Potter series. So one question that has recently popped into my head is, what would happen if the Marauders were registered Animaguses? Would Sirius be recaptured after his escape in book 3? Would anyone notice a rat Animagus logged and connect the dots?
Oh, wow. Oh, man. It's very interesting. I think that you'd have to imagine. Okay, so if they're registered,
right.
Would we assume that maybe they would just like register like when they like left school? Like
sure. That seems like the time to do it.
It feels like a very maraudery type of thing to do. Like we're going to use it to break rules at school, but we also understand like the laws and we're like, like we'll abide by that. They are good guys after all.
Yeah. We're joining the Order. We're fighting Voldemort. Yeah.
Right.
Let's do the right thing.
Let's do the right thing.
Yeah. We'll assume that's what they do.
Okay. So that I do think it brings a rather interesting piece of, like counter argument to the disappearance of Peter Pettigrew, because it is something then that people could know. And it's like that's a huge part of the problem with Sirius's situation, is that one, Sirius is just losing his mind because he's just lost everyone in one fell swoop. Yeah. And he's just like maniacal. Is that the right word? Like he's just losing it. Yeah. In that particular moment. So
maybe.
Manic. Yeah. So he's not really like able to properly explain the situation. But if people were to look at Peter Pettigrew and sort of like, well, is there anything like we need to know? Like, what's his file say? Like if it said Peter Pettigrew is a known Animagus, he's a registered Animagus and can turn his formation is as a rat, then is that enough to bring question to the surface?
I mean, no, it's just like maybe because the way it happens is that they simply believe he has been vaporized by whatever spell Sirius did. Right. That literally all that's left is his finger, because Peter cuts his finger off and transforms amidst the confusion and escapes as a rat.
Right.
Yeah. So whatever spell, I want to know what spell they think Sirius did that like vaporized him.
I know. I always think like Bombarda or something. Like he must have just shot like an explosion-y type of spell like into like an open air market.
Because I guess like it kills a bunch of muggles as well.
Right. Like whatever it is has to have like either created enough damage to the surrounding area, like i.e. like knocked over a building or something, or a structure of some kind. And that's like what harmed everybody else. Or it was just like a big explosion. Yeah. And it's like, it's hard to know because like Avada Kedavra seems very dangerous and it's obviously like unblockable, but it can only really attack one person at a time.
Right.
So yeah, it's a little bit confusing how that ultimately works. But the other thing that I think is really like counter to that argument is that Barty Crouch Sr. at the time is not really the kind of person who is doing due process.
That's absolutely true.
Like Sirius goes to Azkaban without a trial. Like he's like, nothing about the way that like Sirius is apprehended is looked into further any.
And he doesn't at any point tell them that Peter was an Animagus either.
True.
Because it's so just believed, even by Sirius that Peter is dead.
Right.
Like Sirius believes he's dead too.
Right. So that's the thing. It's like the foil ends up working pretty well. It can be hard to, like, it might be information that I'd be like, he was known in Vegas as a rat, but like that's just sort of like a detail you include in his obituary, not cause for like, well, we should examine that.
Right.
And not that I even think that a good detective wouldn't under ordinary circumstances. I just don't think these are ordinary circumstances.
Right.
And therefore, I don't think they would. So then the question is almost like, so if Peter is assumed dead and Sirius is sent to Azkaban as a dog, there's not as a dog, just with the ability to turn into a dog. Then and James is also dead. Right. Like, anyway, so like James's situation doesn't change. Peter's situation largely doesn't change. Sirius might be under heavier surveillance because they know that he has this ability and it's so specific to so few. So maybe tighter bars.
Yeah, it's like, would they make a cage that's like more escapable or less escapable by a dog?
Maybe so.
Possibly so. So that could prevent him from escaping at any point at all.
Right.
Is there any chance that, I mean, this is getting too, maybe it's getting too wimbly wombly, but it's like if Dumbledore knew that they could transform into animals, would he have like used them differently in the order or anything?
That's a fair question. Or examined why Peter's animagus form was a rat and tied any symbolism to that.
Yeah, right. Would Dumbledore have been like, well, that's, red flag.
It's a red flag. It's like, these things depict the character. Like Sirius is man's best friend. James is like the king of the forest
or whatever,
like, yeah.
I guess.
Right. Yeah, it's like, and Peter is a rat.
A rat.
What does that say?
What does that say?
Yeah. Do we suppose Lupin can't be an animagus because he's a werewolf?
Well, I mean, he's not an animagus.
But it may also just be the whole reason they do it is to protect, not to protect Lupin, to be able to go and like go on the outings with Lupin.
Yeah. They want to be able to like keep him company and stuff. And
right. So maybe it's just like, he's like, well, I don't really need to because I already have my own affliction.
Right. Well, it's like when they are transformed and hanging out with him, he's like more like under like the wolf's bane or something. He's more like just a regular wolf.
True.
Yeah, like he keeps his mind a little more.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And I also imagine that like whatever the movie shows, that his werewolf form is more like just like a much bigger wolf.
That's cooler in my opinion.
I agree.
Than the kind of like creepy looking like,
Yeah. I want more
humanoid
like
wolf
like scary wolf than humanoid wolf.
Yeah. Dire wolf. But
Yeah.
like, intelligible.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Let's see here. Okay. So that's a good question, I think, as well. Like, would Dumbledore have been like using them any differently, like along the way? Or is there like any situation where like Sirius doesn't attack Peter for some reason? That would be like another big question to take a look at. Like could that be?
I don't know why he wouldn't. I mean, how he finds him is beyond me. But I don't know why he wouldn't. I mean, it's like maybe if Dumbledore knew Peter could do it, he would have him like spying a little more like as a rat on Voldemort kind of thing. Which would have made it harder for Sirius to like lie. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you could potentially have higher expectations out of Peter if he has this unique ability, because then it's sort of like, well, Peter, we can send you in. Nobody knows you're a rat. Like, well, I guess people would know he was a rat if he was a registered animagus.
Well, I guess that's true.
But then like rats are so like innocuous and small.
It's so hard to find them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, maybe Peter is like an extra, that's a whole different story. Then it's like if Peter has like a whole extra level of importance and feels safer in the order than just this is not saying anything to begin with.
Right, because then you change the plot. And
change the plot. Okay, so like, we'll
we have to assume that still happens. He's a rat.
He's a rat.
Yeah.
His nature is true.
Right.
Or is not true.
It's not up for debate.
That part is not. That's not the what if. What if Peter was just like a good friend?
Nah, I can't do it.
Can't do it. I know. I can't be like, oh yeah, Uncle Peter.
Peter.
Different Peter.
Okay. Let's see. So let's just say like if Sirius is in Azkaban and can't escape, that's really like the key plot of book 3.
That is the key plot of book 3. Crookshanks will still be a problem for Peter, I suppose, right?
That's true.
Still going to be trying to kill Peter. Harry won't get the firebolt. Harry's going to have a pretty regular year, things considered. Like, Peter is not going to be flushed into the open the way he usually is by like Sirius hunting for him.
Right.
You know,
right. But that might mean that Crookshanks gets to him faster. So like, I almost think that's where you have to modify the story. Like, Crookshanks is the only other person, the only other character capable of being suspicious of Peter for any reason at all.
Right.
Which almost by literary requirement means Crookshanks has to be the one to reveal Peter to Lupin.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I guess so. Well, but Crookshanks won't know that Lupin knows Peter.
Well, unless like that's the question. Like so Peter won't untransform. There's some question as to whether or not he can transform back into a person by himself.
Yeah,
given
that's
the
true.
Current condition that he's in. My belief here is that basically Crookshanks can kill Peter the rat. Crookshanks probably can't kill Peter the person.
Right.
So like if Scabbers the rat gets properly caught by Crookshanks and Peter can transform, then I think he does, because otherwise he's going to get killed by a cat.
Right.
You know, and he's a coward, and he's not going to do that.
I don't feel like he can, though, because I feel like he almost gets killed plenty of times.
Okay, well then what it basically comes down to is that ultimately Lupin sees Peter on the Marauders map and is suspicious of it. And like that would then reveal to Lupin, because that's usually what happens, is that like once Lupin knows that Peter's alive, everything about the story clicks into place.
Right.
Because Lupin also believes, like Dumbledore believes, that Sirius is guilty.
Right.
And so what that would... Basically what I'm saying is that like Lupin would discover Peter's existence. Go ahead.
No problem, though, because if Sirius Black is not on the loose, then Harry can just go to Hogsmeade and Fred and George won't have to give him the map.
Crap. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. Well... Are you saying that because McGonagall won't bend the rules?
Like because he doesn't get the permission slip signed?
Right. Because ultimately it's Vernon, he blows up Aunt Marge.
Right.
And that all happens anyway.
Yes.
Right?
You're right. That would all still happen anyway.
So the reason that Harry can't go to Hogsmeade is because of the permission form. And it seems like McGonagall is like on the fence. She's like, you know, like it's like she's looking at this young orphan boy who she knows had like a very difficult upbringing. She's there when they leave him on the Dursleys' doorsteps.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
She knows the situation.
She tells Dumbledore they're the worst kind of muggles.
Precisely. So I think McGonagall is looking out for Harry's safety, but for the purposes of the argument, we could say that that's not true, and that she just still won't let him. That she still just won't let him.
Okay, she still won't let him. Fred and George has to give him the map. Problem solved. We did it.
Yeah, there we go. Boom, bam.
Boom, bam. McGonagall kicked strays out here.
Sorry, McGonagall.
Sorry, the story's got a story.
Under ordinary circumstances, we would grant you the benefit of that doubt, but we can't under this time. Let's see here. So
you can play Quidditch without a permission form.
Yeah, right.
All sorts of things you can do without permission forms.
So
anyway, okay. So then Lupin is going to have to be. So Harry's going to have to go to Hogsmeade illegally, be seen by Draco. Lupin will take the map from Harry, and eventually he will see Peter on the map because Peter won't have fled to Hagrid's.
Exactly.
He'll just still be in the castle.
Right.
And at some point, Lupin's going to be like, what the actual what?
What the actual what is precisely right. And so then rescue mission. Like then I think Lupin goes and breaks Sirius out of Azkaban.
Oh, you don't think he just tries to get Peter first by his lonesome?
No, I think it'd be fun because then also the other problem here is that there wouldn't have been Dementors, which means Harry doesn't end up learning the Patronus. But if Harry is going to go with Lupin to Azkaban to break Sirius out, then Lupin can teach him the Patronus so that he has a reason to learn it.
That's more fun.
We're there.
All right, boy. Okay, see, this is how it happens, people. Ooh, that was a fun question. I didn't think it was going to get that crazy.
I didn't think so either. We just had to keep pulling the strands. Sometimes that happens.
Sometimes that happens.
Your wheels can only turn so fast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 8, The Hearing.
Oh man, we are getting into some real business up in Order of the Phoenix here. I feel like the reason that people are hazy about Order of the Phoenix is just how hard it is like established. Like the things are bad, so things can get better situation is very thick.
Yes, it is.
You know, and it's like the opening, like a lot of times I always think that like Harry's being kind of like moody and like whiny through the beginning of Order of the Phoenix. And that is true, but he has just about every right to feel that way.
Right. I mean, it's like, especially going through it the way we have been, you really feel the pain he's going through.
You do. And it just continues to ramp up for a good while to come.
I know. It's like, it's not going to slow down. I don't know. I'm like, at the very least until chapters like 16, but even then, not entirely.
I mean, I just opened a chapter 23, Christmas on the Closed Ward, which means like Arthur is attacked.
Right. So, I mean, Occlumency 24, that's still bad. What do we have here? The Centaur and the Sneak.
Right. Well, the Beetle at Bay ends up being kind of helpful there at 25, because that's like when you get like the Quibbler article and you start to see like a little bit of like resistance rising.
They start to have some victories, but like the umbrage of it all really takes quite a while to be defeated.
It does. It does. Yes. And I think that's what makes her such a formidable villain, and also why her ultimate defeat is just so delicious.
Yes, it is.
But speaking of umbrage, obviously she's very vital for this chapter in particular, because we are going to get like our very first kind of just like, I mean, we will get her by name, but like our first kind of like touch point for who this character is going to be, and how, like what we're going to be up against. And with her.
I mean, she is going to fully arrive in this chapter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, let's see here. Let's get a look at the chapter art where you've kind of got this like Harry seated in the chair that's got the sort of like foreboding chains. The chains are not pictured here, but we can imagine that they're there. Yeah. And then you've got Fudge basically looking down upon Harry up from like his position of power.
Yeah. I mean, this, I want to say we talked about this live, but there is a different chapter art. I want to say like the Dementors or something, or the Dementor's Kiss, I think, in Prisoner of Azkaban, where Harry is like standing over Sirius's body and there's just like a crowd of Dementors coming down on him.
Yeah.
And I want to say this image is very much supposed to like intentionally harken back to that image, except now instead of the Dementors, it is the literal Ministry of Magic that is causing the mayhem.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you've kind of got like all these, like you've got Fudge clearly defined, but then all of the other like heads back there are just sort of little floating silhouettes.
Yeah, with shadowy figures.
Exactly, which definitely doesn't exactly make it the most inviting group of people you could ever, interact with.
Oh, absolutely not. And that's going to be the point. The point of all of it is to just like demonstrate to Harry the might of the ministry.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yep. So then the other kind of like big note just for people picking up with the new episode who haven't been like powering through, obviously, is that we're coming out of just like one of the most stressful chapters that we've had from the whole series so far. Like not to say it would necessarily have the same level of like action as like the graveyard scene with Voldemort at the end of Goblin or anything like that, because all that happens is Harry travels from number 12 Grimmauld Place to the Ministry, and it ends with him just outside the door to enter and go into his hearing.
Right. And Mr. Weasley's like, all right, go on in. And he's like, aren't you coming with me? He's like, oh, I'm not allowed. And I'm like, I don't even feel like you know that. Like I would walk him in if I were you, Arthur.
Yeah, wait to be excused.
And they'd be like, all right, please leave.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't leave his side until somebody forces you to.
Exactly. I know. If they switch the location, who knows what the rules are anymore, you know?
Right. Everything's out the window now.
Yeah.
Of course, we also will know by the end of the chapter that Arthur doesn't have the slightest clue what he's walking into. Like he's completely baffled. Like it's the sheer innocence of somebody like Arthur Weasley to not understand that the opposition would go to these lengths.
Oh, I know. And it's like, even when he walks out, like he is going to be startled that the entire Wizengamot was down there.
Exactly.
Like even at this point, he hasn't put it together. As far as he's concerned, he's sending in Harry to chat with Amelia Bones just in this courtroom instead of her office for some reason. Yeah.
Right. Like, why they're doing it down here, I have no idea.
Right.
And it's sort of like, yes, I think you're exactly correct. Like he still just thinks it's just Madam Bones in there.
Right.
But it's not. So would you like to kick us off with the first chapter? The first sentence, rather.
The first chapter, of course. I shall read the entire thing. Let's go. Let's go. The first chapter is going to lead us in. It says, Harry gasped. He could not help himself. And then the dragons arrived.
A bit of a reversed order there.
I
It
know.
seems like the dragons should arrive and then Harry gasped because he could not help himself.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to help myself either if dragons arrived. Yeah.
Right. So maybe it should say, Harry gasped. He could not help himself. And then the dragons arrived and he gasped again and filled himself with so much oxygen that he got slightly dizzy.
And then he burnt to a crisp.
Yes, due to the dragons and the flames.
Right, because of the dragons and the flames and the teeth and things.
That's right. Yeah. The large dungeon he had entered was horribly familiar. He had not only seen it before, he had been here before. This was the place that he had visited inside of Dumbledore's Pensive, the place where he had watched the Lestranges sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban.
Yeah, all right. So that's just straight confirmation that where Harry saw the trials of Ludo Bagman and Igor Karkaroff and the Lestranges and Barty Crouch Jr. was in this exact same room.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. So kind of like I mentioned in the last chapter, I think it's very ironic that the last time that we visited this particular chamber as the reader, it was prosecuting Voldemort's followers. And now here we are prosecuting the one kid who is basically single-handedly attempting to fight Voldemort.
Right.
But it's weird how the tables have turned.
It is absolutely weird. And you can imagine this is exactly the effect the Ministry is trying to have on Harry. They're like, oh, like not that they know he knows what happens in this room, but the room kind of speaks for itself in like an ominous, this is a bad place to be kind of room.
It definitely does.
Yeah.
It says the walls are made of dark stone, dimly lit by torches. And it's like, even though it never seems like light bulbs are commonplace in the wizarding world, like the idea of using a torch, like I don't feel like it was ever described as like anywhere in the upper levels of the Ministry using something as crude as torches.
Right.
You know, it's like for whatever reason, I still think that they're like gas lanterns or,
or they're fake windows and they're fake sunlight or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, but it certainly doesn't seem like we would go so far as to doing something like that. So once again, this is sort of like the weird mystery that is the Ministry of Magic in general, which we will know like later in the book when Harry goes to the Department of Mysteries, he'll find the veil. And at least according to Pottermore, the entire Ministry is built around the discovery of the veil, like almost as if it's like being protected underneath this like labyrinth because it's effectively a portal to death. So it's a very good thing to keep safe, but it also like it very like harkens back to this idea that what you're witnessing was almost like the more original version of the Ministry, like as if they would have wanted to have burrowed down as far as possible for like safety, for headquarters, for trials, like it feels very medieval in nature. Whereas, then clearly as time has gone on, they've like grown more comfortable and they've built a government and all that type of stuff. You've kind of got the more glitzy, glamorous version of the Ministry that exists above.
Right.
Going towards the surface.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then I think what that sentence you just read, I think it's really like well done in ways that like you're not going to pick up on until a couple of rereads. But it's like, if you think about it, it says this is the place where he had watched the Lestranges sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. But if you go back to when Harry was actually in the Pensive watching it happen, he doesn't even learn their names in there. You know, all he learns, he doesn't even learn Barty Crouch Jr.'s name. He just knows that that's Barty Crouch's son. And 3 other people.
Right.
And if you're Harry, like, to me, if you're referring to this room, it's the place where you saw Barty Crouch Jr. sentenced to Azkaban, because he's the one you met and dealt with for an entire year.
Right, true.
And yet it is phrased as the Lestranges. So that is like a really that's like a clue to you, the reader, that those people are going to be more important in this chapter, because there's no reason Harry would associate this room more with them than the guy who almost killed him and brought Voldemort back.
100% true.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, he like the whole Barty Crouch Jr., Mad Eye, Switcherooski, like, it's so strange to me sometimes because Barty Crouch Jr. was such a big deal and such a fun character to like investigate for all of Goblet of Fire.
Yeah.
Like, it almost makes me think of like, in the real world, if there's like your favorite TV show and one of the key characters gets an opportunity to go play like another more important role that they like want more. So they like write the character out in a way that's just sort of like abrupt and sort of like, oh yeah, that person's not here anymore.
Yeah.
It's like, sometimes it feels like that's like what happened with Barty Crouch Jr. Like he just got like the actor who played him just got busy and now he's gone. So now it's like the other people in the room. Let's worry about those people now.
It's like a Boone in Lost.
Yeah. It is like
just
Boone
like,
in
you know
Lost.
what? We how about this? He's gonna go be in Vampire Diaries.
One of those.
I think it's one of those. So you know what? This is a great opportunity to have a hyper dramatic moment on Lost. We'll just kill somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
It works out.
You know,
well.
it's Lost. You can come back whenever you want. Who knows? Island ghosts. Weird. What was that? We'll never answer it.
Oh, it's very frustrating. Actually, Lost. I mean, if we were to ever do another like a TV show watch along, Lost would be an interesting one to do. But also, it's just so twisty and ridiculous. So
yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so then we get kind of like an interesting, it's like an ominous silence falls, and you get what says a cold male voice rang across the room. You're late. And at least in the Jim Dale audiobook, this is delivered in the voice of Fudge.
Right.
And it makes plenty of sense for it to be Fudge. But I even think the fact that we're getting like the cold, which is something heavily associated with like how Voldemort speaks.
Yes, that like cold, high-pitched voice.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's going to be otherwise like ambiguous, which is going to like say that like the Fudge we knew is now like gone.
Right.
You know, like the kind of playful, like, how does he describe him? Like an uncle,
like a blustering.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, like he's been like sort of doting on Harry.
Yeah.
You know, but
like amiable.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Not bad. And then Harry's like, sorry. Oh, I didn't know the time had changed. And then it says, that is not the Wizengamot's fault. An owl was sent to you this morning. Take your seat.
Yeah. It is the Wizengamot's fault.
It absolutely is. And it's also 8:05 in the morning.
Right.
Like, so it says like a letter was sent to you this morning. It's like, when?
You
know, and also like they're about to literally describe like Harry's address as being like Harry James Potter of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, which makes me think that almost certainly the owl that they sent went there, not number 12.
Right. And we actually do know what time they sent it, and it was at 7:55.
Right, exactly.
For an 8 o'clock court hearing.
Yes.
To a person who is on trial for who's on trial for doing underage magic. And you're right, they know his address. So how do they expect him to get there in 5 minutes without magic?
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Like, I not to defend them at all, but even if you were like, no, it's actually not that weird in the wizarding world to send something with like 5 minutes notice, because you can just teleport, you know?
Right.
You can just apparate and be like, oh, gotta go. I'm here. You know, but that's not the case.
Right. Yeah. No. So it's what am I trying to say here? Wholly and completely unfair and unjustified, and most likely there's a decent chance that they weren't even expecting he would show.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they were absolutely doing this to catch them off guard, to catch Harry in yet another like pitfall where
Right.
now you didn't show up for the court case, so that's a yet another strike against you.
That would be like being held in contempt of court.
Yeah,
Is
something
that
like that.
The right terminology there.
It's hard to know what their legal system is exactly like, since they clearly don't have like a judicial branch and a legislative branch and like an executive branch, because the head of the executive branch is now also the head judge of the judicial branch. So
Right, exactly.
there's
yes.
no checks and balances here.
Major conflict of interest.
Yeah, and there's not going to be any like right to attorney or anything like that.
No, no.
There's no due process happening.
Although Dumbledore's going to do his darndest to lay all that out.
Yes.
So if nothing else, Dumbledore has studied like Muggle lawyers.
He's
something.
studied like rhetoric and logic, I think.
Yeah, there you go. That's right. So anyway, Harry walks in. It says that his footsteps echoed loudly as he walked across the stone floor. When he sat gingerly on the edge of the chair, the chains clinked rather threateningly, but did not bind him. This is going to be in contrast to what we witnessed with Igor Karkaroff when he sits down. But Ludo Bagman, on the other hand, does not have the chains enclose him or anything.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, I feel like when we talked about this before, maybe we sort of had like difference of opinion a little bit, but like my thought there was that like the chair is capable of being like a little bit of like a lie detector or guilt detector.
Right.
Like it is determining the danger of the occupant of the chair. And therefore like, with Igor, it's sort of like, oh yeah, we need to bind this guy to the chair.
We got to bind this guy.
With Ludo, it's like he's kind of like a buffoon. He sort of crossed the line, but like not really like with intent.
Right.
And then obviously here with Harry, like even the chains clinking threateningly could potentially be reaction to the Horcrux inside of him.
It could be like that's the judging, like the sorting hat or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So I don't know if you have any other thoughts on that, but I think it's interesting that they move, but they don't bind him.
I know. Yeah, we only have like 3 occasions where people are sitting in this chair. I think. Well, I don't remember. Mary Cattermole sits in this chair, doesn't she? I don't remember if she's bound by them or not.
It would seem so surprising if she was.
It would seem surprising. Of the ones we've encountered so far, the only difference is that Igor is coming from Azkaban, so he's like already been convicted.
That's
whereas
true.
Ludo is on trial to be convicted, so that could potentially be the difference. Like, oh yeah, if you've already been convicted, we clearly need to restrain you, kind of thing. And then Harry, but it does clink, and it's like, why does it clink? Unless like they're, I don't know, maybe they're trying to circumvent him. Like maybe like Umbridge wants it to bind him. And it's like the chair is like, well, he's not convicted, so I can't. But
right. Yes, like almost as if like Umbridge like constructed it to bind him, and the chair was like, no.
Yeah, right.
Like, I mean, I see what you're after, but no, I'm not doing it.
Right. Yeah. This is against my earlier programming. Syntax error 404.
Right.
Do not respond.
But what I love about like a sentiment like that is that like the magic is like unwilling to play by like someone like Umbridge's or Fudge's game, and it's sort of like, I'm not doing it.
It's like
that's
when she
works.
can't get into the headmaster's office.
It's exactly like that. It's like you can't control me. Like I'm not under your jurisdiction. I don't respond to anybody. I'm a door.
I'm a door.
I'm a chair.
I'm a door, and I'm part of the castle. And you can barge in here all you want and send people away, but I don't recognize you as the headmaster of the school. So tough luck.
Tough luck. There we go. Yep. So then it says there were about 50 of them. And as far as he could see, wearing plum-colored robes, which is a good piece of trivia there, because plum is not the color I would pluck out of my brain.
Nope. You don't pluck plums?
I don't pluck plums. Yeah. No, I don't. I didn't see that one coming. There's an elaborately worked silver W on the left-hand side of the chest, and all of them were staring down their noses at him, some with very austere expressions, others of frank curiosity, to which my little note here is, I mean, it is Harry Potter after all.
I know. Is that Harry Potter?
It's like, well, howdy.
You must be like, the thing about this is all 50 of these people are already there and waiting, meaning that like they all must have been told about the change as well.
True.
Which, can you imagine if you're like, because not everyone there is like on Fudge's side. They don't entirely like get what Fudge is doing all the time. Like he's trying to like have everyone show up and be like, we are against you, even though everyone there is not like in on his plan.
Right.
He just assumes they will follow his lead, but they don't. So I can only imagine them waking up and being like, what? Oh, I have to come in early and in the plum robes? What? For what? Underage magic? What is going on?
Honey, where's my plum-colored robes?
Why do you need them?
That's an Incredibles reference.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then we get a couple of other descriptions of the people that are present, both of whom are going to be very important as the chapter unfolds. There is a broad, square-jawed witch with very short gray hair. On Fudge's left, she wore a monocle and looked forbidding, although this is actually going to be more of a friendly as the chapter unfolds. On Fudge's right was another witch, but she was sitting so far back on the bench that her face was in shadow.
Oh, ominous.
Yes, this is definitely Umbridge. And the introduction there is no mistake. It is immediately meant to tell you that this is a shadowy figure.
This is a bad person, and she is going to prove it hard.
She is.
Yes. So Fudge starts out, and every single thing Fudge is going to do, he is not trying to throw Harry any bones. He has basically already concluded that Harry is guilty. There's no way around it, and this is merely a formality that they're even holding trial.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. So it says, the accused being present. Finally, let us begin. Are you ready? And Harry's just sort of like, I guess so. Yeah. Yes, sir. And then Ron's brother Percy was sitting at the very end of the bench. Harry looked at Percy expecting some kind of recognition from him, but none came. Percy's eyes behind his horn-rimmed glasses were fixed on his parchment, a quill poised in his hand.
Man, Percy is in deep.
Percy is in deep. And there's really two key ways to examine what Percy is up to as this chapter unfolds. And as we've alluded to in the past, we always feel like there's a possibility that Percy is under the Imperious Curse here. There will notably be several occasions in this chapter where like Fudge will specifically give Percy a command, almost like we need a chair, Percy, get him a chair. We need this, Percy, do this.
Right.
Which would certainly kind of feel in line with that. And Percy doesn't seem to be operating of really his own accord in any way. Like he's always been insufferable, but like this is like a whole different level.
I know, like even this, like Harry even trying to like make eye contact with him, and he's like no sign. He like doesn't look up, just focused on his job at the paper, like not like determinedly not making eye contact with Harry, just like this is what I was told to do, automaton, you know.
Right. But then on the flip side, the other possibility here is that what Percy is doing is following Dumbledore's own advice, because if there's one other person in the room who will also not make eye contact with Harry, it's Dumbledore.
Right.
And it's going to be to Harry's dismay that Dumbledore will arrive at his defense, argue his case, win his case, and still not speak to him, all out of fear of the possibility that Voldemort will have the access through his connection with Harry to ultimately to attack Dumbledore.
Right.
Which is the reason that he's keeping such extraordinary distance from him. But we know that Dumbledore will also have not probably been informed of, well, he claims that he just arrives 3 hours early to defend Harry. And so some question could be, who tipped him off? And so if Percy is operating as a mole within the Ministry of Magic, then he could come across as like Fudge's absolute henchman, whatever, at considerable risk and at the, at the cost of enraging his entire family.
Oh yeah.
It would make Percy more heroic.
It would, especially right here. I think eventually, like at some point he would have to be acting of his own accord because of his whole admission of guilt. Like when he comes to talk to Fred at the end,
right?
You know, like at some point he must like either be under the Imperious Curse or be doing it of his own accord. But I love the idea that maybe he's like very deep undercover right now, and it's like I can't make eye contact with Harry because I cannot like. If I show even a sign of recognition, it might give me up or something.
Right.
Like everything. Like, because this would be the sort of thing that even the Weasleys couldn't know about, Yeah. If, like Dumbledore had to be like, look, this is going to be hard. Your whole family's going to be mad at you and you're just going to have to like fight them on principle. But I need someone very on the inside,
and he would be. Yeah. And it would, and in that way, it would both fit perfectly with where Percy was, his trajectory coming out of Hogwarts anyway.
Right.
12 OWLs. He's immediately working for Crouch Senior. Like he's done. Well, I can't say he's done a great job because obviously he's overlooked the fact that Crouch Senior wasn't Crouch Senior for most of all of last year. But from Dumbledore's perspective, this is somebody who seems extremely strategically positioned to do exactly what we need Percy to do, which is be an informant.
Right.
So you can look at it two different ways. It doesn't really change anything either way. And eventually we know that Percy will use the specific phrasing that he's been coming out of it for a while.
Right.
And it was like hard to get out of the system once he was so deeply enraptured in it. So,
Right.
Whether that's the shine kind of coming off the apple, as they say, as he gets too far along, or otherwise is unclear.
Yeah, but if you really want to throw Percy a bone here, who knows? Maybe he's the reason Dumbledore knew to show up 3 hours early by happy accident.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep. Who knows? Who knows? In any case, we're about to start getting a lot of middle names for everybody, including Harry James Potter, and this is the first time we learn Harry's middle name in book 5.
Pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yes. And I mean, this is, I feel like we use it so often because we love going over the top formal, like Harry James Potter.
Yes.
Or Harold James Potter.
James Potter.
As we occasionally like to say. But you're right. Yeah. It's shocking to know that this is the first time that we're learning this piece of information. But Order of the Phoenix also has another through line, which is definitely the kind of like ambiguous relationship, whether Sirius is being Harry's best friend or godfather or what, but aligning him just a little bit more with James and in that position, we're getting a little bit more of that.
Absolutely. Makes him seem like he's more his father,
That's right. That's right.
Yes. And then we're also going to learn Fudge's middle name, Cornelius Oswald Fudge. And his middle name, I think, is no accident either. Definitely given the themes of the book and when this book came out. For one, if you're an American reader, the name Oswald probably brings up the name Lee Harvey Oswald in your brain. That's who assassinated JFK.
Right.
And then if you were in the UK when this book came out, there was, I don't know his full name, but there was an Oswald at the time who was like the head of the fascist party.
Yeah. So certainly the selection of the name Oswald is supposed to sort of be like very like historically informed, basically, like to let you know as well that like Fudge is not a good guy.
Certainly not in this book.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And then you've got the Amelia Susan Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And
Susan Bones, we know her because her niece is going to be at Hogwarts.
Yes. Susan Bones.
Susan Bones.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then, of course, Dolores Jane Umbridge,
the senior undersecretary to the minister. Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is a title that I am very bad at remembering.
Oh my gosh, senior undersecretary to the minister. Yeah,
I think it's because senior and then immediately followed by under.
Right.
Like they feel opposing.
Like undersecretary seems like a low position, but senior makes it good. So it's like, but she's clearly like also Fudge's right-hand woman, it seems like.
Yes.
Yeah. But then, like, do you suppose, I'm just thinking about this on the spot, since there's so many middle names being dropped, and some of them seem to have significance here, that Jane is her, like, real middle name?
Well, are you asking, do I think Jane is her real middle name?
Right.
Versus what?
Versus, like, because she wants to be, like, the very, like conformist kind of person. And if you were to have like an unidentified like dead body or something, it's like John Doe, Jane Doe.
Right.
Like Jane is like in some ways like the go-to like John Smith, Jane Smith.
Right. Sure. Yes. Like it's got like a layer of just like uniformity. It's a little homogenous.
Right. Yes. Yeah. It's like not that I think Jane is like a homogenous name in general, but like in practice like this, you could classify it as like the name of the homogenous woman.
I understand what you mean. Completely.
What I mean? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, totally. Because like we also know that she's going to claim like a Selwyn like heritage so that she can sort of like better position herself as like a pureblood, which is just a complete fabrication.
Right.
So yeah, like if her middle name was like something that was like potentially more whimsical or off the beaten path, that would feel very like anti to Umbridge's whole position.
Right.
It's like she wants to be like as ingrained, as a part of as humanly possible.
And then on the flip side, you're going to get Jane, like the most down the middle name possible, followed by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore.
That's exactly correct.
Right?
Yes. And oh my gosh, I definitely went through like a little bit of a deep dive on this, because we've made an entire video before about breaking down all of Dumbledore's various names.
Yes, we did.
And so Percival is obviously very interesting because it's his father's name first and foremost. So Percival Dumbledore is the the eldest of the family, the patriarch, if you will,
right?
The one that ultimately ended up in Azkaban for attacking those who bullied Albus's youngest sister, Ariana.
Yep.
And so that's, you got like a little bit of that piece of the equation as far as Dumbledore is concerned. Percival is also notably one of the Knights of the Round Table, and somebody who actively sought the Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail.
Yes, which obviously is what we would refer to as like the hunt.
The hunt,
for in Dumbledore's case, obviously for the Deathly Hallows.
And or Harry in some ways, if Harry is the Holy Grail.
Also that,
right.
yes, so that. And then you've got Wulfric, which has kind of got like a whole variety of dualities to it. Because if you refer to somebody as being like in a workplace, for example, like having the wolf persona, it usually means that they are a lone wolf. Like that is an actual characteristic of people you can like hire in your organizations.
Right.
And lone wolves are usually known for being extremely highly talented, sought after individuals who do not have a heavy allegiance to the organization that they work for.
Right.
They are like hired talent. They are fixers. They are skilled. They are like, that's it. But like, they don't bleed the colors of their team. They are them. And they are good at what they do and they know it. But then on the flip side, wolves are also known for their pack-like behavior.
Right.
And so like to be regarded as like wolfish as far as Dumbledore is concerned is like Dumbledore in a lot of ways seems like a singularity, but then he's also like the head of the resistance. So you get a little bit of both sides.
Yeah, you get a little bit of both of those things there. Like, but he definitely does have allegiance.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He does. And so then I also found a reference to Wulfric of Hasselberry, which is a British historical figure who is somebody who grew up as like a priest of the church, but sort of also like with a degree of like wealth, and sort of had like maybe like a more pious perspective on things, but ultimately gives up like what of the day was the literal hunt. Like he was like a hunter. Gave up a literal hunt and became basically a small ranking figure in the church who lived in humble headquarters attached to the church, and basically pursued a life of holiness and performing miracles.
Wow. So you have Dumbledore then giving up the hunt for the Deathly Hallows and instead settling for the more holy Harry Potter.
That's exactly correct. And what you have to regard for somebody of Dumbledore's talent as probably a rather humble existence, being a headmaster versus being the Minister for Magic.
Right.
Or something much more high ranking, or even pursuing, the Deathly Hallows, as you mentioned. So, I know that's an excessive amount of breakdown.
No, that's all really good.
Yeah. I was really enjoying kind of doing some research on that.
Do you have anything for Brian?
Well, so Brian, I think is funny because to me, Brian feels so like humble in a different way, where it's like Brian, no offense to the Brians out there or anything, but like Brian almost to me feels like it reflects like his like empathy for muggles.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it's doing.
Well, because all of his other names are distinctly magical sounding, or at least have like an aura around them, whereas Brian feels like it is definitely the one that sticks out like a sore thumb.
Right.
So that's that. I don't have anything more profound than that assessment, and that's just my own opinion.
I do not either. I have no. Okay, I'm going to throw a real I don't know out there, something out there.
Okay,
and we'll see if it takes if anyone in the audience has any thoughts on it. But it occurs to me that if like the way the name is framed, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian, like Percival and Brian are like the two middle names. Then right, they're like the second and fourth ones. And as this is a book that was written in the UK, is there any chance this is like a Monty Python joke at all? Wherein Monty Python and the Holy Grail is about the Knights of the Round Table looking for the Holy Grail or whatever.
Right.
So you'd have like Percival in there. And then another one of the movies is Life of Brian, where I think it's like about like Jesus's brother or something.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Brian Christ or something.
That's really funny.
Right.
Okay. I could totally see it. Yeah. That's very funny. And then I think the other small detail there is that ultimately when we see the prophecy, it's going to say that the prophecy was delivered by ST to APWBD.
Right.
Which I think if it was just like from Sybil Trelawney ST to AD, like it'd be easy to suss out.
It'd be so obvious
in just a moment. So the real question is like, when you've read another, let's see, we're on page 139 right now. Let's just call it 600 more pages. Like, are you really thinking about this moment?
Almost certainly the real reason all the middle names are here is for that exact labeling of the prophecy later on.
Exactly. Yeah. To give you just a few more chapters of mystery, because we'll find out in this book that Trelawney delivered the prophecy to Dumbledore. Like,
right.
It will be revealed.
Yeah.
But in that moment, those letters can just seem like nothingness.
Right. You'll be like, what on earth is this code they've got going? And it says Harry's name? Yeah, to Dark Lord and Harry Potter ?
Right. Yes. So I think that's probably the other major reason that we end up getting that. So
yeah.
Anyway, a little bit of a deep dive into Dumbledore's full name.
There you go. You're welcome, everybody.
Always good trivia there too. Yeah.
And speaking of Dumbledore, here he comes into the room wearing his midnight blue robes. Yay.
And a perfectly calm expression.
Perfectly calm. So like fuming.
Yeah, I crossed that out and wrote, so absolutely raging.
Raging. Yeah, absolutely.
His long silver beard and hair gleamed in the torchlight as he drew level with Harry and looked up at Fudge through the half-moon spectacles that rested halfway down his very crooked nose.
All right, now I'm only going to bring this up because I thought about it too much.
Okay, go ahead.
But you have to think about it like this, okay? If you're trying to imagine the room that they're in, if Dumbledore is looking up at Fudge, because they're sitting way above him, right? And if he is looking up at him through his half-moon spectacles, this is more of a power move, I think, than you're thinking of. It is like really mocking Fudge's decision to be way up on a high place.
Yes.
Because what really has to happen here, if Dumbledore is truly looking through the half-moon spectacles, is that like if you're looking at me or Ben right now, like our glasses, that means you basically cut them in half.
Right.
So in order to look up and through them, and especially they're resting down his nose, right? They're like even further down. You are staring straight up. It is like a comical leaning back of the head that needs to be done to look at Fudge. It's just like, oh, hello, Cornelius.
Right. Like this should be like a funny scene to witness.
Yes, it should.
It should, like everything about Fudge's decisions here should be mud on his own face.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
I think it is. He's like finding a way to look down at him from below.
Yeah, yes, that's so well said. That's so well said. And then it says the members of the Wizengamot were muttering. All eyes were now on Dumbledore. Some looked annoyed. I crossed that out and wrote Umbridge looked annoyed. Others slightly frightened. Two elderly witches in the back row, however, raised their hands and waved in welcome. Even that is just sort of like it goes to show like how little Fudge has perfect control. Like as much as it may be the case that you're trying to run mud all over the good Dumbledore name, as far as the rest of the wizarding world is concerned, it's like you're not going to convince everyone. Too many people are going to know of the goodness to be sold on a couple of news articles. Right.
Like 3 or 2 months of articles is not going to undo like 50 years of generosity and like wisdom that they've come to know from Dumbledore.
Exactly.
You know?
Yep.
Not for everyone. Obviously, it is working on some people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yep. But yeah, then we get a powerful emotion had risen in Harry's chest at the sight of Dumbledore, a fortified, hopeful feeling, rather like that of Phoenix Song.
More of this. More of this.
Yeah.
So there's the ever-running theory that in death Dumbledore's become phoenixes, and now Dumbledore's mere appearance is causing that same emotion that when Fawkes sings, Harry feels. It's the same emotion when his wands were locked with Voldemort in the graveyard. It's like he can hear a song, which is I think coming from the tail feathers and the two wands, but it's like giving him that calming sense as well. And it's like anytime Dumbledore's around, like the effects of the Phoenix are like in place.
Yeah, and I mean it all funnels into the same thing. Like it's one of those just sort of like left hanging, strands from the Fantastic Beasts series, but they clearly were painting a very real connection between the family of Dumbledores and that of Phoenixes. Mm-hmm. And it's so unfortunate that we just didn't get to see the end of it, because like it feels like lore that could have been so fun to know. Like who is the true identity of Fawkes? Is it possible that like we're seeing, like the Phoenix is it the Phoenix that arrived to Aurelius in a time of need? Is that Phoenix somehow, I don't know. Like it's also messy when it comes to Fantastic Beasts. It really took a bunch of what could be incredible plot lines and put them in places that are just so hard to follow.
Yeah.
That a lot of it doesn't end up like working out the way that we would hope for. But either which way, I firmly believe that the relationship between Dumbledore's and Phoenix's is far tighter than we ever get a proper informal explanation for.
Yeah. And so far it seems like Fantastic Beasts is just like dead in the water, but you know what?
No pun intended.
No pun intended. Oh God. Yeah.
Sorry,
that's a really bad
that was a
pun.
bad joke.
That's not a Cedric joke.
No.
That's a dead baby.
No, well, it's Return Great Avenger with Wings from the Water.
With Wings from the Water.
Is what I was
right,
We were specifically talking about the Phoenixes. So.
Yeah.
Right.
So this would be the other theory about that Phoenix, is that it's not Fawkes, that maybe but is instead the baby Corvus Lestrange, who was switched at sea and then rose per the prophecy as the Phoenix to the baby he was switched with.
Right.
Boom.
Right.
Ha. Did it. There we go. Saved that joke. Whew, goodness me.
Yes, we just need an explanation. That's all.
Here's the only thing you can if you want to throw, I'll throw you a hopeful bone for the Fantastic Beasts movies, is that the movies are supposed to end in 1945 and they started in 1926, and 3 movies in, it was 1929 or something.
I don't even think it was that far. I think it was 28.
Yeah. So here's what we're doing. We're letting all the characters age in real time.
That's right.
Right. We got to let them age. And then when there's 15 years of time to play with,
This is great.
Exactly. When you see him again, you're like, man, the special effects are great. And you'd be like, it's not even special.
Not even special. They literally waited for everyone to get older.
Yeah.
Good on them.
They made a whole HBO series, and they're like, you know what? Now we finish Fantastic Beasts.
Right.
Yeah.
That's method, people.
That's how you do it.
Anyway.
Eddie Redmayne's like, you want to be Newt Scamander again? Okay.
Well, Eddie Redmayne as Newt Scamander is like the shining light from the series.
Love it.
Yeah, Eddie Redmayne was not the problem.
No, he was not.
Newt was not the problem. The problem was that we started telling the story of Dumbledore instead of the story of Newt Scamander.
That's all anyone cared about.
And I wanted more of him and
Tina.
Yeah. Just as much of that as humanly possible. We could just have a rom-com that's just those two playing those characters and raising mules.
That'd be great,
Yeah.
I'm down for it.
Yeah.
Give us more Newt and Tina. We're gonna get stuck.
We're way off track. Don't ask us for our advice. Okay, here we go. But yeah, so then Fudge is looking down at Dumbledore, thoroughly disconcerted. It says, yes, you got our message that the time and place of the hearing had been changed then. And Dumbledore's like, I must have missed it. However, due to a lucky mistake, I arrived at the ministry 3 hours early, so no harm done.
Oh, it's so funny. And it's everything Dumbledore says in this chapter is so carefully phrased. So even the no harm done, it's he's just finishing. It's just a polite sentence, but there is the undercurrent of when you say no harm done, it kind of suggests that harm was intended.
It absolutely does.
Yeah.
Yes. It's like, I understand you intended to cause harm. However, you have failed in that mission because I arrived 3 hours early.
Exactly. Yeah. And the other thing, everything he's going to do is going to be in just absolute defiance to what the ministry is trying to do. So next is when Fudge is going to tell Percy to go get a chair, and Dumbledore says, "Oh, not to worry," and he is going to give a flick of his wand and have a squashy chintz armchair appear out of nowhere. So like they're trying to have this big scary room that is intimidating, and Dumbledore is like, "Hey, look, a lazy boy."
Hey, no problem.
Let me get comfortable for you.
Exactly. I also really like this as well because later McGonagall will also summon a chair. It'll say, "Professor McGonagall," this is page 469, so all the way forward in chapter 22. Professor McGonagall pulled out her wand from her pocket and waved it. 3 chairs appeared out of thin air, straight-backed and wooden, quite unlike the comfortable chintz armchairs that Dumbledore conjured back at Harry's hearing. So it does make me wonder whether or not, like, if you are doing a brand of summoning magic, if you are like what you will deliver is like a representation of your own personality.
That, I mean, it does feel like that. That does feel like more like McGonagall. And then I suppose it's not the exact same thing, but Slughorn transfigures himself into a chair.
Also true.
Also quite squashy, which
Also
does seem like his style.
Yes. Just was putting the finishing touches on the upholstery as you walked in.
Yeah, right. That's such a fun scene.
It is.
Oh, I love Slughorn. He's a very interesting character.
Quite jovial.
Yes, quite jovial. Anyway, Fudge is going to continue. So then the charges. Yes. So Dumbledore's already flustered him just by showing up at all, but he has got a whole list of extremely trumped up charges here for Harry. The charges against the accused are as follows: that he did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of illegality of his actions, having received a previous written warning from the Ministry of Magic on similar charge, produce a Patronus charm on a Muggle-inhabited area in the presence of a Muggle on August the 2nd at 9:23, which continues, an offense, it goes on and on and on. He's like, it's very wordy, very bureaucratic.
Yes, it absolutely is. And it's like, I mean, there's a couple of details there that are just like, worth keeping in mind, which is that, like, he's like, you did it in a Muggle-inhabited area in the presence of a Muggle, but that Muggle happens to be his own cousin who already knows he's a wizard.
Right, yeah. So it's like, what's there? Again, no harm done, really, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yes. And then he's going to go through with a line of questioning that is all very... It is meant to basically make Harry look as bad as humanly possible and not give him any opportunity to say anything.
Right.
So it's supposed to paint the worst possible picture. So it's like, "You are Harry James Potter of this location?" "Yes," Harry said. "You received an official warning from the Ministry of Magic for using illegal magic 3 years ago, did you not?" "Yes, but." "And you conjured a Patronus on the night of the 2nd of August?" "Yes, but." "Knowing that you are not permitted to use magic outside of school while you are under the age of 17? "Yes, but." "Knowing that you are in an area full of Muggles?" "Yes, but." And it's just like, oh my gosh. I literally wrote, this kills me. Like,
it is.
It was infuriating to read aloud just now. Like, it's like
so frustrating because like almost everything he says has such an obvious rebuttal to it.
It does.
Yeah,
it's like you're not asking for any of the nuance.
I know. It's like, yeah, you did magic 3 years ago, and it's like, well, that wasn't me. That was the house elf. And it's like, yes, and I did produce a Patronus, but it's because there were Dementors, and yes, there were Muggles, but it was my cousin who knows about magic, and we were both about to die. So, like, yes.
Right, exactly, yeah. And then what I think is really funny too is that, like, Madame Bones, who again we were introduced to in sort of this, like, not exactly like what's a good way to describe it? Like, not like the most welcoming way that we were introduced to Madame Bones. So like, with the big square jaw and the monocle and everything, it's sort of like an unusual like witch to imagine.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't sound someone who's going to be friendly, especially sitting right there at, Fudge's left or whatever. And so then Madame Bones obviously cuts in, and she's going to do the same thing, and it's going to sound accusatory until it doesn't. So it's like, "You produced a fully fledged Patronus?" "Yes," said Harry. "Because a corporeal Patronus?" "What?" said Harry. "Your Patronus had a clearly defined form. I mean to say it was more than vapor or smoke." Yes, said Harry, feeling both impatient and slightly desperate. It's a stag. It's always a stag. Always? Yeah. You've produced a Patronus before now? Yes, said Harry. And you are 15 years old? Yes. And you learned this at school? Yes, Professor Lupin taught me. Impressive.
It's like no one's letting him get a word in edgewise, whether they're impressed with him or unimpressed with him.
Yes, like all Harry's been able to say so far is yes.
Yeah. But like you gotta love, and I love that he is able to like throw Lupin like a little nod over there, like, oh yeah, Professor Lupin, he taught me, because already you'll eventually learn that like Umbridge hates werewolves and half-breeds and stuff like that. So like this, like how impressed Amelia Bones is that Harry can produce a Patronus because a werewolf taught him how to do it, like rubs her the wrong way.
Oh, 100%. Yes, absolutely. And I will actually love later on in the series, Umbridge will be like ticking off all of the former Defense Against the Dark Arts professors that they've had. And Dean Thomas, of all people, will chime in and say that Lupin was the best DA professor they ever had.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, Dean.
Yeah, Dean.
I see what Ginny sees in you.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I get it. I mean, like, you're not Harry Potter, but no one
right,
knows.
exactly. I mean,
he's the chosen one.
Yes, I'm the chosen one.
He's rather singular in nature, but either way.
Do you think Madam Bones here is just like, oh my goodness, I need to write to my niece Susan and be like, you heard of this Harry Potter kid?
That's exactly right. Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah.
I think at this point in time, she is now shipping Susan and Harry.
Susan and Harry. Yeah.
Sherry.
Harry Bones.
Who's in?
Yeah.
I like Harry Bones.
Harry Bones.
It's so uncomfy.
It is uncomfortable. No one wants hair on bones.
No,
I don't think so.
But of course, despite the fact that she is impressed with Harry, she doesn't ask any other questions like, why did you need to learn a Patronus 2 years ago from your teacher, Lupin? Did you fight Dementors then too? You did? Like, why were there Dementors at school? Oh, yes, because Sirius Black was on the loose. This all makes sense now. We understand and know why he can do this.
Right, exactly. But so it ends up being Percy's sanctimonious little nod that goaded Harry into speech. I did it because of the Dementors, he said loudly. And Madam Bones is going to be like genuinely surprised. She's like, what? Dementors? What? And it's like, I cannot believe they don't already know this part of it. Like they know that Harry performed exactly a Patronus charm and that Dudley was there. Like, how do they know Dudley was there but don't know the Dementors were there?
It is extremely surprising. Yeah, it's like whatever tracking software they use is good enough to know so much of the information, but not all of the information.
Right.
Yeah. So it really is remarkable how little has made it out, and also how little investigation they've done at all.
I know.
Like there hasn't been any discovery in this case.
No, there hasn't. I mean, even Madam Bones finding out about the Patronus here in the trial, it's like she didn't even have like a file ahead of time, even though that's the magic he's on trial for. Right.
Yes. Yeah. So, so her response is exactly that. It's like, Dementors, what do you mean, boy? And Harry's like, well, I mean, there were 2 Dementors down the alleyway and they went for me and my cousin. And Fudge is just like, yes, I thought we'd be hearing something like this. And Madam Bones is still just sort of like, Dementors and little whinging. Like, I don't understand. And Fudge is just going to be like, don't you, Amelia? Said Fudge, still smirking. Let me explain. He's been thinking it through and decided Dementors would make a nice little cover story. Very nice indeed. Muggles can't see Dementors, can they, boy? Highly convenient. So it's just your word and no witnesses.
Yeah, to which I'm sure Harry is down there like, it was actually super inconvenient that Dementor showed up.
Yeah, it was sort of a huge problem. It's why I'm here.
Right now.
Ruined several weeks of my summer break.
Right.
Also, we could have brought Dudley in, and Dudley could have explained to you what he experienced, because Dudley actually, to his credit, gives a remarkably succinct explanation.
I know.
When he is attacked by the Dementors. So yeah, even like when Dudley does explain it, he's like, tripped, said Dudley shakily, and then horrible, cold, really cold, felt as if you'd never be happy again, Harry supplied tonelessly. Yes, Dudley whispered, still trembling. Yeah. So anyway, Dudley would have been great.
Yeah,
to
would have been
here.
a good witness. I can't imagine the Dursleys ever letting him do that.
No, certainly not. But, but still.
But if only, it feels like something Dumbledore could have wangled, you know?
That's right.
Yeah.
As Fudge likes to say.
If he can wangle it. But it's like I love Fudge's idea here too, that it's like, what does he think he cast the Patronus for? Like, just for fun?
Like,
you know?
Right. Like, does he just think he's like showing off? Because there's a couple of other things that are happening here as well, which is that Fudge does not, like, as far as Fudge is concerned, there's no reason for Dementors to have left Azkaban for any reason whatsoever, let alone be like in a highly Muggle occupied area.
Right.
And what he doesn't know is that the person sitting directly next to him is the one who made this assignment for these two Dementors.
Right.
And so you're right. Like, it's like Fudge is sort of like baffled. Like, why would this happen? This wouldn't happen.
Right. Because we'd have record of it.
Because we would have record of it.
Exactly.
So I'm sure it does sound like why would you cast a Patronus?
Right.
Like, what are you doing? Like, that's such a, there's no reason if you were nowhere near a Dementor, and I have no reason to believe you were anywhere near a Dementor.
Right. But then you get like another bit of how the wizard court goes, and it's like highly convenient. So it's just your word and no witnesses. And of course they will have a witness, but it's like, you'll like, if you're paying attention, like there's no like swearing in, there's no like oath that you would, typically expect one to take when they go to court or something, that it's like, you must, like, I swear to tell the truth, like on, like a holy text or something or whatever. Like,
exactly.
Which is like, you can take me at my word, I promise, or whatever, I'm sure people lie at court and stuff, but like, it's illegal to do that. So,
right. So at the very least, you should be able to assume an amount of belief, but yeah, I follow your meaning there. And then I also think it's interesting because Fudge is going to be like, I'm sorry to interrupt what I'm sure would have been a very well rehearsed story. And it's like, it's even funny that I think he's like accusing Harry of having a well rehearsed story, because his line of questioning just on the previous page with like all the yes questions was also almost certainly rehearsed.
Absolutely, it's rehearsed. It's like, he knows exactly what he wants to act, and he wants to do it quick so that no one can get in the way, and that will be that.
Right.
Yes.
So then we get like what is actually both a wonderful and terrible thing that happens. Dumbledore cleared his throat. The Wizengamot fell silent again.
Oh yeah, circle that line of text.
Yeah. So this one's rather unfortunate, because as you all know, there's a very distinctive clearage of throat that will continue to show up in this particular book, and I can't help but feel like Umbridge is just taking cues from the ways in which Dumbledore is able to own the room.
Yeah.
So Dumbledore is clearly like able, he commands so much respect that this small gesture does gain the attention and the quiet of everybody in the room. Whereas like Umbridge will continue to do like the like,
right.
And it's just like,
she's going to do it all wrong. She's going to try and borrow as many of Dumbledore's tricks and ideas as she can, because in her mind, she is just a great a witch as he is wizard.
Right.
And there's no reason anyone should see it any differently or not give her the exact same amount of respect, if not more, quite frankly.
Quite frankly, yes. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, but so pay attention to all of the ideas and like loopholes and problems Dumbledore is going to point out, because she is going to make it her goal to copy all the things he does and then correct all of the things that he points out as current issues.
That's exactly correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So basically what Dumbledore is clearing his throat to do though is to say, we do in fact have a witness to the presence of Dementors in that alleyway. He said, other than Dudley Dursley, I mean.
Yeah, so Fudge is going to continue to be real flustered here. He's like, we haven't got time to listen to more taradiddles, I'm afraid. And it's like, Fudge, why did you schedule it 3 hours earlier than expected and call 50 people here if not to do it right?
Exactly, yes.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what Dumbledore's going to hit him with. He says, I may be wrong, said Dumbledore pleasantly, but I am sure that under the Wizengamot Charter of Rights, the accused has the right to present witnesses for his or her case. Isn't that the policy of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Madam Bones? He continued, addressing the witch in the monocle. True, said Madam Bones, perfectly true.
Right. It's like the Dumbledore is like using this trick against Fudge. He's like, look, if you want to hold a whole Wizengamot trial, then great news. I know the whole rule book, so let's do it. Maybe if you just like questioned him in Amelia Bones' office, maybe you wouldn't have been able to, allow for witnesses and stuff like that. It would have just been questions and what. But as we're all here,
May as well do it right.
may as well do it. I don't think everyone got out of bed early to do nothing.
Right. Yep. So then Fudge has no choice because he's pinned against the wall and he says, "Oh, very well. Where is this person?" And Dumbledore's like, "I brought her with me. She's just outside the door. Should I?" And then Fudge is going to go, "No, Weasley, you go." And Percy, who got up at once, hurried down the stone steps from the judge's balcony and hastened past Dumbledore and Harry without glancing at them. So again, kind of keeping in tune with that not making eye contact situation.
Not making eye contact, but also in tune with the took a direct order at no questions asked and just followed it mindlessly.
Sadly, it could literally be both.
He could, yes.
Yeah. So then Mrs. Fig enters the room looking more scared and batty than ever, and Harry wished that she had thought to change out of her carpet slippers.
Good Lord, me too. Although bear in mind, Harry's just wearing a t-shirt to court today.
It's not a very formal occasion.
Let's
just keep that, yeah. and then again, we got to keep up with all the formalities. Full name, said Fudge loudly. Arabella Doreen Fig.
Doreen,
a little piece of trivia there. What is Mrs. Fig's middle name?
Yeah. All right.
And who exactly are you, said Fudge in a bored and lofty voice. "Oh, I'm a resident of Little Whinging, close to where Harry Potter lives," said Mrs. Fig. "We have no record of any witch or wizard living in Little Whinging other than Harry Potter," said Madame Modes at once. "That situation has always been closely monitored, given past events."
Yeah. It's like, well, that's very interesting, isn't it?
This is even like one of those questions where like we've always been frustrated with like the trace, and it almost makes you wonder if like the trace around Harry is far more sensitive and specific than it is anywhere else.
Right. Or at least like heavily monitored in a way the other security cameras are like, yeah, they're there, but like we don't really look at aisle 43, you know?
Right. Yeah. Like who's going to steal detergent?
Right. Yeah. You can't fit that in your pocket. Come on.
Exactly. We're fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Mrs. Fig clarifies that she is a squib, so she wouldn't be registered.
Yeah, that makes you wonder if like that's specifically why Dumbledore has a squib person stationed there, is that so the Ministry will not be aware of his own personal spying.
Exactly. And so it's like, I mean, it would fit very nicely. It's like in the same way that the Ministry closely monitors it, so does Dumbledore. And we know that Mrs. Fig, of all people, is a former member of the original Order of the Phoenix. And therefore, it would make perfect sense that when Harry is left with the Dursleys all those years ago, that Dumbledore may have actually, because like Mrs. Fig doesn't sound like the kind of person who could afford to live on the same street as the Dursleys.
Right.
Like Vernon, for all of his faults, seems like a fairly reasonable drill salesman. You know, like he's very committed to his work. He's very proud of his work. He's got his well manicured lawn and his fancy car that costs more than everyone else's. Like, you know, you figure these things, you figure the kind of neighborhood. This is the type of situation where, like, again, to use the word homogenous, it's like that's a lot of what those neighborhoods end up having is people of very similar income class levels doing very similar like income class jobs.
Right.
And they're all sort of like in the exact same like beat and stage of life. Like Mrs. Fig is a bit of an outlier by comparison, being like the batty old Catwoman,
right?
You know, down the street.
Yes, she absolutely is. And then you get a little bit of like Fudge is going to start like imitating like Voldemort a little bit in a bunch of different ways in this chapter. So like one of the first things he says is, "A squib, eh? We'll be checking that. You'll leave details of your parentage with my assistant Weasley." And if you just fast forward to Deathly Hallows, they are doing this like they're checking on her parentage right now to like for the sake of this case, but in Deathly Hallows, they'll be doing it. It'll be mandatory for squibs and Muggleborns to like reveal their parentage,
exactly,
and stuff. So this is sort of like the early signs of what is to come.
Right, that's exactly correct.
Yes.
Then you get a question that I think Mrs. Fig may lie to. It says, let's see here, a squib, eh? We'll be checking that. Incidentally, can squibs see Dementors? He added, looking left and right along the bench where he sat. And Mrs. Fig is going to say, yes, we can. And I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit torn because, like, for all intents and purposes, like Hermione is a Muggle-born witch. And therefore, she has all of the abilities of a witch. Like,
right.
She is magical.
Right.
You know, but then you've also got like the same has got to be true in reverse. Like, for all intents and purposes, if you're a squib, then you're like a witch and wizard born Muggle.
Right.
Like, I don't see any reason. You're probably more privy to the wizarding world due to your exposure via your parents by the very nature of what a squib is defined by.
Right.
Which is that you're born to wizarding heritage.
Right.
And so to me, I'm like, there's no reason why a squib would be discernible from a muggle at all.
I mean, it does seem like it would be the case that they shouldn't be, that they should effectively be the exact same. And I think like functionally and in like 99% of cases, it seems like that must be true. But it's like, I guess what they're saying in this chapter is that like squib does not equal muggle. Like there is like some small difference. And it's like, it's hard to tell because there's two things she's going to say. One, which makes you think, no, she didn't see it. She's the one rehearsing something here.
Right.
And then one that's like, oh, wait, no, that's pretty spot on. So first she's going to say, I heard of the serpents down the alleyway between Magnolia Crescent and Wisteria Walk. On approaching the mouth of the alleyway, I saw Dementors running. And Madam Bones is going to be like, wait a minute, Dementors don't run, they glide. And she's like, that's what I meant to say, sorry. Gliding. But then, so that makes it seem like Dumbledore was like, all right, here's what you say. You saw a Dementor gliding down the alleyway, all right? And she's like, right, okay, Dementors, they're like big hoods, and there's, okay, right, okay. Okay, I saw a Dementor, it was running down the alleyway, so gliding. But then on the next page, she says, yes, I felt them. Everything went cold, and this was a warm summer's night, mark you, and I felt as though all happiness had gone from the world, and I remembered dreadful things, which, okay, I suppose to be fair, Dudley felt all those things too, even though he couldn't see them.
That would be my thought.
Yeah.
Is that like, Dudley is definitely affected by them, even if he wasn't able to see them.
Even if he wasn't able to see them. But she does describe what happens too. It said one of the boys had fallen, the other was backing away, trying to repel the Dementor. That was Harry. He tried twice to produce Silver Vapor. On the third attempt, he produced a Patronus, which charged on the first Dementor, and then with his encouragement, chased away the second from his cousin, and that was what happened. So it's like she describes exactly what did happen,
I mean, yes, she does. And it's entirely possible that she is witnessing the scene unfold and watching the Patronus be cast and Dudley be affected, Harry be affected, and all those things, and still not see the Dementors.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that her account is incorrect. It's just sort of like she may even know the feeling of a Dementor even if she hasn't seen one.
I mean, you're right. She could just be like very quickly doing the obvious math that it's like, oh my gosh, clearly based on the effects, there are Dementors here. There's Harry, the kid I'm watching. Okay, I know that's a Patronus, and he sent it one way, sent it the other way, and now we're fine.
Right. Yes, exactly. And because the other line that happens on the previous page is that Mrs. Fig says they were big, and wearing cloaks. And it says that Harry felt a horrible sinking feel in the pit of his stomach. Whatever Mrs. Fig said to the contrary, it sounded to him as though the most she had ever seen was a picture of a Dementor, and a picture could never convey the truth of what these beings were like.
I know.
Like the eerie way that they move, hovering inches off the ground, the rotting smell of them, the terrible rattling noise. Like it's the kind of thing where it's like you wouldn't choose big and cloaked if you had the other adjectives available at your disposal, because like big and cloaked all of a sudden don't really feel that relevant compared to the scabby hands,
right?
All these like
the
weird,
rattling breath and all that sort of stuff,
right?
Yeah, like the horror that is. Now, the other thing though that is like squibs don't equal muggles though is that despite her non-magicalness, she like does work with magical beings. Like she breeds the Neasels. Right. And it's like, if you were a, like no regular muggle is going to be allowed to do that, but she is allowed to do it. So
True.
There's like at least that. And then this is like, the only other comparison point I really have, and it like is with Filch, who we would argue is not a squib, but a poltergeist. But for the sake of, do squibs possess any magical essence about them? Argument. If our theory is not correct and Filch is just like canonically a squib, he seems like he has some sort of extra connection with his cat, Mrs. Norris.
That is a good point. That is a good point. Yeah. And I tend to always assume like that the connection between Filch and Mrs. Norris is an even further extension of our theory that they're almost like one and the same a little bit.
Yeah.
It does seem like Mrs. Norris's ability to like contact Filch from far away, like works in a way that it shouldn't.
Right.
Because you're right. Yeah. It's like otherwise Filch is more magical than we're giving him credit for, which would kind of disqualify him as a squib, or he's magical in a different way entirely, which I would then argue fits better with our theory.
Right.
That he is then a poltergeist.
Right.
And it's sort of like, I don't know.
It's so weird. But then the other weird thing is that both these otherwise squib characters have relationships with cats.
Also true.
Like, why?
I don't know. Is there any world where Mrs. Fig could potentially be Newt and Tina's like daughter?
Oh my God. Let's see.
Because they would have been born in like, I want to say Newt is born like the very early like 1900s.
Well, I mean, but we get her whole name, Arabella Doreen Fig, wouldn't she? I guess it's Mrs. Fig. That could be that she's like a widow, I suppose, right?
Like a widow. Yeah.
Right, because Mrs. would suggest married.
Right.
Right.
I mean, there's some instances where, I mean, it would be tough because it would mean she's not fully a squib. But like, I want to say that after Tom Riddle Sr. leaves Merope, that it's almost described as if like her magical powers like vanished.
Right.
Like, through the disappointment or the sadness or the heartbreak or whatever the case may be, attached to that sensation. Like, I suppose that there's a chance that Arabella Fig was born a witch and lost her powers.
You know what though? I don't hate I doubt that she's like lost her powers or something, but I want to say don't Newt and Tina also have measles?
They do. They
have measles. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Right.
So they have multiple children. One of them is Mrs. Fig. She moves back to London, works for Dumbledore. Watches over Harry Potter, breeds muggle cats with measles from her parents. Oh my gosh, it's starting to fit way too well.
Yeah, right?
It's starting to fit way too well. That's weird.
It is weird.
Oh no, not Mrs. Fig.
But then like, even like, I mean, Newt is never described. I mean, like Mrs. Fig, Newt is not like a swaggerific individual. Like, I mean, he's adorably awkward.
Yes.
But he's an awkward guy.
Yeah.
Like he's not necessarily splendid with people. He's great with Tina.
Yeah. He's great with Tina.
And it's because they like vibrate at the same frequency as each other. But like I think it would kind of fit with like Mrs. Fig's sort of like off kilter.
Yes. I think you could definitely make this theory because like Newt and Tina can't be having kids much later than when you see them in the movies.
True. Right. Yes.
Like they're in like their 30s or something then.
Yes.
Right.
Or yeah. Like I don't know what age they are supposed to be, but you're right. Like I think I feel like I'm almost certain that Newt is born either like in 1899 or like 1903 or somewhere in that zip code.
Well, heck, even if you wanted to say they don't have a kid for 10 more years or something,
right,
into the 30s, then by the time you get to the 90s, that kid's still pretty old. Right, they're like 60, which is about where you'd probably put Mrs. Fig based on whatever.
Yeah.
Description.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. She fits that. There's the measles. There's even the last name would be accounted for because it sounds like she would be married and then widowed.
Right.
Right. Arabella. Why would they choose Arabella?
Yeah.
And Doreen.
Doreen could be mother's name of Tina.
Could be. We don't know much about her.
We don't. They died of dragon pox.
Right.
When they were quite young.
It would feel like it could fit very much into the Ilvermorny story too, because Ilvermorny is founded by a witch, 2 adopted wizard boys, and a muggle husband. And then Isolde Sire and James Stewart have several children, one of whom is also like a squib.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's like the Credence storyline of like being an Obscurus and repressing your magic and stuff.
Yep.
Like that, it all feels, yeah. Oh man, this is I've never considered Mrs. Fig might be related to anyone important in the rest of the story at all.
Yeah, I mean, but it would further, connect, like, because you've always asked the question, sort of like,
Because then Crookshanks is like related to Newt,
Ooh.
If that's so many like theories connecting the dots,
right?
But it's like then if indeed Crookshanks is the Potter's cat. And Crookshanks was bred by Mrs. Fig, who breeds half Neasels, which Crookshanks is. And if Mrs. Fig is Newt's daughter, then her initial Neasels probably come from him, which means Crookshanks is like the great-great-great-great-grandson of one of Newt's cats, which is awesome.
Which is awesome. It's very cool.
I love it.
Yeah. It all fits together.
There's no way. But maybe.
Do we have anything? I mean, is there anything that would violently disprove it? Because even the thought of like Newt and Tina having a squib would feel so on brand for them.
That's what I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, it would just seem like not in any, that's not in any, like there's no judgment attached to that in any way, shape, or form. It's literally just like, I could see how they would be the ultimate parents to a squib.
Absolutely. And then she works for Dumbledore, which so did Newt.
Right. Mm-hmm. And then it also explains, like, it doesn't explain, but it's sort of like, well, where is Newt during like the events of Harry Potter? And it's like, he's not physically present himself because he would also be nearly 100 years old in his 90s.
Right.
However, his daughter
exactly
could be involved.
Exactly.
So he's not involved.
But we know he has multiple children, at least then. If this is the case, then he would have had to have had multiple children. Because we don't know about that generation. That's like a weird gap in knowledge. Newt existed and marries Tina. And you know that his grandson, Rolf Scamander, marries Luna. But you don't know about the in-between generation there.
Right.
Oh my gosh, Mrs. Fig is Luna's aunt-in-law.
Oh, cool.
How appropriate.
How appropriate. How wonderful.
Oh, they're all getting together at Thanksgiving every year.
God, what an eclectic bunch.
Yeah. This feels like it fits.
Neat.
Yeah. Okay. I don't hate it, guys. We're going to look more into that one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's a weird one. Mrs. Fig and Newt. Boy, didn't see that coming out of this chapter. This is how it happens. We spent a lot of time on that.
I know. Well, more than we should have probably, but that's okay.
Ben, people like the long episodes.
That's right. Right. Okay. So anyway, back to the trial. So that is what you saw, was it? That was what happened. Mrs. Fig repeated. And I do love that response.
Yes.
From her. Because
she's going a little backbone as she begins talking.
Precisely. Yeah. It's it's like, that's what you're saying you saw. And it's like, no, that's what happened.
No. Yeah.
I like the correction. Very well, said Fudge. You may go. And then Fudge is like, not a very convincing witness. And then Madam Bones is like, oh, I don't know. She certainly described the effects of a Dementor attack very accurately.
Yes.
And I can't imagine why she would say she was there if she wasn't.
That's the real thing. Yeah.
Right.
Why would she lie about it?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's like, this is where Dumbledore's sort of like, yeah, just don't look up the list of my army and, my comrades in arms.
Exactly. I know. But then Fudge is like, yeah, but Dementors wandering into a Muggle suburb and just happening onto a wizard? Like, the odds on that must be very long. Bagman wouldn't have bet, which I love it when we get mentions of Ludo Bagman outside of Goblet of Fire.
Yep. And that's an interesting one too, because the Ludo Bagman storyline is one that just goes like also unfinished.
Right.
It's just sort of like, yeah, he was sort of a giant red herring for all of Goblet of Fire. We don't get a very satisfactory conclusion as to like what goes down with him. And he doesn't ever really come up again other than this one piece of slander against his name.
Yeah.
And I say slander, but it's probably at least reasonably accurate.
Yeah, definitely.
But then Dumbledore chimes in, oh, I don't think any of us believe the Dementors are there by coincidence, said Dumbledore lightly. And then the witch sitting on the right of Fudge with her face in shadow moved slightly, but everyone else was quite still and silent.
Right. So what it's supposed to sound like is that, this is Umbridge, of course, is that she's just like, she's shifting because she's like how dare you disagree with Cornelius.
Right.
Is what the shifting is supposed to sound like. But what she's really shifting is because she's the one who said the Dementors.
Yes, so that's a little bit of guilt kind of squirreling through her there, because at this moment it's sort of like, okay, like even Fudge doesn't know that I did this thing.
Right.
But I did.
Yes.
Anyway, let's see here. So then Fudge is going to be like, and what is that supposed to mean? And Dumbledore's like, it means I think they were ordered there. And then Fudge is like, I think we might have a record of it if somebody had ordered a pair of Dementors to go strolling through Little Whinging. But, you know.
But then Dumbledore responds calmly, I might add, not if the Dementors are taking orders from someone other than the Ministry of Magic these days. Dumbledore said calmly.
Dumbledore said calmly. This one's an interesting line as well, because basically what he's alluding to here is the possibility that it could be Voldemort who had done this. And in this case, Dumbledore is incorrect.
He actually is, which is very unusual for him.
It is very unusual for him. And especially even inside of this scene where it seems like Dumbledore is like kind of owning the room with his like calm demeanor and his politeness and all that type of stuff. Like he's basically suggesting to Fudge, like, you know who it could be. Like I've warned you that Dementors could be a problem.
Exactly.
With Voldemort, they're natural allies. And so it's almost funny that it's not Voldemort who did this.
The funny thing is like he's sort of trying to take Fudge aside a little bit. Like he's trying to use Fudge against himself. Because what he's going to follow up with is the Dementor, Fudge is going to say the Dementors were playing in place in Azkaban and do everything we ask them to. And the Dumbledore's like, well, then we must ask ourselves who at the Ministry ordered a pair of Dementors into the alleyway? Because like if you're in control of them and they were there, then you must have sent them. He's like, and I think in Dumbledore, and he's kind of like, I feel like what Dumbledore is saying is like, and I don't think you did that.
Right. Yes.
Which is actually Dumbledore's wrong. They did do that.
Right. Yes. Right. Just nobody knows.
But this logic does lead. It leads Dumbledore to this exact conclusion, and as such. Which is not even the point he's trying to make, but he has landed on the exact truth, which is that Umbridge did it. And she then, of course, responds yet again because she fears that she is about to be exposed. It says, the witch to the right of Fudge leaned forward so that Harry saw her for the first time.
He thought she looked like a
large pale toad. Oh, sorry.
No, that's what I was going to say it with you. At the same time.
Yeah.
On three. One, two, three. He thought she looked like a large pale toad.
Gross.
Yeah, she does.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. She was rather squat with a broad, flabby face.
Flabby.
As little neck as Uncle Vernon and a very wide, slack mouth. Her eyes were large, round, and slightly bulging. Even the little black velvet bow perched on top of her short, curly hair put him in mind of a large fly that she was about to catch in a long, sticky tongue.
Gross.
And then the Fudge says the chair recognizes Dolores Jane Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister. The witch spoke in a fluttery, girlish, high-pitched voice that took Harry aback. He had been expecting a croak. I'm sorry, I must have misunderstood you, Professor Dumbledore. But it sounded for a teensy moment as though you were suggesting the Ministry of Magic had ordered an attack on this boy.
Oh, the audacity of Umbridge here. She is like, how dare, am I correct in hearing you think we did this? That's preposterous when she is literally the one who did it. But this is kind of what we talked about earlier with Umbridge trying to borrow pages from Dumbledore's own book. She is trying to do the thing where she's being so polite, but actually like attacking.
Right.
But she's just failing at it a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, her tone doesn't carry nearly as well and just comes across as annoying.
No.
But then Dumbledore is basically just putting the logic puzzle together for him. If it is true that the Dementors are taking orders only from the Minister of Magic, and it is also true that 2 Dementors attacked Harry and his cousin a week ago, then it follows logically that somebody at the Ministry of Magic might have ordered the attacks, said Dumbledore politely. Of course, these particular Dementors may have been outside Minister control.
Right. He's like, if you'd like to admit that maybe I'm right, then you won't be wrong.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So Dumbledore has put himself in a very good win-win position here.
Yes. Yes, and he's even giving them an out. It's like, look, you can just agree with me. And of course, Fudge isn't budging at all. He says, there are no Dementors outside of Ministry control. And Dumbledore is like, very well then. Undoubtedly, the Ministry will make a full inquiry as to why 2 Dementors were so very far from Azkaban and why they attacked without authorization.
Right.
Yes.
And so what he's done a great job of here is basically just like planted a stake in the ground that is sort of like, okay, we can all agree based on the evidence from Mrs. Fig that Dementors were there. We have to now assume that that is true. Using everything else that we defined, now we have these conclusions available on the table. And yeah, so it's really, once you've established that Dementors are there is no way for Fudge to get out.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it's like, and it must be frustrating for Fudge because as far as Fudge is concerned, Mrs. Fig was completely full of it. But Dumbledore is proceeding forward as if her words were ironclad truth.
Yes, 100%. Yes. Yep. And then Fudge chimes in and says, it is not for you to decide what the Ministry of Magic does or does not do, Dumbledore, snapped Fudge. And this is going to come back on Fudge here in just a moment as well.
Yeah.
Because Dumbledore's going to say, of course it isn't. I was merely expressing my confidence that this matter will not go uninvestigated. And he
Masterful.
Yeah. He glanced at Madame Bones, who had readjusted her monocle and stared back at him, frowning slightly. Like, is she seeing his point here? Like, Madame Bones is such a strange, like, neutral character in this whole scene.
I know, she really is.
It seems like she doesn't know what's going on. She doesn't know any of the beef. She's like, are you two fighting?
Right. Yeah.
What's
going on here?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a judge. Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to do this fairly. You guys seem like you're talking about something else entirely. Did you know this guy can do a Patronus? Dumbledore, could you like maybe sit him and Susan next to each other in class at some point or something?
As long as they're getting time together.
Exactly.
I'm happy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, just make it happen. But then let's see. Fudge says, we're here to examine Harry Potter's offenses under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. So he's very flustered at this point. And Dumbledore's like, yes, obviously that's why we're here, but the presence of Dementors in the alleyway is highly relevant. Clause 7 of the decree states that magic may be used for muggles, before muggles, in exceptional circumstances, and as those exceptional circumstances include situations that threaten the life of the wizard or witch himself, or witches or wizards, muggles present at the time. Man, I cannot read this.
I know, yeah, it's a whole. I mean, you got wizard legal jargon.
I know, we got all the legal jargon here. Of course, Fudge is like trying to shut him down. We're familiar with clause 7. It's like, of course. Then we're in agreement. He's like, oh, you are good. Then we're in agreement that this was fine. See ya.
Right.
Yeah.
If there were Dementors, which I doubt, you have heard from an eyewitness, Dumbledore interrupted. If you still doubt her truthfulness, call her back, question her again. I'm sure she would not object. That's not.
Yeah.
I want this over today, Dumbledore.
That's why I called everyone here at 8 a.m.
Right. But naturally, you would not care how many times you heard from a witness if the alternative was a serious miscarriage of justice.
Yeah.
Serious miscarriage, my hat.
Oh, he is so on the ropes.
He absolutely is. It's the best.
Yeah.
And also, he just loves that hat.
He does. He does. Yeah. We're not even wearing right now.
No, he's not. Mm-mm. Yeah. So then we try to go through. Then he just starts like pulling, like.
Right. He's just throwing the spaghetti at the wall at this point. He's just like, but this boy's always come up with crazy stories. I suppose you've forgotten the hover charm. And he's like, it was a house elf. And he's like, see?
Gesturing flamboyantly in Harry's direction. A house elf in a muggle home, I ask you. And then
Dumbledore.
This is my favorite part.
I know.
Is the house elf in question is currently at the employ of Hogwarts School. I can summon him here in an instant to give evidence if you wish.
Oh.
And I'm just like, oh my God, please do.
Please do. I so badly wish Dobby could have been summoned. In fact, even in the HBO show, I badly hope that Dobby doesn't have to do anything in this scene, but it would be so amazing if it was like that, if Dumbledore was like, the house elves in question is currently in the employ of Hogwarts. Dobby, crack. He's like, I haven't got time to listen to house elves. You're dismissed. Crack.
Yeah, exactly. That's all we need.
Just like a yes. Bye.
The point is that Dumbledore's not lying, and Dobby would show up in a heartbeat, and he'd be like, Harry Potter, sir.
I know. I know. I love it. It's like, I haven't got time to listen to house elves. That's another
Like
Voldemortism, like Fudge not taking house elves seriously.
100%.
Yeah, getting a little Voldy-esque here.
Yep. And then he's like, he blew up his aunt for God's sake, which is also kind of interesting because for the most part in fantasy books, we don't say the phrase for God's sake. Oftentimes in many fantasy books, there are multiple gods.
Yeah.
And like they will say, thank the gods. Or alternatively in this story, a lot of times we get like Merlin's beard or Merlin's pants.
Yeah.
Or Merlin's soggy.
Yeah. Yeah, baggy wads or whatever.
Something like that. Yeah. So it's just interesting that he's actually referencing like a deity at all.
But like they do like celebrate Christmas and Easter and stuff.
They do.
You know?
They do, yes.
Like and like Dumbledore has quotes from the Bible on his grave, right?
And
on his mother's grave.
And Harry does return from the dead.
And Harry does return from the dead in a chapter called King's Cross.
Yeah.
So
it's a little on the old nostrils there.
Yeah, it is. It is all there. There is a certain Christian through line.
There is that, yeah. But anyway, so yeah, Fudge is shouting about Harry blowing up the aunt, and Dumbledore's just like, and you very kindly did not press charges on that occasion.
Right.
Accepting, I presume, that even the best wizards cannot always control their emotions.
Oh, got him.
He really did.
Oh my gosh, he's absolutely talking about Fudge in this moment right now.
Banging his fist on the judge's bench and upsetting a bottle of ink.
It's so funny because the person who Harry runs into that clears him of these charges is literally Fudge himself.
Yes.
He's like, oh, we don't send people to Azkaban for blowing up their aunts. It's like, but you would have if it had happened this year.
You will come to eat those words, my man.
Yeah, this is now.
Yeah. And so then before I had the moment that I pointed out where basically Fudge says it is not for you to decide what the Ministry of Magic does or does not do, Dumbledore. And now we have the moment where Fudge is going to say, and I haven't even started on what he gets up to at school. And then Dumbledore is going to retort, but as the Ministry has no authority to punish Hogwarts students for misdemeanors at school, Harry's behavior there is not relevant to this inquiry. So that's Dumbledore being like, let me take your words, bottle them up, throw them right back at you.
Right. So you can't do that. But this is, of course, where he's going to start listing a bunch of things that is going to give Umbridge some very bad ideas.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And so this is where it's like, sometimes don't point out your opposition's weaknesses because they might not know them.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, ho, said Fudge, not our business what he does at school, eh? You think so? And then Dumbledore's like, the Ministry does not have the power to expel students, Cornelius, as I reminded you on the night of the 2nd of August. And then he's going to go into the same thing about confiscating wands until charges have been successfully proven, also on the 2nd of August. And then Fudge is going to say, laws can be changed. And it's like, uh-oh. Like, this is not good. Like, don't, now you have identified the things that they are going to change too.
Right. And Dumbledore's like, yes, they can be changed. But while we're here today, the laws are what they are.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And he does also point out the fact that Cornelius is already making changes because just in a few short weeks since Dumbledore was asked to leave the Wizengamot, it has already become practice to hold a full criminal trial to deal with a simple matter of underage magic.
Yeah. I mean, this would be like being sent to the Supreme Court for like a traffic ticket, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. It's sort of like, I'm in the wrong room, I think.
Yeah. And you're like, no, you're not. In fact, we brought in a special judge. It's the president. And you're like, what?
Nah, that's not good.
For why? He's like, he's here to expel you from school, obviously.
Will my principal be here to be my lawyer? Yeah.
That's what's happening here in this scene.
It is.
Yeah. Anyway. So he points that out. The Wisdom of God is like, I guess it is kind of weird that we're here for that now that you mention it at 8 o'clock in the morning. But Umbridge, on the other hand, it says the toad-like witch on his right, however, merely gazed at Dumbledore, her face quite expressionless. She absolutely hates Dumbledore.
She does.
And but she is fuming that he is defeating Fudge so vehemently.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. But Dumbledore is just to the point where he's just basically like, look, I've pinned you into a corner. I can logic you all day. Enough is enough. He has been charged with a specific offense and he has presented his defense. All he and I can do now is await your verdict.
Yep.
To which Harry is like, yo, we could say more.
We could say more.
We could say more. He's
Yeah.
like, I don't know if we've properly like.
Do you have a phone? I could call Dudley.
I'll call him right now.
I'll do it.
I'll call him right now. Dudders. Big D.
Big D, what's happening? I know you're probably at school. Not yet.
Right. Yeah. Not yet. No, it's all good. He's just at the Dursley still.
Yeah.
So Harry had expected the hearing to last longer than this. He had not really said very much. He ought to have explained more fully about the Dementors, about how he had fallen over, about how he and Dudley had nearly been kissed. Which with the context being kind of distant at this point, it's kind of a funny line.
It is kind of a funny line. Yeah.
It's like, they almost kissed me.
They almost kissed me. Oh,
What?
Okay.
Sure.
Weird.
Obviously Dementors kiss. We know what that is, but either way. So anyway, everybody then starts whispering amongst themselves, and then Madam Bones is going to say, those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges. Harry's head jerked upward. There were hands in the air. Many of them, more than half. Breathing very fast, he tried to count, but before he could finish, Madam Bones had said, and those in favor of conviction. Fudge raised his hand, and so did a half dozen others, including the witch on his right and the heavily mustached wizard and the frizzy-haired witch in the second row. Fudge glanced around at all of them, looking as though he had something large stuck in his throat, then lowered his own hand. He took 2 deep breaths and said, in a voice distorted by suppressed rage, very well, very well. Cleared of all charges.
Booyah.
Booyah, indeed. And then Dumbledore sort of like, excellent.
See ya.
Springs to his feet, gets rid of the chintz armchairs, and immediately departs without a single passing glance at Harry.
Right. Swept from the dungeon. Not going to talk to Arthur either.
Not going to talk to Arthur either. Yeah.
Nope.
Who is standing just outside the door. He's just going to walk right past him.
Right past him.
But with that, it will bring us to the end of chapter 8. Will give us reason to look forward to chapter 9, the woes of Mrs. Weasley. And Jay, before we close out for the day, do you have a review for us?
I sure do, Ben. Let me pull it up for us real quick. This one comes from Pancakes Piano Pudding.
Hey, that's a really good name.
I know,
Pancakes
right?
Piano Pudding.
And it says, Aberforth's Bezoar? This is an absolutely amazing podcast. I've been re-listening to the past episodes while waiting for the new episodes each week, and they never get old. I had a question about when Dumbledore says Aberforth has been prosecuted for practicing inappropriate charms on a goat. This always seems to be a strange throwaway line, but what if Aberforth is actually trying to create a magically enhanced Bezoar, either to bring Ariana back to life or to find a cure for future obscurials?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's a very interesting thought. I mean,
it is.
I mean, the goat thing has always been weird.
It has been weird. It has been weird. To get to what they're trying to say in this question, if you don't know, a Bezoar is a stone formed in the stomach of a goat. They are real things.
We've
it's not
held
a magical
one.
thing. Yeah, we've held one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, they end up kind of coming out. I think it's like a lot of like partially digested like hair and stuff, and they kind of come out of these like polished looking stones.
Yeah.
So they're real thing. And then in the wizarding world, we're going to see them come up in a handful of different occasions. Not the least of which when Ron gets poisoned on his birthday by the oak matured mead.
Yes.
Madame Rosmerta's that is supposed to go to Dumbledore as a gift, as a way to poison Dumbledore, but Slughorn keeps it and ultimately uncorks it so that they can all have a drink because of the love potion situation.
Right.
And Harry will discover a Bezoar, shove it down Ron's mouth, and effectively save his life.
Right.
So the question here is that like if goats do have this magical stone that live inside their stomach and Aberforth was doing unusual magic on a goat, is it possible that it had something to do with goats' abilities to produce Bezoars?
Right.
Or Bezoars.
A Bezoar. And I mean, I don't hate the idea because we know what the Bezoar is supposed to do, like act as an antidote or something.
Right.
Like for like most poisons or whatever. And we know that Ariana, and so then you have to wonder, okay, that's the only like magical thing we know about goats at all.
Right.
Basically. And if Aberforth is doing something with the goats, it like you could argue then it must have been related to the only magical thing they can do, which is make this antidote or something. So from there, you would want to ask then, well, does Aberforth have anyone in his life or any reason to be trying to like enhance or create that object? And it's like, well, yes, he does. That would be his sister, Ariana.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I mean, in that particular capacity, I think it would fit very nicely with a lot of the other theories we've made about other characters who have similar ambitions. Speaking, of course, of the second brother, who is not Antioch or Cadmus Peverell, the second brother, obviously creating the Resurrection Stone in the hopes of returning his fiance.
Right.
The woman he once hoped to marry.
Right.
I think is the exact phrasing that we get there. And then we've got Dumbledore, who creates the Deluminator, who we've also kind of theorized potentially was creating something to the tune of being able to like bring those you love or travel to those you love when they say your name, which is, of course, we know a power of the Deluminator. And the kind of tragic thought with the Deluminator is that the people who Dumbledore want to say his name are all past, and therefore he can't ever fully discover whether or not the device works. And what I think is interesting about the idea of a Bezoar is that it's very similar to a Resurrection Stone.
Right.
And just in terms of being a small
stone,
a small rock-like object,
right?
And
when we went to the British Library for their History of Magic exhibit, we also learned that Bezoars used to be carried around like by royalty in like very ornate like containers.
Yes, they did.
Yeah. So which honestly are extremely reminiscent of how like the snitch was holding the Resurrection Stone. Also true.
Oh, that's a very good point. Yeah. It's really like if you think of like a Fabergé egg, like it's kind of like that's kind of like what they look like a little golden gilded ball. Yeah. So I mean, it really is, and that's a really, really great point.
Right.
That like, oh man, now I'm just wondering whether or not the real Resurrection Stone was somehow, some way a Bezoar as well.
A Bezoar as well. That's very interesting. Man, that would require more research.
That would. I hadn't thought about the real world implications of how Bezoars were typically stored. And the fact
know.
That the snitch, I like that parallel though.
I do. I really like that as well. Now we also made a video about the goats at one point.
I remember this, and I want to say it hails back to Norse mythology.
It does hail back to Norse mythology, specifically the idea of Ragnarok and Valhalla.
Okay.
Yes. So Ragnarok, yes, like Thor. That's, all Norse stuff anyway. Ragnarok is like the big final battle, the last battle or whatever that will like destroy Asgard or whatever. That's what happens in the movie. It's a big battle, the end of things, the apocalypse or whatever.
Asgard is a people, not a place.
Yes. Asgard is a people, not a place. So what happens though is that when Norse warriors die in battle, they go to wait for Ragnarok in a place called Valhalla, which is like a giant dining hall where they like drink and eat and await Ragnarok, the final battle. That's like the gathering spot, right? So the barman, the guy running Valhalla, though, is a guy. Nope, I picked up the wrong thing. Is a character by the name of. Hold on, I have it right here. Hadron. Yes, and who I want to say like has the tree that Hadron the goat was eating from. Hadron is like a goat character.
Okay,
he is a character.
And
he produced. What?
Aberforth is also a barman.
Yeah, Aberforth is a barman. Hadron produces like mead from his horns. Let's see, mead from. Okay, we'll get all to it. Every night, what they eat in Valhalla is a one very specific boar, which is killed every night. It is like hunted and killed every single night.
Okay,
and that's important as it relates to Aberforth because, as you know, he works at the Hogshead Inn, and on the front is a beheaded boar, which is part of the sign. And if you look at the description of the sign closely, it says it looks like it's like you can still see the blood, like it still looks like it was freshly killed at all times. So that makes it feel like, and if you were hunting the same boar every night, it would constantly be freshly killed.
Right.
This is also like when, if you want to call it the gathering spot before Ragnarok, before the Battle of Hogwarts, which would represent Ragnarok here.
This is where everybody's going to come
This is
through.
where everyone is going to come through. This is the gathering spot, is the bar, is Valhalla, is where people are going to apparate into and then go through to the castle. And what Valhalla is as we said, it's like the army of the dead, right? And it's like, okay, well, they're not the dead, and yet their leader is the master of death. So in a way, the army of Hogwarts is in fact the army of the dead.
Army of the dead. Yeah. And it's even kind of awesome too, because like all of the food is like one of the things that they can't get in the room of requirement because of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration or whatever. So all of the food comes from the Hogshead as well, which would mean that as the barman, he's also like literally feeding the soldiers of Valhalla.
He's feeding them. He feeds Harry specifically, when they visit there as well, when they're all starving. And then Hadron, the goat, produces mead, which is important because mead, if you don't know, is wine that is made from honey, which might not sound relevant until you learn the name Dumbledore means bumblebee, as in the very creature that makes honey.
Yeah. Boom, bam. Is that our theory?
That's our theory, yeah.
Man,
I know. We should redo that one, man.
That's a great one.
And the goats. I was reading the other, I was like, man, this really comes together really nicely at the end.
We've had Aberforth and the goats we did have it on our whiteboard for, I want to say like 4 years.
It says in the script 3 years.
3 years. Okay.
Yeah, but my goodness, was I wrong? This idea has been on our whiteboard for 3 years.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it was this thing that we always kept coming back to. It was like, do we have an explanation to figure something out?
I know. It's like, there must be something.
There must be. Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
In case you were unawares, now you're awares.
Welcome, dear listeners. I'm Jonathan Carlin.
And I'm Benjamin Carlin.
And we invite you to join us through the Griffin Door, your one-way ticket to the enchanting world of Harry Potter. So grab your wands and dust off your broomsticks and join us as we unlock the dark corridors inside Order of the Phoenix, Chapter 9, The Woes of Mrs. Weasley.
Oh, boy. An incoming sad chapter.
Incoming sad chapter indeed. Ends on a bit of a tearful note there.
It does. This was definitely one that while we were out on tour, we've actually performed this chapter.
We have.
But it was like one where you're like, oh boy. It reminded me of the Aunt Marge chapter that we did in New York City once upon a time, and it was kind of like, oh gosh, okay, how do you wade through some of the difficulty bits here? But I think we're up for the challenge. And,
I think so.
As ever, if we take a look at the chapter art, this is, I think, actually a pretty good one. It's pretty interesting in a bunch of different ways. But what we're getting depicted here is Ron's new prefect badge, complete with lion that kind of reminds me of Doug from Up. It's a rather like stuffed animal looking lion.
It kind of is, yeah. Now that you mention it,
it doesn't have like an inherent ferocity to it.
Not necessarily.
Which I wonder if that's like any of the like bias towards Gryffindors. Whereas like if it was like a Slytherin, I bet it'd be like a mean looking snake with fangs or something.
Right? Yeah. Be like, hey, now why doesn't that snake look like a heroic champion?
Precisely. Right. But the other really big thing we have going on here is really something that's been going on this entire book so far, which is that Harry is decidedly separate in terms of like his experiences and where his life is and like the responsibilities that are being placed on his shoulder from Ron and Hermione. So like literally in the chapter art, you've almost got like, if you use like the rule of thirds, like Ron and Hermione on the leftmost third, whereas like Harry is by himself on the rightmost third.
Right.
With the prefect badge almost being this like division point through the middle.
It is like a thing that is coming between them, which is sort of true. Harry's going to feel a little bit of jealousy over the prefect's badge in the chapter, but more than it is dividing them, it's more like I feel like what it represents is Harry like becoming like walking closer and closer to his like path of being the chosen one, which we will have to like face alone.
Yeah, it is something that he will ultimately have to face alone. Like he will have to walk into the woods to face death all by himself in Deathly Hallows. And it's like, there's no two ways to slice it. That is the moment where Harry has to do things as much as we can interpret it this way on his own. Of course, in that moment, we also have the really wonderful reminder that you're not alone. And he uses the resurrection stone and is able to bring back the Marauders and his mom.
Yeah.
And that helps kind of like guide him into that final moment there. And that ends up, I think, kind of being symbolic in a myriad of different ways as well. Because while Harry is being depicted and while Harry does sort of have this unique responsibility on him, it's like some of it is more in Harry's own mind, I think, that he's facing the challenges alone, where like Ron and Hermione will not let him face it alone.
I mean, that's absolutely true. And I mean, I feel like even this image has a bit of that going on with it, where it's like, yes, there is this badge sort of separating Ron and Hermione from Harry, but at the same rate, that badge has a Gryffindor lion on it, which they are all united under.
That's also true. Yes,
know?
like this is like a banner they all share,
Right.
by comparison. And then even going into next year, Harry will end up getting the Quidditch captain badge, which also gives him like the same privileges as
the same authority.
Yeah, exactly. So, if anything, it does feel like Angelina will hold that title for just the one season. Like I could see a world where giving it to Harry sooner would have helped soften this particular blow.
Yeah, right. And I don't think Angelina would have been like, "Hey, wait a minute."
Right. I think everybody knows that Harry is quite good at Quidditch. So anyway, yeah, there's kind of a lot going on there. Just always great to kind of see like one of the things I really like about the chapter art is the way that you get to kind of see Harry, Ron, and Hermione grow. Like you're starting to see Harry look more like a mid-teen, instead of like a young boy, which is what you obviously see like going back to books 1 and 2, where he just is 11 and 12,
right?
But now he's 15, so he's getting just like a little bit older, and same with Ron and Hermione. Ron, of course, is getting quite tall.
Ron is getting quite tall, and I love the growth in their fashion as well. I mean, look at Harry rocking that turtleneck.
He does look like he could be like getting ready to go sit on like a simple stool for like a GQ shoot.
Yeah,
right? I feel like that's like such a thing. I'm imagining like Kit Harington from like Game of Thrones, almost like with one hand sort of like ruffling back, like kind of like looking a little bit like sulky at the camera.
And you got to feel this is definitely a fashion choice because it's summer, it's the heat of summer.
Right.
And Harry's like, doesn't matter. Turtleneck. Let's go.
It's never drafty for me.
Exactly.
It's also kind of hilarious because he went to the trial in his best t-shirt and jeans.
Yeah.
Freshly pressed.
Yeah.
Thanks to Miss Weasley there, and here he is just a couple days later rocking a turtleneck.
Rocking the turtleneck, man. I feel like, Harry, why didn't you wear that to court, dude?
Right. That's a better showing than t-shirt.
It does feel like almost anything is better showing than t-shirt. Short of wearing like a tank top or something.
A tank top. Can you imagine?
I cannot imagine Harry Potter wearing a tank top ever.
Just like one of those.
Yeah, I guess in the second task of the movie, he sort of got like that on. Right, like when he goes in the lake.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah,
like a muscle tank.
It feels wrong. It feels wrong.
It does feel wrong.
Yeah.
Harry's a turtleneck man, and we all know it.
We all know it. As sure as we know that he's a baked potato man. You know.
That's right. Well, would you like to kick off the first line here of the chapter?
Absolutely, Ben. The chapter kicks off. Dumbledore's abrupt departure took Harry completely by surprise, and then the dragons arrived. He's like, "Oh, I see what he was running from." Okay, yeah,
it all makes sense.
You got there faster than me,
right? In this particular case, I like to think that Harry is just sort of like, "Yeah, I'm out too."
Yeah,
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
And then like points at the dragon and sort of like, "Eat the one that looks like a toad."
Dragon's like, "No way, she looks disgusting."
Yeah, I will not eat the one who looks like a toad. Yeah, no, I mean it makes sense. I mean, people call them toad liquor. They don't call them toad liquors for nothing.
Who's a toad liquor?
I don't really know. I think this is actually a Name of the Wind reference where it's like kind of like a like alternative medicine is like licking toads to heal oneself. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not a lot of that in Harry Potter.
No, I was trying to make a reference. It was kind of, I think it just sort of like fumbled.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. That's all right. I hope no one's licking Umbridge pretty much ever.
Yeah. In general, it's like, it's good to imagine a world where Umbridge has lived her entire life never having been licked.
Yeah.
In any way.
Right. No one had to suffer that.
Yeah. Nobody. No
one. People are like, what are we listening to?
What is this? What is this? Okay, I'm sorry. We'll move on.
Moving on. Wouldn't it be great if like dragons in Harry Potter counted as like some kind of snake? And Harry, when he got to the fourth task, he was just like, move.
Hello, giant snake with legs and fire breathing and wings and such. My name is Harry Potter. Nice to meet you. Chosen one. No big deal.
I just need one of the eggs.
I won't take any of the cement colored ones. I just simply need the golden one. Thank you.
Dragon. Good day.
So long. Farewell. And thanks for all the fish.
Thanks for all the fish.
Anyway, okay. So the The next line here, just as a reminder, I feel like we were all over the place today. Just as a reminder, we're picking up still in the courtroom where Harry's just had his trial and he has just been deemed innocent of all charges. And it says, so Dumbledore obviously just abruptly leaves the room because he's continuing his position of not speaking to or looking directly at Harry out of safety reasons. But it says he remains sitting where he was in the chain chair, struggling with his feelings of shock and relief. And so it's just kind of interesting because he's stuck in the chair that he's in that possesses chains to restrain you and can't move, not because of physical reasons, but for emotional ones.
Yeah, for emotional ones. Like, oh my God, I'm good. But then he's like also immediately anxious that like Dumbledore didn't talk to him at all.
Yes, exactly. It's like that's a great way to throw a pit in your stomach right away. It's like, I mean, I know you came and defended me, but are you upset with me?
Are you upset with me?
Like, I feel like the government has now cleared me of all charges, but are you mad I used the Patronus? Because what was I supposed to do?
Right.
This is definitely where I think Dumbledore, like, I feel like the plot is requiring Dumbledore to keep communication with Harry so minimal because there's nothing to say that Dumbledore can't just write a simple note to Harry explaining like, I must keep my distance from you for this reason.
Right.
You know, and it's like, there you go.
Yeah, or like have conversations with him, but just don't make eye contact with him.
Or that, yes, or send a proxy, you know, have McGonagall talk to him, like do anything so he doesn't feel so alone.
I know. He's not handling the situation especially well. Now, who is trying to make eye contact with him is Umbridge, who says no one is paying him the slightest bit of attention except the toad-like witch on Fudge's right, who is now gazing down at him instead of Dumbledore. Yeah, so this is her. She's like mad at him basically because her plan failed to expel him from Hogwarts.
What we'll eventually learn as time goes on is that Umbridge is, of course, the one who did send the Dementors to Little Whinging, and she did it with the intention of discrediting Harry and getting him expelled from school, which she's really doing at this point in time. I feel like is just like she is zeroed in, like she's got her mark set.
Yeah.
Like, you know, this was, you know, round one went to Harry, but she's like, you know, you may have won the battle, but the war's not over.
Not by a long shot. And then you get this line where it says, but Fudge seemed quite determined not to notice Harry. And I feel like that stands out because it's exactly how Dumbledore is treating Harry, which kind of like shows you like maybe Dumbledore's not handling the situation super well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. Yeah, because you've got really two sides of the argument here, both of whom are treating Harry the same way.
Right.
Which is sort of just like, it's got to be so frustrating. And it reminds me of actually one of my more favorite Daniel Radcliffe moments from the movies where he just witnessed the attack on Arthur Weasley over the Christmas holiday.
Yeah.
And he's in Dumbledore's office and Dumbledore's sort of like pacing around giving orders to the various portraits. And Harry just has this like moment where he yells like, look at me.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think it's like a very strong moment for the Daniel Radcliffe Harry Potter, because it just seems like he is just so like you can, it's palpable. Like the frustration is like there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely feel it. But Harry rather is not the only person that Dumbledore is not talking to, because Harry takes a few steps out of run, wrenched open the door, and almost collided with Mr. Weasley, who was standing right outside looking pale and apprehensive. And Arthur immediately says, Dumbledore didn't say. And
I was like, he didn't?
Like Dumbledore walked out past a fellow member of the Order of the Phoenix, someone who he relies on and trusts rather significantly.
Yeah.
And mentions nothing. Just storms right on past. And
I know.
And this is Arthur, who is standing so close to the door that Harry almost collided with him, which you can only assume also just happened moments prior.
I know, when Dumbledore left the room.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But
sorry, Arthur. Bye.
right. Yeah. But then Harry announces cleared of all charges.
Yeah, and then Mr. Weasley seizes him by the shoulders, just beaming. And I love this moment because, like, this is going to be a chapter where you learn a lot about how Mrs. Weasley thinks of Harry, like, as a son as well. But this is, like, just such a fatherly moment for Mr. Weasley as well. He's just like, he's so proud of Harry. He went in there, he did it, he got cleared, and he had to do it by himself, sort of.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. And then I also think it's kind of interesting too from that exact same perspective, because Arthur is going to just be like, well, he gets actually cut off halfway through, but he's in the process of saying that like, Harry, that's wonderful. Well, of course, they couldn't have found you guilty, not on the evidence, but even so, I can't pretend I wasn't like concerned, I think is what the next
Right.
word is there. And this is in contrast to like when Harry gets back to Grimmauld Place and everybody's going to be like, we knew you'd get off. And it's sort of like, yeah, well, you guys all seem pretty relieved when I walked in. Like,
Right.
So I like the fact that Arthur at least is being candid with him in this regard. Like,
Right.
because everybody's trying to treat him like a child. And it's like, if there's one thing that Harry is like quickly exiting, whether his age dictates it or not, it's his childhood.
And like Arthur is like kind of singular amongst the adults and like noticing this about Harry, or even just like all the kids, where he's just like, where, Molly wants Fred and George to leave. And he's like, Molly, we really can't tell them to do that,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like Arthur has like a great deal of respect for the stage of life that these people are in. And he's like not overstepping his position as their father.
Right.
Like he it seems like he's kind of like being respectful of the independences that they have like earned as individuals themselves.
Right.
And I think that like a lot of kids growing up desire that feeling.
Yeah.
I think that that's something that we all sort of at one point or another would have liked to have been taken more seriously one way or another.
Right. And yeah, Mr. Weasley is just very good at doing that. He's also he's just very candid at this moment because all of a sudden the Wizengamot starts filing out. Weird that they don't have like a back entrance into the room, I don't think.
Yeah, it is very strange that they go through the same door, which means there must be a set of very steep stairs going up to where they're sitting.
Yeah, right. Lest we forget that everyone was like fully looking straight up at them in the last chapter. But then Mr. Weasley's like, wait, you were tried by the full court? So even until this exact moment, he thinks Harry was just in there with Madame Bones.
I know. And I think there's even like I think it speaks to Arthur's innocence as well. Like, even though the location changed and it was like clearly down in like the old courtrooms, and the whole time they were going down there, he's like, I can't imagine why they'd be using those. Haven't been used in years.
Right.
And it's like, so even though they're using the room that would be meant for a full court, like this to me speaks to Arthur, who like doesn't think maliciously enough to think that this is what Fudge would be up to.
Yeah.
Like he is like surprised, even though the circumstance might even suggest that that's what was happening.
Yeah.
So I find that, again, just to be an endearing quality of Arthur. That's not a negative thing, to be clear. Like I'm glad that Arthur is so innocent that he doesn't think this badly.
Yeah. It's not like naivety. It's just like optimism.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Well said. Well said. So then you get this other theme that I feel like shows up over and over again as well throughout the story, which we always know that Arthur is at a low ranking position at the ministry. But whenever you see him interact with other members of the ministry, he is, one, clearly well liked, and two, I believe quite well respected. And so this ends up also being the case in this particular moment as well, because everybody ends up filing out. It says one or two of the passing wizards nodded to Harry as they passed, and a few, including Madame Bones, said, "Morning, Arthur," to Mr. Weasley. So you would think that like if he's just this like, the way that we were just described his office is smaller than the broom cupboard it shares the hallway with.
Right.
So like this isn't a respected position in the eyes of the ministry as an entity, but that doesn't mean that the people who work there aren't respected as individuals.
Right.
But
Fudge is certainly not going to be respecting him at all. It's going to say Fudge acted as though Mr. Weasley and Harry were part of the wall, which is just like so petty,
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, I know. But again, the witch looked almost appraisingly at Harry as she passed. So again, this is going to be Umbridge just continuing to really just kind of size him up.
Yeah. Sizing him up. Looks like a juicy fly,
That's right. That's right. It's the black hair, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Last of all to pass was Percy. Like Fudge, he completely ignored his father and Harry. He marched past, clutching a roll of parchment and a handful of spare quills. And this is, we talked a little bit about it in the last chapter, but again, just to reinforce this thought, there's really two scenarios here. Either I believe that Percy's under the Imperious curse and is basically just like not thinking at all. He's just following strictly commands constantly, which I suppose is possible because we know Lucius Hallway is in the, we know Lucius Malfoy is in the hallway.
Yeah, and then up the stairs a little. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So it's like there could be somebody nearby who is calling the shots. I don't know. The other thought here is also the possibility that Percy is operating on Dumbledore's orders, and he is the one who alerted Dumbledore to the time and location change of the hearing itself, and he is similarly trying to not break cover by basically just avoiding eye contact with everybody.
Right. Yeah.
So like maybe just being like, I don't have a good poker face. I'm not talking to anyone.
Right. Exactly. Just have to act angry. Channel my best Snape here.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. So then Mr. Weasley says that he'll drop Harry off at the toilet in Bethel Green, and Harry suddenly starts to feel the tension break. It says everything suddenly seemed 5 times funnier than usual, and it's like it's so funny that I love this observation because this is exactly how it can go sometimes when you're worried so much about something, and then you find out that it's like it's not a problem anymore, and it's just like you can see clear again.
I can't even begin to tell you that this was my exact experience before our first show that we did in Boston.
Oh.
Where like if you look at pictures of me from that morning, like I look sleep deprived and gaunt and tired, and just I have like that like look of woe in my eyes. I think I was so nervous about like what was to come. And anybody who was at that Boston show, like I think I even brought it up on stage. Like I'm really nervous right now. And it was, I think what was so amazing to me for the whole tour experience in general was I got through that first night and everybody like stood up and applauded at the end of it. And I was like all of this weight, all this pressure, all this concern that like we weren't going to be like good at it went away, and then I just got to have fun.
Right.
And it was so delightful.
Yeah.
And it has been from there on out. So
yes.
Anyway, shout out to those of you who've come and seen us live.
Yes. But of course, what's funny is the regurgitating toilets, and this is more going on with the Witty Witterson's campaign for the book. And, Arthur's going to explain, Muggle baiting might strike some as funny, but it's an expression of something much deeper and nastier. And indeed, we're going to find out that old Witty is not so great because he's basically going to sell secrets to Umbridge.
Yes, indeed. In exchange for being excused of this particular crime.
Yes.
So then you kind of get this just like really unfortunate situation because like we just described that feeling of like relief that Harry was having, like, okay, the scary part's over. I'm going back to Hogwarts. And then they turn a corner and see Cornelius Fudge standing a few feet away, talking quietly to a man with sleek blonde hair and a pointed pale face. And Harry immediately feels winded. So it's like he had 1 minute of relief before it immediately got snatched back away.
Oh, I know. Yeah, because who he's running into is Lucius Malfoy.
Who's going to give him a killer new nickname, Patronus Potter.
I know, right? Bold of him to talk to Harry, I dare say, after Harry just named his name and saw him in the graveyard not 8 weeks ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
So like this is a situation where Lucius is having to be so very bold because he knows that Harry saw him.
Oh yeah. Like he knows all of it is a lie. He's like the Ministry. What a bunch of dummies.
Exactly. It's like he's looking at Harry and like being like so condescending here. And it's like Harry has the upper hand. Harry knows you were there.
Right.
You know that he knows you were there. Like you are so guilty. And all I can think that what's going on here for the reason that Lucius happens to be in this particular hallway is that he is trying to get into the Hall of Prophecy, which we of course know is located in the Department of Mysteries, which is on the same floor. Well,
it's like this is almost like I wonder if he's trying to get in right now, or if this is more of like a reconnaissance mission of sorts. Like you can almost watch the Death Eaters like trial and error their way through breaking in throughout the book.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
You've got right now where Lucius Malfoy is down there, like just sort of inspecting stuff. And then Sturgis Podmore in like a week's time is going to get arrested for trying to break through a door in the Ministry, which is this door,
right.
Which means that they have Imperious somebody and tried to make them go through, but he can't get in. So next they go for an Unspeakable, which is Broderick Bode, and they Imperious him. He can get in, he can get to the prophecy, but then when he touches it, they learn that only the people it is about can pick it up.
Right.
And otherwise you go crazy. And they're like, well, oh my gosh, we got to clean up this mess. So they send him the Devil's Snare.
Right.
Then, and I guess they learned that ahead of time and they send him the Devil's Snare at the same time. Baltimore's like, all right, I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to send in Nagini in here. And that's where Harry has to step in and be like, whoa. Hey, everyone, there's a snake.
Right.
They're all like, of course it was Harry Potter.
Right.
Yeah.
You're right. They really are troubleshooting it in such an interesting way. And I want to earmark this a little bit too, because it would be interesting to imagine like Harry is going to bring up the point. You're going to have this kind of like rude exchange, really amongst all parties between Lucius, Arthur, Fudge, and Harry, where basically everybody is just sort of being like rude to the other person. And Harry will end up saying like, what are you doing here anyway? Harry asks Lucius Malfoy. And Lucius responds, I don't think private matters between myself and the minister are any concern of yours, Potter. And it's like, there's an interesting question because Harry's going to point out like, why wasn't he waiting outside of Fudge's office if they've got business to do together? What was he doing down here? And that's a great question from Harry. Like Lucius has, as far as like whatever perceived situation is going on with Fudge is misinterpreting Lucius's real intentions.
Oh, absolutely.
Like I think Lucius is obviously there and he's got the pocket full of gold that he sort of like pats gently. And it says, Harry distinctly heard the gentle clinking of what sounded like a full pocket of gold. And I think that's almost like his like, well, if I get caught, at least I can just make like a donation to get myself out of here.
Right.
Because it's going to be like, Lucius, what are you doing down here? It's like, looking for you, of course, Fudge.
Right.
You know, and then he can just immediately spin it and be like, what's a cause that matters to you?
Right.
How about we fund that?
Right.
You know, so he's pretty well equipped, but it makes you wonder whether or not Lucius is failing at whatever he is supposed to be doing. Because we're going to come back to this here in just a few minutes. And when Harry gets back, his scar is going to hurt really badly. And at first, I thought that the reason his scar was hurting was because like this was Voldemort discovering that Harry is being excused of all charges. But Voldemort's not really involved in the Dementor attack, the hearing, Harry's expulsion.
Right.
He's like, that is all the Ministry. That's like the Ministry is the antagonist.
Right.
You know, of that situation. Like it just happens to be the case that Harry also has an evil Dark Lord as a different antagonist.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Voldemort is going to be deeply upset over the failed hearing. I think that there's a chance that he could be upset with Lucius because Lucius doesn't succeed at whatever he was supposed to be doing.
Right, or gives him bad news about it because Voldemort's not one to not shoot the messenger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In any case, you get a really interesting line from Malfoy here, who says, quite astonishing the way you continue to wriggle out of very tight holes. Snake-like, in fact. And that's a really important line because it is foreshadowing the Nagini attack on Mr. Weasley. Like, basically everyone's here in the exact same spot. Later in the book, when Harry is going to see through Nagini's eyes and he is going to think he is the snake in this exact hallway.
Yeah, so I mean, this is almost just sort of like lucky, like a lucky strike.
It is
on behalf of Lucius because Lucius doesn't know that Harry's going to be able to like merge consciousness with Nagini.
No, not at all. This is to like make you think. Like this line right here is to make you, the reader, like think Harry might be onto something when Harry's like, I'm the snake. And now it's like Lucius said he was snake-like. Like, what do they know about him that we don't know?
Nothing.
Yeah, it's just coincidence.
It's just coincidence.
Yep.
So just a lucky stab there on behalf of Lucius.
Yep. Then Harry retorts that, I'm good at escaping, which he actually, I mean, of course he is, you know, he's gotten out of the Chamber of Secrets. He's gotten out of the graveyard. He's gotten out of this court hearing, you know.
Yeah, right. So then Lucius, changes his target over to Mr. Weasley, and says, Arthur Weasley, what are you doing down here? And I love Arthur's responses. I work here.
I work here.
Not
here, surely.
Well, and it's like
rich of you to say you don't work here either.
You don't even work at the Ministry.
I know.
Like you are not employed anywhere. Yeah. And then he goes on to just be further condescending. I thought, what were you up to on the second floor? Don't you do something that involves sneaking Muggle artifacts home and bewitching them? To which Mr. Weasley responds, no.
Know what you're talking about. Not that you're a flying car.
Right.
Yes. And then, Harry getting bold. What are you doing here? And he says, I don't think that's any of your business. Lucius gets kind of a lucky break. Or like we, the reader, are being given a hint that, look, Lucius Malfoy is down here in this corridor that leads to this door.
Right.
But it is immediately covered up by Mr. Weasley saying, probably sneaking around to see what happened to you or whatever. Because as far as the Order is concerned, it's Voldemort who sent the Dementors, not the Ministry.
Oh, sure. Yes. And I mean, and that's a point that actually Dumbledore gets wrong in the last chapter.
Yeah.
Where basically like Dumbledore goes through like the whole situation with Fudge basically being like, you know, there might be somebody else who has control of the Dementors. And in this particular case, that is not actually what's going on. But what I do think is interesting is that Arthur probably also knows more than he's willing to let on in this case to Harry. So we talked a little bit before about how he's willing to be candid with him, but this is more like top secret order stuff because Arthur is one of the people who is also stationed as guard over the Department of Mysteries. So Arthur is quite familiar with this space.
Oh, he's very familiar with this space. And I think he's, isn't he going to be on guard duty this very night?
He
Taking
will.
over for Tonks?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right. He will be.
Yeah.
So like Arthur seeing a known Death Eater down in the immediate proximity of where he's guarding every night. I mean, this has to be throwing up alarm bells.
Massive red flags. And he'll say, I'll leave a note for Dumbledore when I drop you off. You have to know Malfoy's been talking to Fudge again. And it's like, that's what he's telling Harry. And I'm sure that's worthwhile information as well. But really what he's going to be telling him is that Malfoy's snooping around our spot.
Our spot, yes. I literally wrote, let's see here. He ought to know Malfoy's been talking to Fudge again or in the hallway to the Hall of Prophecy. So, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly 100%. That. And then, of course, Harry's like, what on earth would they be talking about? And he says, gold, I expect. Malfoy's been giving generously to all sorts of things for years. Gets him in with the right people. Then he asks for favors, delay laws he doesn't want. Oh, he's very well connected. Just put a pin in that because it'll come up again in just a minute here. When Harry is exiting the Ministry. But then they get back in the lift, except for the flock of memos that are in there, which I love that there's memos in there and that instead of delivering those to where they need to go, it came down to the 9th floor first.
Nice. Right. Yeah. Priorities.
Yeah. Because like none of them get off.
Right. True. That's a good point. Yep. That's a good. That's a good observation.
Yep.
But then Harry is sort of asking like, Mr. Weasley, if Fudge is meeting with Death Eaters like Malfoy, how do they know that we haven't put the Imperious Curse on him? And I like again that he's going to be straightforward with Harry here. Don't think it hadn't occurred to us, Harry. But Dumbledore thinks Fudge is acting of his own accord at the moment, which, as Dumbledore says, is not a lot of comfort.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah. So not an Imperious Curse, just a bad leader.
Yes, very bad leader. But then we get back up to the main floor and we get to meet our security guy again. Eric, the security man, was hidden behind his daily prophet again. He seems like this character is getting a lot of page time, but it's because he is going to be the one later on who will catch Sturgis Podmore trying to force his way through the door.
Correct.
Yes.
Eric Munch.
Eric Munch, that's his name. So he's going to come back up again. He's not just getting some fun random name dropping.
Exactly correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Then you have the moment here where when walking into the Ministry of Magic, Harry walked past the Fountain of the Magical Brethren, the big golden statue, and promised that if he got off of the charges that he would put in 10 galleons into the fountain, which would of course be donated to St. Mungo's. And when Harry's looking up, he starts to like really see the disillusioned nature of what he's looking at in the form of the wizard and the witch and everything. It says he looked up into the handsome wizard's face, but up close Harry thought he looked rather weak and foolish. The witch was wearing a vapid smile like a beauty contestant, and from what Harry knew of goblins and centaurs, they were most unlikely to be caught staring this soppily at humans of any description. Only the house elf's attitude of creeping servility looked convincing. And at that moment, Harry turns his money bag upside down and emptied not just 10 galleons, but the whole contents into the pool at the statue's feet.
Yeah, so just this is what I was sticking a pin in earlier. It's like, if you notice that like Lucius is there, he's got a pocket full of gold as well. But it's like Arthur explains, when Lucius is giving money, it has lots of strings attached. It is for his personal benefit. People are going to know he gave the money and he's going to be making deals with it.
Exactly.
Harry, on the other hand, has no obligation to do this. He made the promise to donate 10 galleons to himself. No one heard him say it out loud. No one can hold him accountable for it at all. And no one even sees him do this. It's not like someone's going to be like, oh, I saw Harry donating to the fountain or whatever. And he's not going to tell anybody he did it either. So Malfoy gives with strings attached, and Harry is going to overpay and follow through on his promise with no strings attached just because that's the right thing to do.
Exactly.
And, yeah.
Yep. He's just doing it out of pure kindness.
Right.
Yep. So then this is a response that I would say is not my favorite from Ron. Because we get like a page break here, meaning that like the ministry scene has ended.
Yeah.
We're back at Grimmauld Place. Oh, I knew it, yelled Ron, punching the air. You always get away with stuff. Which I don't know what it is that bothers me about this, but I've read this chapter like 7 times now because I read it, for tour, and I've read it multiple times preparing for today's episode. And every single time I get to it, I'm always like, it just seems very like dismissive. Like Ron's just sort of like, you're the famous Harry Potter, of course. Like,
right.
I feel like there's like a sensation that like I've experienced where it's like you go through something stressful, but somebody else just thinks you could always do it. So they're sort of like, I knew you were going to be fine. It's like,
right.
I didn't. It was a lot of stress getting here.
Right.
Like, I don't know. But so I don't know if that's just like Ron being Ron or what. But then you get the follow up from Hermione, who's like, they were bound to clear you. Although she had looked positively faint with anxiety when Harry entered the kitchen and was now holding a shaking hand over her eyes. There was no case against you. None at all.
Yeah. Everyone seems quite relieved, though, considering that I knew I'd get off. Yeah. So Harry just sort of returning to his jokey self here for a second. And then we get probably one of my least favorite Fred, George, and Ginny moments in the entire series, where for the like way too many pages into the future here, they are going to be chanting, he got off, he got off, he got off, like nonstop in a way that's it doesn't feel like it matches these 3 characters who are all known for cleverness. Yeah.
Like some ingenuity.
Right.
Some flair. Mm-hmm. All they're saying is he got off, he got off, he got off. And then when you get to the next page, it'll continue, he got off, he got off, he got off. And then I think you turn the page again and it continues to go. He got off, he got off, he got off. So it's like, it's not even like a Weasley is our king chant that has like multiple verses to it.
Right.
And it's kind of like, okay, this is kind of fun. It's just like 3 simple 1-syllable words.
Yeah, and it goes on forever. And especially if you're listening to the audiobook, it's so annoying.
It is very annoying.
Yeah. And maybe that's the point, though, because Mrs. Weasley is also going to get very annoyed, and they're also not going to stop.
Yeah, that's enough. Settle down. Actually, it's Mr. Weasley who says that one. Though he, too, was smiling. Listen, Sirius, I saw Lucius Malfoy at the ministry. What? Said Sirius sharply. He got off. He got off. He got off. Be quiet, you 3. Yes, we saw him talking to Fudge on level 9. Yeah. And I feel like that's the code to Sirius, like, this is why this matters.
Right. Yes. Like, level 9 wink.
Wink, wink. Yeah. You know what's up with level 9.
Surprised they're able to get such a covert message between each other. Unlike Mr. Weasley. Usually when the Order is trying to be coy about something, they are terrible about it.
They are very terrible about it. Yeah. They're, by the way, I'm always making meatballs.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Actually, that's going to come up again. Kingsley might be dropping by for dinner, which I added for meatballs.
For meatballs.
Yeah. I do love the way he says meatballs, though.
Right. Yep. But yeah. So anyway, Sirius promises to make sure that Dumbledore knows that about the Lucius encounter. Then we get the meatball situation. He's heading back out to Bethnal Green to work on those guys.
Yep.
Fred and George and Ginny continue with their he got offs.
Yeah, the gloomy house seemed warmer and more welcoming all of a sudden. Even Creature looked less ugly as he poked his snout-like nose into the kitchen to investigate the source of all the noise.
So, yes. So, obviously, then you get the like Kingsley coming over for dinner, Bethnal Green to the toilets. You get more he got offs. I do feel like there's like one thing that's going on here, which is like really starting to develop Ginny as this like much more like playful, outspoken, like, twin-like, character. Like where Ginny, I think, leading up to, like Order of the Phoenix, not Order of the Phoenix, Goblet of Fire, even like her going to the Yule Ball. Like it feels like there's still like this kind of like glimmer of just like pure innocence over Ginny. Like she hasn't like really fully established herself as like the hard-hitting witch that she starts to become with Order of the Phoenix going forward. And I feel like she is really the one who's kind of like taking up the mantle that like would almost be lost by the twins leaving. Like, like a lot of times I do tend to think that each of the Weasley children, like you could almost do like a percentage breakdown where like each parent seems to embody like a percentage of each of Molly and Arthur. But then I feel like with the twins, like Ginny, I think embodies a lot of like their flavor. Mm-hmm. Like she's clearly taking after a lot of like what they've been up to.
Yeah, for sure she does. I think what is also interesting here is I'm sure you remember this, but when we went to the British Library, they had once upon a time, they had this really cool history of magic exhibit.
Yes.
And one of the things they had on display was this really cool, organizational chart mapping out how Order of the Phoenix was going to be written. So like on one column, you had like all the chapter titles, and then across the top, you had all the characters or like the different plot lines that were at play. And it's like, this is what will happen in each plot in each chapter on like a nice big grid.
Right.
Right. And I was looking at that recently because it's such like a cool way to like map out a book. And what I thought was really interesting is that the plot line for Ginny at the top of the book is listed as Ginny and Cho. And it's like, they don't have anything to do with each other in this book. And the only thing they really ever have to do with each other is the fact that they're Harry's two girlfriends.
Right.
So it's like very much like even like a lot of what I think Ginny is supposed to be going for in this book is like becoming like a romantic possibility for Harry.
It's almost like you need to like level her up from Ron's younger sister to like more of like a, not to speak in super broad strokes, but almost like a girl next door vibe.
Right.
You know, like she's supposed to be cool, independent, like an entity unto herself. Like she's not Ron's little sister, she's Ginny.
Right, exactly.
You know, which of course would be true always, but we need to help guide the reader to that position.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, you do see that come true because like, sure enough, at the end of the book, it'll be like, it's not like, Fred and George go with them to the Ministry. It's, Ron and Hermione and Neville and Luna and Ginny. And like, she's just like one of the six who are all like sort of equal then.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. So anyway, then Ron sort of chimes in here and he's going to say, of course, once Dumbledore turned up on your side, there was no way they were going to convict you, said Ron happily, now dishing great mounds of mashed potatoes onto everyone's plates.
Classic.
Why I said potatoes like that, no idea. It's beyond me, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Then Harry's like, yeah, he swung it for me. He felt that, and he felt that it would have sounded highly ungrateful, not to mention childish, to say, I wish he'd talked to me though. Or even looked at me.
Yeah. But then as he's thinking that, as he has that thought, the scar on his forehead burns so badly that he clapped his hand to it. So this is the moment you were talking about before. And you think that like what's happening is that Lucius is telling Voldemort something right here.
Yeah. I mean, so there's a couple of different ways to slice it. Like, I literally in my notes, I actually kind of like, I would say I disagree with my own notes here, but I wrote Voldemort hearing about the hearing. Is that what's happening in this particular moment? Like he's like upset that Harry, got off. Or is it hearing something from Lucius about his like failed attempt to get into the Department of Mysteries? Or is it more to do something with Harry thinking about Dumbledore in this particular moment, which is exactly what Dumbledore is concerned about, that
right.
Like Voldemort will use Harry to attack Dumbledore.
Right.
Effectively. Which, to be clear, I don't ever really think that Dumbledore is concerned for his own safety. I think he is concerned for what that would do to both Harry and the organization of the Order of the Phoenix.
Right.
Like, I don't think Dumbledore is sort of like selfishly separating himself. It's like,
he's like, no, don't worry, I can handle it.
Right. Yes.
The problem is that I will have to.
I will have to. Yes.
Yeah.
And Harry will have had to experience it. It's the same thing where he wants Snape to kill him instead of Draco because he doesn't want, like, Snape can do it with Dumbledore's permission, whereas Draco would be doing it like of his own accord.
Right.
And it would break Draco's soul.
Right. In a way that Dumbledore doesn't think it'll break Snape's soul.
Right, exactly. Yeah. My soul, Dumbledore, what about my soul?
Only you can know if doing an old man's last request will break your soul, Severus, or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, so I guess it's sort of open to interpretation. Obviously, he is thinking about Dumbledore just literally 1 second prior. So it's very likely that. But
yeah, could be that. But I agree. I mean, it's like, the timing works out. It's like Harry just got home. Lucius could have just gotten home.
Right.
I guess we think Voldemort's at Lucius's house.
just like lounging in like a recliner.
Yeah, it's like, guys, this is great. There's not much I can do. They don't think I'm back, and we're gonna keep it that way. All right.
Give me another cold one, Peter.
Get in. Yeah. Where's Ratman? Yeah. Oh man, let's see. So Ron says, I bet Dumbledore turns up this evening to celebrate with us. And it's like, man, if only. That would have been great.
It would have been. Yeah. Then Mrs. Weasley's like, I don't think you'll be able to, Ron. He's really very busy at the moment. And then it's still going on. He got off.
Getting louder.
Yes, it's in all caps now and italics. Shut up, roared Mrs. Weasley.
Agreed. That's what I wrote there. Agreed.
Yeah. Like, can you imagine a world where they're literally like, I'm imagining them like arm in arm, sort of like a barn dance or something, sort of like skipping in circles, shouting, he got off.
Right.
Like, and like in my head, that's what's happening. And this whole scene is taking place. Like, and they're not engaging with the dinner. They're not engaging with the conversation. They're not doing anything. They're just chanting the whole time.
Right. Are we supposed to be thinking they're chanting the whole time, or is it because that's how I've always read it? But is it like maybe they just keep like getting cut off, and then they're like maybe it's more like they start chanting, and it's like he got off, he got off, he got off, shut up, and they're like fine. But then like 30 seconds later, Ginny's just sort of like, he got off, and they're like,
I can tell you for certain the folks of St. Paul, where we did the show live, were absolutely doing it that way.
I can tell you this. Shout out to St. Paul, because we had the entire room was chanting. He got off was chanting. It was an electric room that night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
So much fun. Great time in St. Paul. So really fun stop on the tour. Definitely check out that live one.
That'll be a good one. That'll be a good one. Anyway, so then we get a page break. Over the next few days, Harry could not help but noticing that there was one person within number 12 Grimmauld Place who did not seem wholly overjoyed that he'd be returning to Hogwarts. Sirius had put up a very good show of happiness upon hearing the news, wringing Harry's hand and beaming just like the rest of them. Soon, however, he was moodier and surlier than before, talking less to everybody, even Harry, and spending increasing amounts of time shut up in his mother's room with Buckbeak.
Oh, man. This is like... It's so sad, but like also a little bit understandable, I guess. Like it's like a real misery loves company kind of situation here, where it's like he's so stuck and kind of this outcast, and he kind of sees Harry as James. And wouldn't it be great if we were both outcasts together? It'd be just like old times, and at least we'd have each other.
I know, but it's really like, and it's kind of like odd because let's see here. Like Harry is sort of like, he didn't even really give me a straight answer when I asked him if I could like come and stay here if things hadn't gone well.
Right.
And Hermione's response is that like, he just didn't want to get his own hopes up or even more. And he probably felt guilty himself because I think a part of him was really hoping you'd be expelled. Then you'd both be outcast together. But like, I just don't know. Like I go back to page 115 to 116. And Harry's like, but if they do expel me, said Harry quietly, can I come back here and live with you? Sirius smiled sadly. We'll see. I'd feel a lot better about the hearing if I knew I didn't have to go back to the Dursleys, Harry pressed him. They must be bad if you prefer this place, said Sirius gloomily. And then it's just sort of like Mrs. Weasley cuts in and sort of like, hurry up, you two. So I don't know how to read that. Like, I know. Like the first time I go through it, I always think that Sirius is sort of like, no, that won't work. Like he's trying
not to say like the answer is like, no, that's not what's going to happen. But is upon reading this page, is the interpretation more like he's just sort of like, you're probably going to get off. So let's not even get our hopes up,
I mean, right. Like this page would almost make it seem like that's absolutely what he's feeling then. Right. But when I read it, then that's not how I interpret it.
Yeah. Same.
Same.
So I'm not entirely sure. He definitely is upset about it now, though.
He definitely is. Yeah.
So,
and the relationship, I think that's kind of going on between Harry and Sirius is obviously one that's sort of like going to be building throughout the course of the entire book. And we're going to see just more and more of it. And, moments where Sirius is going to be like, I thought you'd be more like your dad. And he's going to be like disappointed in him. And it's just the whole, like, is Harry James or is Harry situation.
Yeah, right. This is like a great example. It's like where like Mr. Weasley is able to like treat Harry like Harry, who he is.
Right.
Yeah. And then like, Sirius has a little bit harder time drawing the lines.
He's got that blurry line for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see. Then Hermione says he'll have company. It's headquartered the Order of the Phoenix. He just got his hopes up that Harry would be coming here to live with him. But Harry, of course, has just admitted that it's pretty boring living at the headquarters, more than you'd think.
Yeah, which I think is actually kind of funny that Harry even comes to this conclusion himself, because when he arrives at number 12, he's so mad at Ron and Hermione, and he's like, you've been here, you've been part of the action, you know what's been going on. I've been stuck at number 4 all by myself with no information. And they're like, well, it's not really as good as it sounds. Like, we've just been cleaning. Yeah. And then like Harry gets there and he's like, you're right. It's not as good as it sounds. You have just been cleaning.
Right. That's pretty much what they're going to do for the rest of the summer.
Right.
So then if you cut down to the bottom of the next page, we have Harry, now that he realizes that he is heading back to Hogwarts, he starts having these lovely daydreams about going back to school, about the end of he cannot wait to see Hagrid, he cannot wait to play Quidditch, or even to stroll across the vegetable passes to herbology greenhouses. It would be a treat just to leave this dusty, musty house where half the cupboards were still bolted shut and Creature wheezed insults out of the shadows as you passed, though Harry was careful not to say any of this within earshot of Sirius. So it's like Harry is having these lovely daydreams, like waxing poetic about being at Hogwarts. And I feel like this paragraph exists because it outlines all of the things that Umbridge is going to take away.
It really does. Yeah. Like when he gets there, Hagrid won't be there. Right. And instead of it being Hagrid who's greeting the first years as the train arrives, it's actually going to be Grubbly Plank instead, who is just, as far as we're concerned, taking over the Care of Magical Creatures class with no further explanation. Hagrid's, hut is otherwise just completely empty. Like I think it will literally be like one of these things where like Harry's at like an all-time low, and I think that Hermione will be like, I know something that will cheer you up. Hagrid's back.
Yeah.
And it's like the ending, sentiment in like a chapter or whatever. And it's sort of like, okay, we're back. We got Hagrid.
Yay.
But of course, then also Harry's going to get kicked off the Quidditch team for everything that goes on, with Umbridge there, along with Fred and George.
Yeah.
So that will get taken away from him.
And even just simple freedoms like going on walks will become nearly impossible, as you will not be able to assemble with groups of people. You will not be able to read what you want to read.
Right.
Yeah. She'll just start like stripping rights from all the students.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, in fact, the top of the next page actually says the fact that living at the headquarters of the anti-Voldemort movement was not nearly as interesting or as exciting as Harry would have expected before he'd experienced it.
There we go. That's the line I was looking for. I was like, oh, wait, we just discussed this.
Yeah.
Yes. Then I also think this is very interesting because the very last day of holidays. So this is August 30th, because we always leave for school on September 1st, even though it's not always a Monday. But that is the rules of the world of Harry Potter. But it says on the very last day of the holidays, Harry was sweeping up Hedwig's owl droppings from the top of the wardrobe when Ron entered their bedroom carrying a couple of envelopes. Book lists have arrived, he said, throwing one of the envelopes up to Harry, who was standing on a chair. About time. I thought they'd forgotten. They usually come much earlier than this.
Yeah. This is literally the day before school starts, or the day before they're getting on the train, meaning this is probably when everyone got their letters, meaning what? Diagon Alley must be slammed today.
But it must have been so dead. Like all of the, all the back to school sales that Diagon Alley must have been running. Be like, no one is here.
No one's here.
Like, what is, yeah. Think about if you were like a first year, because all they needed this year was 2 books.
Yeah.
It's like not that big of a deal.
Not that big a deal. Yeah. But if you're a first year, yeah.
It's like, you got a whole day of shopping ahead of you. You got a cauldron, a wand, got to go do all this stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously I think the really big thing that's going on here, and this is what Fred and George are going to really point out right away, is that there's only 2 books that they need. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 by Miranda Goshawk. That is a book that they need every year, and it just goes up by the year. So they've had Miranda Goshawk books up until now.
Yep.
And then also Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhart. Just a little bit of trivia there. This is obviously the book that has been assigned by Professor Umbridge.
Yes.
Because she has just been assigned to the school.
Which is also why the books have arrived so late, is because it has taken them this long to fill that position.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. And let's see here. Fred will pop in and say, we were just wondering who assigned the Slinkhart book, because it means Dumbledore's found a new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, said George.
It's kind of surprising it doesn't list the professors under the list of books you need.
It is very surprising.
Yeah.
It feels like any other typical school situation would probably be like, your Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher this year is going to be Dolores Umbridge, so you need this book for her class.
Right.
By the way, her Rate My Professor score is a 0 out of 5.
Maybe even like a -5 out of 100 or something.
Right. Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and then they said, well, we heard Mom and Dad talking on the Extendable Ears a few weeks back, Fred told Harry. Dumbledore was having real trouble finding anyone to do this job this year. And it's like, how? How on earth could he have trouble finding a defense against the dark arts professor when he is the leader of the Order of the Phoenix? It is so. This right here is big Dumbledore's plan vibes right here, because there is no situation under which Dumbledore has a hard time filling this position.
I mean, literally, obviously you can't use Sirius because he's an escaped convict, and Lupin, he's already been there, and now he's been outed as a werewolf.
Right.
So those two do become difficult. But like Kingsley, Tonks,
right?
You know, there's
Sturgis Podmore, Elphius Doge. Literally, anyone else who came to pick him up from the guard. Actual Mad-Eye Moody,
actual Mad-Eye Moody,
right.
Yeah. Mundungus Fletcher,
even literally anybody under your command right now could do it, and you don't let them do it.
So this is very Lockhart energy from year 2, where the idea is that like Lockhart is obviously there specifically for the function of teaching Harry what fame can do to you and kind of trying to ward off that particular trajectory in Harry.
Yeah.
This time it's definitely like, okay, we need to know who the enemy is, and the enemy is the Ministry.
Right. The enemy is the Ministry, and it's like kind of telling Harry, it's like you are on, it's like kind of what we said at the beginning of the chapter. It's like Dumbledore trying to get Harry to realize, like, at the end of the day, you're on this path alone. You're not going to be able to rely on the government to come help you defeat Voldemort. You're not going to be able to rely on whoever to come help you defeat Voldemort. It's like it will have to come down to you.
Right.
Kind of preparing him for like finally hearing the prophecy at the at the end of this book.
That's right. Yep. But then we kind of get like a recap of all the past events against the dark arts professors, which feels like the type of thing that, like, especially if you're in the Weasley family, it's like it's never been more than 1 year. Like you've never had a professor do it for like twice.
Right.
So like this must be like something that really stands out to them in particular, because they would have had like Bill and then Charlie and then Percy, and so like you've got like a lot of years covered at school, which means a lot of unique defense against the dark arts professors.
Right.
But anyway, they say 1 sacked, which is obviously Lupin, 1 dead, which is Quirrell, 1's memory removed, which is Lockhart, and 1 locked in a trunk for 9 months, which is Moody.
Yeah. To which I would just like to say, how dare you? Lupin was not sacked. He resigned.
Seriously.
Come on.
Seriously.
Dumbledore would never.
He would never. He would never. No.
Remus is concerned about the safety of his students. Okay.
That's right. He was doing what he believed to be the right thing, which is actually the wrong thing, because he's the best teacher they've ever got.
Exactly.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. What's up with you, Ron? Asked Fred. Ron did not answer. Harry looked around. Ron was standing very still with his mouth slightly open, gaping at his letter from Hogwarts. What's the matter? Said Fred impatiently, moving around to Ron to look over his shoulder. Fred's mouth fell open too. Prefect, he said, staring incredulously at the letter. Prefect! George leapt forward and seized the envelope from Ron's other hand, turned upside down.
It's so funny that the twins are like Ron doesn't get to enjoy this for like 1 second before the 2 people he wants to know the least find out.
Oh my gosh, I know. No way. There's been a mistake. No one in their right mind will make Ron a prefect. And the twins' heads turned in unison, both of them staring at Harry. We thought you were sad.
We all
Fred,
did.
in a tone that suggested Harry had tricked them in some way. We thought Dumbledore was bound to pick you, said George indignantly.
Yeah.
So what I think is really funny is they seem upset on Harry's behalf, but also treat it as if no one would ever want to be prefect.
I know. It's like if Harry had done it, they'd have been like really proud of him for it.
Exactly.
But because Ron got it, hilarious.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So we go through and they're like, winning the Triwizard and everything, which is funny to me that that's the thing they point to. I'm like, the basilisk, like Sirius,
Quirrell,
Philosopher's Stone. Yeah. He's done a lot of things. Yeah, said Fred slowly. Yeah, you've caused too much trouble. Well, at least one of you got your priorities right.
Yeah.
He strode over to Harry and clapped him on the back while giving Ron a scathing look. Prefect. Ickle Ronnie the prefect. Mum's going to be revolting.
And she kind of is. But.
This scene, I want to be done word for word. Change nothing. In the HBO show. Like, this is something where it's like if you get the delivery right, this can go down as like an iconic scene.
I mean, and it should. It is a very great twins scene. And I love at least one of you's got your priorities right, because it just harkens back to like the famous Hermione line of like, I'm going back to bed before either one of you comes up with another brilliant idea to get us all killed. Or worse, expelled.
Ron has not spoken this entire time. He's staring at the badge for a moment, then he hands it out to Harry.
Oh, it's so bad.
And it's such like sometimes you feel like the plot of Harry Potter will go to great lengths to allow something to unfold the way that it needs to. In this particular case, I could see this actually happening.
Yep.
And it's so unfortunate because he's basically like holding it out to Harry because Ron can't like celebrate yet. It's like he thinks someone's playing a trick on him. He wants like confirmation that it's genuine. But what this means is that Harry is holding the badge when the next thing happens.
Which is that the door banged open, Hermione came tearing into the room, her cheeks flushed, her hair flying, there was an envelope in her hand. Did you get? I knew it! Harry, me too!
And then Harry's like, no, it's Ron, not me. What? Ron's prefect, not me.
Look how excited Hermione was to be patrolling the halls with Harry. My goodness. She was so excited to share this experience with him specifically.
Okay. I know that we don't have like, necessarily like a legion of converts out there who are Team Hermione. But like how do you read this scene and not think that Hermione clearly has a greater degree of something for Harry? Like I can't like even if this was a situation where like Hermione was thinking about it as if Harry was a cert, to use Fred and George's vernacular.
I mean, she is like so enthusiastic, so excited about this.
She is. And like her reaction to it being Ron. Like, so take this, for example. Imagine you found out that you were going to have a one-on-one important and prominent responsibility with your crush.
Right.
Like the reaction is like, maybe she's surprised it's Ron and not Harry. And I get that because it's like, it's Harry Potter.
It's Harry Potter.
But like, if you discover it's Ron, like that should like fill you, like you should like, I mean, at least that's what in my mind, I think like, I'd be like, oh, no.
I mean, when you're saying, imagine your reaction if you found out that you got to do this important responsibility thing with the person you have a crush on. That's how she acts when she thinks it's Harry.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Like, in her reaction to Ron is like, it's like she's disappointed.
I mean, a bit. It's like she's disappointed. It says, Ron, said Hermione, ? Her jaw dropping, but are you sure?
She turned as red as Ron and looked at. She turned as red as Ron, looked around at her. Oh my gosh! She turned red as Ron looked around at her with a defiant expression on his face. It's my name on the letter, he said, and he's definitely shocked too. And he's just sort of like,
he's like shocked, but he's also sort of like, well, now it's not that surprising.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, turn it down a little bit.
Okay, guys.
Yeah. But this is another part that has to be done properly. Well done, Ron. That's really unexpected, said Jordan, nodding.
Yeah. No.
I'm imagining him not moving as this whole scene unfolds, like arms crossed, and just finally waits for his moment to like chime in. Unexpected. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very good. No, said Hermione, blushing harder than ever. No, it's not. Ron's not loaded up. He's really ...
Can't think of anything.
Good at chess.
Maybe went down into the Chamber of Secrets with Harry and Lockhart. Maybe that. I don't know. Yeah.
So anyway, but then of course Molly walks into the room and she's basically just sort of like, Ginny said the bug lists have arrived at last. If you give them to me, I'll take them to Diagon Alley this afternoon. Get your books while you're packing. Ron, I'll have to get you more pajamas. These are at least 6 inches too short. I can't believe how fast you're growing. And I thought this was actually a brilliant piece of continuity because when you go back to, I think it's Christmas, or maybe it's the night before it's the night before the first task. Goblet of Fire chapter 19, Harry says that he hated everything about Ron, right down to the several inches of bare ankle showing beneath his pajamas.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa,
Man.
okay.
Yeah.
So he has been dealing with these way too short pajamas since basically November 20th, 22nd of last year.
Long time. He does need new pajamas for sure. I also love that Mrs. Weasley's like, if you give me those book lists, I'll take them to Diagon Alley and get them for you. It's like none of them has left the house in like a week. You don't think maybe they'd want to leave the house?
Right. I know. It's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very good point. But then George chimes in and says, get him red and gold to match his badge. And Mrs. Weasley's like, matches what? And Fred's like, his badge, his lovely shiny new prefix badge. His, but Ron, you're not. Oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Oh, Ron, how wonderful a prefect. That's everyone in the family.
And then just one of the best lines ever. It's like, what are Fred and I, next door neighbors?
It's so true. Like what does she mean?
Yeah. Man, that is just that. Yeah, that's hard if you're Fred and George to hear them say that. Like, what are you talking about? What did we do wrong here?
I know.
Yep.
Oh, what a thing to happen in the middle of all this worry. I'm just so thrilled. Oh, Ronnie.
Yeah, but what's really happening here is that Mrs. Weasley's having an exceptionally hard time with Percy having sort of abandoned the family, and then Fred and George didn't get the prefect badges, but now Ron has got a prefect badge, and I think to Mrs. Weasley it feels like this is like another chance to get it right kind of thing.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously we know that in the end Molly will be ridiculously proud of Fred and George, but I think that this is still the stage, like speaking like I was before, like I think Fred and George take a lot more from like Arthur, who takes things on the whole, it seems, less seriously, understands the value of laughter and that type of thing, because that is something innate that Fred and George possess. Yeah. That even like Dumbledore, I think, would deliver as like utmost importance. I mean, going back to Philosopher's Stone, you know, like when they're singing like the Hogwarts school song or whatever. Yeah. And they're doing it at like
the funeral march.
The funeral march. Yeah. And you know, Dumbledore's just right there in rhythm with them, like no problem whatsoever. I don't know how I got on this particular subject, but what I mean to say is just, I think Molly is dealing with a lot of feelings at the moment. Yeah. Like all of her family is basically members of the Order of the Phoenix. Like, you know, she is right in the thing. She has a lot to lose. Yeah. She has a lot to lose, and she kind of feels like she's already lost one son. A little bit. Yes, by way of Percy. Yeah, by way of Percy here. Right. And I think that situation is influencing a lot of this right here. Let's see here. So then she goes, well, what'll it be? We gave Percy an owl, but you've already got one, of course. And this is actually kind of a sweet moment for Ron, too. It's like, it's never occurred to him that this is like something that would be available. And Ron's like, what do you mean? Well, you've got to have a reward for this, said Mrs. Weasley fondly. How about a nice new set of dress robes? And then Fred's like, well, we've already bought him some. Yeah. Which must have been such a weird day. I know. Yeah. Mrs. Weasley being like, you bought Ron dress robes for fun. Okay. All right. But then I mean, this is another one of those like hit you right in the stomach moments, because Ms. Weasley is like listing off new things. She's like, or a new cauldron, Trevor's old one's rusting through, a new rat. You always rusting through. What is that? A thin cauldron bottom? Someone should be on that. Someone has dangerous is what it is. Oh man, I love her suggestion of a new rat, because he always likes Scabbers. It's like, you mean the traitor? You mean, yeah, like I'm never having another rat again. Are you kidding me? Right. Yeah. And then Ron chimes in, and this is going to be the first of several moments where Ron is going to like try to soft launch the idea of being a part of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Yeah. And it's going to be something that I think almost no one is really paying attention to. Almost. But there are two people in particular who I think are paying very close attention. Yeah. Because he's going to say, Mom, can I have a new broom? And he's like, not a really good one, just a new one for a change. And so this is going to keep coming up, and we'll point it out as it does as time goes on. But what we've got going on here is basically Ron expressing his early interest in being a part of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which is not something that has really been relevant for 2 years, because last year in Goblet of Fire, they didn't have Quidditch because of the Triwizard Tournament. And the year before that, the team was just pretty much locked in. And the position that Ron plays, keeper, was played by Oliver Wood, who was captain.
Right.
So it was, he would have been in third year, he would have been up against a seventh year captain.
Right. Yeah. Like Oliver's not having other people try out for his position.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And so it's been a while since this has really been like a relevant detail that needed strict attention. But what I think is really interesting about it is that Fred and George are giving Ron such a hard time for being a prefect. But I think in this moment, they're hearing Ron ask for the broomstick. And I think that they're going to extraordinary lengths to make sure that Ron ends up having a fair shake. Well, maybe a not so fair shake.
Not so fair shake at being keeper.
Yes, in his favor of being keeper. And the way that he's doing that the boys are doing that, is by way of the collected doxy eggs that they got from just a few chapters ago. There's actually a specific line that says that Crookshanks and Fred and George were eyeing a bowl of doxy eggs. Covetously.
Yes.
And what you'll end up finding out in year 6 when Ron tries out for keeper again is that there's yet another candidate for the position, one Cormac McLagan,
who appears to be coming out of nowhere.
Right, because he's a 7th year at that point in time. So it's like, and he's like as big as like a barn, I think is like the description that's given. So it's like real Gaston energy. Really, really big guy. And it's sort of like, well, where was he last year? Why didn't you try out last year? And he explains that he didn't try out last year because he was in the hospital wing because he ate a pound of doxy eggs on a bet.
Yeah.
So Harry is going to miss cues. Hermione's not really paying strict attention to it, but Fred and George will know that Ron wants to try out. And this is that moment. And it ends up being, Ron makes the team. I guess is really what it comes down to.
Yeah, and it's like, and I think, Fred and George, I think they either recognize that Cormac is actually probably a pretty good keeper or that he's like a terrible teammate. And they're like, this guy can't be on the team.
One way or another. I like to think that they're looking out for Ron.
I absolutely like to think they're looking out for Ron. And and it's like, he says I was in the hospital wing, and it's like, they're getting the doxy egg so they can specifically test the effects of how it makes you sick, because they're trying to use them in the skiving snack boxes.
Exactly.
Right. And it's like, they obviously tested them, found out it makes you sick, and then it was like, hey, Cormac.
Bet you won't.
Bet you won't. And he's like, holding my butterbeer.
Right. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, man.
And Harry's going to miss all of that, and so will us, the reader, because Harry's going to be in detention with Umbridge at that point.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Let's see here. So she gave Ron yet another kiss on the cheek, sniffed loudly, and bustled from the room. Fred and George exchanged looks. You don't mind if we don't kiss you, do you, Ron? Said Fred in a falsely anxious voice. We could curtsy, if you like, said George.
Oh, shut up. Oh, what? Going to put us in detention?
George, I'd love to see him try. And Hermione's like, he could if you don't watch out.
Yeah. Ron's like, please stop.
Drop it, Hermione.
Yeah, well, going to have to watch all step, George.
Yeah, but under no circumstances would Ron put his brothers in detention.
Not even close would he ever do this. And then I love it says with a loud crack the twins are separated. I love that they do it in unison without like mentioning it to each other. They just like are so in sync with one another.
Yes.
That they just disappear simultaneously. And you can just hear them cackling upstairs at the very idea.
And I love this line. Don't pay any attention to them, Ron. They're only jealous.
Doubtful.
And Ron goes, I don't think they are.
I always said only brats become prefects. Still, they've never had new brooms, so it's like, that's right. Stand up for yourself a little, Ron.
There we go. There are some perks here. Not just the new broomstick, but also that bathroom.
Exactly.
It's like, you got to keep that in mind. Like, as much as like Ron, has anything else going on throughout the rest of the book here and all these pages, he's swimming laps every time he's bathing.
Man. Yeah. He's got to keep in shape for Quidditch, man.
That's right. That's right. But then he ends up using this as an opportunity to dash out of the room to let Molly know that what he would like is a clean sweep, a new clean sweep broom. So just a little piece of trivia there as well, because probably can't afford the Nimbus, but the clean sweep is pretty good. So then you kind of have this very uncomfortable exchange because at this point, Harry has to talk to Hermione about it.
I know. And for some reason, Harry found that he did not want to look at Hermione because he disappointed her.
Yeah.
Not because he's disappointed in himself.
Right.
No, that's what it is.
Yeah. Well done, said Harry so heartily it did not sound like his voice at all. Still not looking at her. Brilliant. Prefect. Great.
Oh, I feel like I have talked to people this way before.
Yeah.
You're just sort of like, you're just trying to be happy for them, but you're feeling a little iffy about it.
Good. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, this has happened. It's a relatable phenomenon. Thanks, said Hermione. Harry, could I borrow Hedwig so I could tell Mom and Dad? They'll be really pleased. I mean, prefect is something they can understand.
Yeah. So, this is a British thing, apparently, not just a wizard thing.
What's that?
Prefix.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Prefix are real.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Oh, yes. Prefix are a real thing. Have you watched the show Dairy Girls?
I've watched some of it.
Some of it. Their school. I think I was watching that show on Netflix, and like one of the students in their class is like a prefect, and I was like, no.
No way.
I guess it's a real thing.
Which makes sense. I mean, like I think even like houses in British schools are like whatever groups like Gryffindor, Slytherin, that type of thing, I think is also a thing.
Yeah.
This is another one of those details that we talked a little bit about, like the possibility that like Hermione gets like a little bit of pressure from her parents. The fact that she says, I mean, prefect is something they can understand means to me that like there's a possibility that like they're not terrible impressed with like what they perceive to be like her grades.
Yeah, like I've been getting O's in all of my tests.
And it's like O's is not a score.
O's is not a score.
That's
just a weird thing, Hermione. Teeth. Floss your teeth.
Floss your teeth. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Any more of that sugar-free dental self-flossing mints? I forget what it is.
Yeah, self-flossing mint. Something. Yeah, I don't know. You're right. Who cares? Who would use that?
Not me.
Not me.
It's the worst candy ever.
No, I'm sorry. Candy that makes your teeth cleaner? No, thanks.
I don't know what candy it's gonna make my teeth hurt.
Exactly. Come on.
Oh, that's what makes it so
I didn't go to
fun.
magic school to have magically healthy things.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. The only sound Harry could hear was the blank picture on the wall sniggering again, and the wastepaper basket in the corner coughing up the owl droppings. Gross. This is Phineas Nigellus just laughing at him, I guess, for not being a prefect.
Odd take for a former headmaster.
Yeah.
But I guess he was the most disliked for a reason.
A century. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Let's see here. So then Harry ends up having a bit of a conversation with himself because he's been so distracted by the hearing that he hasn't really thought about the fact that the prefect badges were coming. But then it says, but if he had remembered, if he had thought about it, what would he have expected? And it's like, and then it's a rather honest thought. Not this, said a small, truthful voice inside of his head.
It's a very honest conversation he has with himself.
Yes.
Yeah.
If he had known the prefect badge was on the way, he would have expected it to come to him, not Ron. Did this make him as arrogant as Draco Malfoy? Did he think himself superior to everyone else? Did he really believe he was better than Ron? No, said the small voice defiantly. So, like, again, I think it's like he's having like a good discussion with himself. Like I think he's being honest in all the right ways.
Right. It's no, I'm not. I don't think I'm better than Ron. And he's like, don't you? And he's like, no, maybe I'm a little better at Quidditch. I don't know. Maybe I'm better at Quidditch, but not really anything else.
Well, and so I went through and I checked their OWL results, and really the only difference between the two of them is, let's see, is it History of Magic and Defense Against the Dark Arts?
Right, where like Harry like fails History of Magic because he falls asleep or has like a whatever attack.
An attack, yeah. But then he gets an outstanding in Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Ron just exceeds expectations. But otherwise, they get the exact same grades across the board. So if you were like ranking it on like a GPA, they would have the same GPA.
Right.
So yeah.
So there you go. At least as far as schoolwork is concerned, they are like magically similar to one another, which I think is very good for Harry to like sort of like have a very fair assessment of their magical abilities. I mean, Harry does like, I guess fighting the basilisk is like he beats it with a sword, not with magic,
Yeah, well, there's that. Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah.
And like even with Quirrell, that was just kind of like nerve and just like a little bit of luck. But then like the Dementors, I will say, kind of does represent a certain like power of magic.
It does.
Yeah.
It does
that
indeed.
we haven't seen from Ron as of yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So he's kind of going back to a lot of the conversations that he was having with himself before he was picked up at number 4 Privet Drive to come to Grimmauld Place, where he's basically just kind of like highlighting like a lot of the things that he went through. And they're like all like, it's the worst kinds of thoughts to have where you're like trying to build a case on your own behalf and you kind of feel like a jerk for like celebrating your own awesomeness, but at the same time, it's like you're trying to figure out like what happened. You know, it's like, I was pretty good at that, right? Like,
right.
You know,
You're like, I don't want to be arrogant, but like, you don't want to be like dishonest with yourself either. Like, it's okay to be proud of yourself a little, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, so that's really what he's kind of going back and forth here. And it says, but maybe Dumbledore doesn't choose prefix because they've got themselves into loads of dangerous situations. Maybe he chooses them for other reasons. Ron must have something you don't, which is just such a relatable and simple brand of jealousy. It's like, you know, I can easily see where in the same position I would be like, well, why him? You know, like why not me? You know, like even if it would make sense. Like, and it was just sort of like Ron was a better student than me or whatever. It'd still be like, but I do other things. Like, you know, is it all just GPA? Like,
Right.
you know, is it all just academics? Like, what about Quidditch? I'm good at that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I can see where you'd have this little dialogue.
Yeah. And then I love that he has this moment where he says he remembers what Fred said. No one in their right mind would make Ron a prefect. And then Harry gives a small snort of laughter and then he feels sick to himself. And that's really the important part. It's like, it's not that he had the moment, it's that he immediately felt bad about it.
Yeah. Do you have this happen? This actually happens to me on occasion, like where something will come up and I feel like there's like almost like the knee jerk reaction. And then like, even with like 1 second's thought, I'm like, I don't feel good about that. That's not how I wanted to react. And it's almost like I have to like say it into like the universe to be like, just so you know, whoever's listening.
Right. It's like,
I recognize that was not good.
Right. It's like it's like intrusive thoughts, you know, it's like, you know, just because it crossed your mind doesn't mean that's what you believe.
Exactly.
You know?
There's a difference between thinking it and then enacting.
Right.
And then you kind of get like a situation that's actually quite similar to how Ron responded to Harry when Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, where it's like Ron had not asked Dumbledore to be given the prefect badge. This was not Ron's fault. Was he Harry, Ron's best friend in the world, going to sulk because he didn't have a badge? Laugh with the twins behind Ron's back, ruin this for Ron when for the first time he had beaten Harry at something. Like this to me, of course, like Ron doesn't know that Harry didn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire, but Harry knows he didn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire.
Right, exactly.
And Ron does not exactly come across the best in that particular situation.
No, he not. But also feels like maybe Harry is forgetting a bunch of chess games, if you ask me, right here. You know, right? It's like the first time he'd beaten Harry at something. Like, it was like Harry's having some selective memory.
That's true. It's like every time you guys play chess, I'm pretty sure we all know who wins.
Pretty sure we all know who wins, Harry. Come on. Harry's like, that doesn't really count. You know, my chess pieces don't listen to me or something.
So that's it.
I got 60 points. Ron got 50.
You hear that? 60.
60. Winning at chess isn't as important, you know?
Right. So anyway, then Ron comes bounding back through the door, and Harry hitches a grin on his face just in time. Just caught her, he said happily. She said she'll get the clean sweep if she can. Cool, said Harry. Listen, Ron, well done, mate. The smile faded off Ron's face, which is kind of surprising because this is Harry like trying to be happy for him.
Yeah.
But I think it's also Ron recognizing the situation. So maybe they're meeting in the middle.
I think so.
I never thought it'd be me, he said, shaking his head. I thought it'd be you. Nah, I've caused too much trouble, Harry said, echoing Fred.
Yeah, there you go. Nice little scapegoat for you.
That's right. Right. Yeah. Good explanation.
Yep. Well, I guess we'd better get our trunks packed. And then this is so true. It says it's odd how widely their possessions seem to have scattered themselves since they had arrived. I come across this phenomenon every single time we are packing up our hotel room for having been there a mere 7 hours on tour.
I mean, yes, it's so funny because like half the time we're like driving for a big chunk of the day. So it's like you get up early in the morning, you're in the car for like 6-7 hours. You arrive at the new venue. You take your suitcases right into the venue. You change there. You do the show until 11 o'clock at night. You go, you get to the hotel at midnight and we're only there until the next morning. So it's like, it is always remarkable to me that like we have like hotel rooms for our whole team and we're literally paying like for a nearly hourly usage of them.
Right.
Not in the way, not in that way.
Not in that way.
Yeah, no, just, but you're right. Yeah. It's like you get in there and you're exhausted at the end of the day and you just sort of like throw everything everywhere. And then you wake up the next morning and you're like, why did I do this?
Yeah. Why does packing should have been as easy as closing my suitcase.
Why do I hate me?
Right. But every single time, and of course they've been living there for most of the summer, so assuredly their possessions are all over the place.
Yes.
Yep.
But anyway, we can kind of scoot forward a little bit here because really it's kind of getting to the end of their time at number 12 Grimwell Place. They're getting ready for a little celebration. There's a sign hung up that says, "Congratulations, Ron and Hermione, new prefix." And Molly is talking to Ron and says, "Your father and Bill are on the way, Ron. I've sent them both owls and they're thrilled," she added, beaming. Fred rolled his eyes.
Yeah.
And then Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt were already there, and Mad-Eye Moody stumped in shortly after Harry and got himself a butterbeer.
Right. And this is where they're going to ask Moody if he can identify whatever's in the desk drawer upstairs.
Yep.
Which means, if I am not mistaken, that Moody has not been back to headquarters since the night he dropped Harry off.
Yes,
right? Because it's the
correct.
next morning when they're like, I think there's a boggart, but maybe we better have Moody look at it.
Have a shifty.
Yeah, have a shifty.
Yeah. So can we do any math there? Because we know it's into August, I believe, because Harry's birthday's already happened.
Right.
Okay. Because we have the information from the trial where he says the date.
August 12th.
Yes, disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August is when the hearing is taking place.
Okay.
So let's see here. What is the night? Okay, on August the 2nd.
August the 2nd, right? Because that's when the letter gets there.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
So Moody hasn't been back between August 2nd and August 30th.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it seems like a
What's
long
he
time.
doing?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Surely something. Hopefully something important.
Something important, probably.
I feel like we don't ever really hear a whole lot of success stories out of the Order of the Phoenix. So it's like, but I just don't know.
Yeah. It's like, I'm only really coming to work when I feel like it. I'm retired. I don't know if you guys remembered.
That's exactly it. Yeah. But so anyway, we got drawing room, desk in the corner. Yeah. Oh, I see it. Yeah. It's a boggart. Want me to go up and get rid of it, Molly? No, I'll do it myself later, beamed Mrs. Weasley. You have your drink. We're having a little bit of a celebration, actually. 4th prefect in the family, she said fondly, ruffling Ron's hair. Prefect, eh? Growled Moody. And I love the fact that he's like, well, congratulations. Authority figures always attract trouble, but I suppose Dumbledore thinks you can withstand most major jinxes, or he wouldn't have appointed you. It's like, oh no.
What do you think prefects do?
Right. Get jinxed.
Get jinxed, apparently.
What this tells me is that Moody was not a prefect.
Moody was not a prefect. Nope. No, maybe he was like jinxing them though.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Well, I think a toast is in order, said Mr. Weasley. To Ron and Hermione, new Gryffindor prefix.
Ben, I suppose we have to address though.
Oh, sorry.
Because it is one of the most commonly asked questions that we get is what on earth do you think Moody sees in the drawer?
It's a good question. It's a good question indeed. It makes me think that the most raw form of a boggart is basically the beginning form of a Dementor. And basically, like the way I'm going to back up my argument here is that when Harry faces a boggart, Lupin worries what's going to show up in the middle of the room is Voldemort, which would just pretty much terrify everyone. So it's like, it's not a very wise call. I mean, just for Harry, but also the rest of the class. Like nobody wants that. But what Harry actually sees when he faces a boggart is a Dementor. And we know that the Dementor that he faces doesn't necessarily have the full bore effect of a true Dementor, but it does have some of the effect. Like Harry hears Lily screaming.
Right.
It can still make the room feel cold.
Right.
And what Lupin is ultimately going to say is like, this suggests the thing you fear the most is fear itself, which in a way almost suggests that what fear itself looks like in its most authentic form is a Dementor.
Right.
And basically there's an ebb and flow nature because they are, what type of being are they considered?
They're immortal.
They're immortal. So they don't really like breed in like a traditional sense, I guess, but they can like expand and contract their populations on the basis of the amount of depression that is existing in the localized environment. So the more downtrodden society is, the gloomier the outside is going to appear, which sometimes just feels like the case. Like I think we almost have these like filters that we do ourselves for this. But that suggests that Dementors are a manifestation of a sensation, which I would pair very similar to what we see out of poltergeists.
Yeah.
Where Peeves obviously is manifestation of rule breaking. Our argument is that Filch is the manifestation of rule following, and that a manifestation of fear, which makes sense. Like when Lupin's teaching his class, there happens to be a Boggart in the castle almost right away. It makes sense that there would be a lot of fear. Sirius Black is on the loose. There's Dementors all over the place. There's more fear than usual, which could certainly create one. Even the members of number 12, like the Order of the Phoenix occupying Grimmauld Place, they're scared.
Right.
Like, they are the only, defense against the Dark Lord who has returned.
Right. They're like the only ones doing anything about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And notably this particular Boggart's going to impact Molly.
I know. It almost seems like it is the manifestation of her fears specifically.
Precisely.
In some ways.
Yeah. So what I think you see is basically whatever you would imagine a baby Dementor to look like.
I kind of imagine something very similar to like what Newt has in his case, like the Obscurus.
Kind of like a blob that's sort of like
just sort of like a very concentrated dark cloud is kind of what I imagine.
I could see that. Yeah. Like when I say baby, I certainly don't mean like adorable little like bunny rabbit type of baby. I do mean like just a smaller, less powerful version of what would become a Dementor.
Right. Yeah. I don't imagine like a hood or anything like that.
No.
Yeah. I kind of imagine like a small concentrated black cloud. Is what I think of as an untransformed Dementor.
Kind of like Ghastly.
Yeah.
Yes,
like a Ghastly. Like the Pokemon Ghastly. Kind of like that, but minus the eyes.
Minus the eyes.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Anyway, yeah, that's a good question to bring up. Then we kind of get like a little bit of the weigh in from the rest of the room, which is varying degrees of helpful, I guess, depending on who's listening. Tonk says, I was never a prefect myself. And at this point in time, our hair is tomato red and waist length.
Tomato red and waist length. Very, very ginny.
Very ginny. Yeah. Pack that away. And that makes for a good piece of trivia because it's like there is that extra qualifier where it's like this particular style that she's exhibiting today makes her look like somebody else in the room.
Right.
But she goes on to say, my head of house said I lacked certain necessary qualities, which of course is Pomona Sprout because Tonks is a Hufflepuff.
Yeah, and she's only pretty recently graduated.
Yes, indeed.
Let's see, and then you'll just notice here, Ginny says, like what? As she chose a baked potato.
Wow.
As all Gryffindors do.
As all Gryffindors do. So
we can't make it up. I feel like you guys think we're making fun of them, and it just keeps being true.
It just keeps being true. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. On the Cho versus Ginny diagram here, I have to imagine there's like a little marker for chapter 9 that's like Ginny chooses potato.
Right. Similar to Harry's favorite food. Also, for what it's worth, I don't think there's anything wrong with baked potatoes. They're very good.
No, I mean, I love a baked potato. Yeah, absolutely.
In my mind, though, Harry's not even putting butter on it. He's just eating a plain baked potato. It's
an inherently non-magical seeming thing.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's inherently non-magical seeming.
That's right. Yeah. Let's see here. And then Ginny asks if Sirius was a prefect, and Sirius is sort of like, no. I spent too much time in detention with James. Lupin was the good boy. He got the badge. And then I love Lupin's response, which is basically that like, I think that Dumbledore was hoping I might be able to exercise some control over my best friends. I need scarcely say I failed dismally.
I love Lupin. He's got such like a humbleness about him at all times that is also like very pleasant and funny.
It is. Yep. This lifts Harry's mood a little bit because his father had also not been prefect either, although his father is head boy.
Yes.
In time.
Right. Harry won't get the chance to be head boy, although let's face it, there's no way he wouldn't have gotten it had he gone back for another year.
Yeah, either just head boy or General Potter, whatever you feel like calling him.
General Potter, that's what I would call him.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just another like little layer to the like, is Harry or is Harry James situation? We're gonna get just more of that, I think, as it unfolds. Ron's talking a little bit about his broomstick here. 0 to 70 in 10 seconds, not bad, is it? When you think the Comet 290 is only not to 60. And that's with a decent tailwind,
Yeah.
according to Witch Broomstick.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm almost blown away that it's spelled WHICH
I know.
and not WITCH.
Right. Me too.
Like Witch Broomstick.
Which broomstick?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would make more sense. It
Yeah.
does seem like there's a real missed opportunity for a play on words there.
Indeed.
Yep. So then let's see. It all stems from, then they're having some discussions about werewolf segregation with Hermione. It all stems from this horrible thing wizards have of thinking they're superior to other creatures. Very true. It's kind of what we see in the golden statue right there, where which was in this chapter, which is hard to believe. So much has happened since then. But there's no werewolves on the statue at all, even though they're like literally part human most of the time.
Most of the time. They
Yeah.
are absolutely magical beings.
Yeah.
100%. Yes.
Yeah, and you would think they would make it to the statue, but the ministry is like, they're not even people.
Yeah, it's true. The Statue of Magical Brethren is such a problem for so many reasons.
So many reasons.
And I mean, I feel like I'm unnecessarily making this point because I think everybody listening just kind of knows this anyway. But I always think in comparison to the Magic is Might statue that seems so much worse. Like,
well, it is worse.
it is, no, it decidedly is worse. Like that is like wizards sitting on a throne of muggles who
Yes.
are like disfigured and stuff. Like
Yeah.
it's really bad. But I feel like sometimes it makes it seem like the Statue of Magical Brethren was better than it is, which is just, it was also flawed.
right.
It just wasn't
It was the
as-
lesser of two evils.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Which is really what I think probably the ministry even is compared to Voldemort, but they are both evils.
They are both evils. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, let's see here. Then you get like a kind of neat little exchange where I feel like you also see a little bit of like Harry's flair for getting along with the twins, because Mundungus has clearly gone out and tracked down some venomous tentacula seeds, a Class C non-tradable substance, to which Fred is offering 10 galleons to Lot Then Dung. And I love the way that Harry plays this because Dung is going to start communicating, or he's going to start negotiating with Fred and George here. And then Harry's going to come in and be like, be careful. And then Fred's like, what? Mom's busy cooing over Prefect Ron. We're okay. And then Harry's like, but Moody could have his eye on you. And it's like Harry's saying this as if he's like warning Fred and George, like, hey, this could be like a concern. But what he's really doing is like playing the strong arm against Mundungus.
Yeah.
To which Mundungus then responds, good point that, he grunted. All right, lads, 10 it is, if you'll take them quick.
There
And
you
then
go.
Fred's like, cheers, Harry.
What do
I
you
see
know?
what you did there.
So good. So good. Let's see. Then it says Harry watched them feeling slightly uneasy. It just occurred to him that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley would want to know how Fred and George were financing their joke shop business when, as was inevitable, they finally found out about it. Which is like, this is going to kind of like weigh on Harry for a lot of the story, but it's like, it's so funny the things Harry finds to be worried about. He's like, they're going to find out I was too generous. You know?
Like, I mean, it's certainly like a strange perspective, but like, you know, if this is not the career path that Molly and Arthur want for Fred and George, and Harry accelerated their ability to do it, then like I could see them being like, Harry, what were you thinking? Like, you just enabled them.
Right.
Now they're doing it. Like,
Right. It's going to affect their entire future. Yeah.
Right. But of course, it ends up being a huge success. And,
It does.
Fred and George know exactly what they're doing.
Harry believes in people.
That's exactly right. Then you get a particularly odd exchange, I think. Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice was audible even around the surrounding chatter. Why Dumbledore didn't make Potter a prefect, said Kingsley. He'll have had his reasons, replied Lupin. But it would have shown confidence in him. It's what I'd have done, persisted Kingsley. And I think this is interesting because, like, obviously they don't know that Harry's listening. But it's like Kingsley goes on to be the Minister of Magic.
Yeah.
Like, he is seen as like a positive force that corrects, that is better than the Statue of Magical Brethren.
Right.
You know, like, this is the person that like our team has put forward as like the new leadership. And it's basically like Dumbledore didn't do even what I would have done.
Right.
You know, like, which I think is strange. And Kingsley is, I don't know, he's quite high ranking already in his own right.
Yep.
You know, like, it's surprising that they have a difference of opinion, and it's also surprising that Dumbledore clearly is not explaining his reasons to anyone.
Right.
When it comes to Harry. Because if there was anybody, it'd be Kingsley.
Right. You do think he would know, or like they'd be able to like suss it out or whatever, to be like, no, I get it. Like Harry's kind of got a lot to deal with right now. You know?
Exactly. Yes. And Dumbledore will explain ultimately at the end of the chapter or the end of the book when they're having their like once a year big information dump. Where
their annual conversation.
Their annual conversation where he will explain like that he thought that it would have been too much.
Yeah.
So it's not that he like overlooked him or is doing this like to punish him.
Yeah. And then he like makes up for it next year. He's like, don't worry, you're going to be Quidditch captain. That's way cooler anyway. It's way like cooler. All the privileges and other responsibility. Woohoo.
Yep, yeah, exactly.
Harry's like, but I am going to hold try. You know what? That's true, but I am going to make my best friend try out again. I never had to. But you better believe I'm going to be trying out my best friend.
That's right. Yep. I didn't get to see it last year. Gotta see it.
Yeah.
Let's see. So anyway, Harry's sort of having like a difficult time. It kind of feels like he doesn't fall into any of the various conversations that are happening. Ron's talking about his broomstick to someone else. Mrs. Weasley's yawning. She's going to go take care of the boggart. And then Moody seems to have been paying attention to Harry through all this. And he's like, "You all right, Potter?" And Harry's like, "Yeah, fine." And he's like, "Come here, I've got something that might interest you." And he pulls out the original Order of the Phoenix photograph. This is like one of those details that I feel like sometimes, because in the movies Sirius is the one who shows him, it like will end up being like the memory, as if Sirius does it in the book as well. But it obviously is Moody in the books that actually does it. And this is like such a strange gesture because you actually would think that this would be helpful, and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of cool, and it's weirdly sentimental of Moody to have even kept the picture at all.
It is, yes. So there's a couple of things, I guess. We should also mention the fact that he says that he found it last night when he was looking for his spare invisibility cloak, seeing as though Podmore hasn't had the manners to return his best one. Thought people might like to see it. So obviously, Sturgis Podmore is one of the people who is imperious, to attempt to break into the Department of Mysteries. So,
right.
So like that's what's going on there. Like Sturgis is not being rude, he's being imperious.
Right. Yeah, they just haven't picked up on it yet.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Because they're not very good secret organization.
Not so much.
Yeah.
They're looking at the photograph. Moody points himself out unnecessarily because he's obviously him.
Yeah. That's me.
Yeah. There's Dumbledore, Daedalus Diggle, Marlene McKinnon, Frank and Alice Longbottom, and this is a detail where Harry already knows what happened to Neville's parents.
Right.
It's a little reminder for us, the reader, because we're gonna literally see them in this book at St. Mungo.
And this is kind of setting that up. It's like there's Frank and Alice Longbottom. Like, get ready, reader. You're going to meet them later.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So that's obviously Neville's parents. And what happened to them. And as he goes through, he's naming off all these people. Benji Fenwick copped it too. Let's see here.
Shift aside there.
Edgar Bones, brother of Amelia Bones. She was the one at Harry's trial. They got him and his family too. He was a great wizard. Sturgis Podmore, blimey, he looks young. Caradoc Dearborn vanished 6 months after this. We never found his body. Hagrid, of course, looks exactly the same as ever. Alpheus Doge, Gideon, and Fabian Pruitt.
Who are Molly's brothers, but he doesn't mention that here.
Right. So just sort of interesting, I think, to kind of go through and see how dangerous it was to be a part of the first Wizarding War. Yeah. Like, a lot of these people are people that like even somebody like Moody respects, and a lot of them didn't make it. Yeah.
And I think it's like Moody thinks he's giving a bit of a treat, but all he's really showing Harry is like, look, all these people who are here in this organization who are like, fighting Voldemort and like really trying to help you out, a lot of them might die.
Yeah, it's like, so you've got Tonks over there having a conversation with Ron about his new broomstick. Yeah. And they're being silly and talking about prefix and, not having the right, whatever the right stuff, whatever Tonks had said, lacked certain necessary qualities. It's like they're all like laughing and they're having fun. It's like, but the reality of the situation is that Tonks will die.
Tonks will die. Lupin will die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like the people around him, it's like, they're
Moody will die.
Yeah.
Yeah. The person showing him the picture.
Right.
Yeah. Like a lot of people in the room aren't going to make it. Fred as well. Like a lot of people in the room right now aren't going to make it to the end of the war.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, it sucks.
I know,
It really
it
does
does.
suck. It's not very fun. So Harry basically is in the exact same position as me. And it's like, listen, I've just remembered I haven't packed and he's basically spared the trouble of inventing an object he hadn't packed because Sirius butts in. It's like, what do you got there, Mad Eye? And so he just sort of like slips out of the scene. And like, it's interesting the way he responds. He said he did not know why he'd received such a shock. He had seen his parents' pictures before and after all, and he had met Wormtail, but to have them sprung on him like that when he was least expecting it, like no one would like that, he thought angrily. Like, come on, Moody.
What are you thinking showing me a picture of my parents?
Right.
Yeah. Terrible. And then, of course, seeing the Longbottoms who had been like tortured into madness, which is just like extremely heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But then, of course, Harry's heading on his way upstairs when he comes across somebody sobbing in the drawing room.
Hello, Harry said. There was no answer, but the sobbing continued. Someone was cowering against the dark wall, her wand in her hand, her whole body shaking with sobs. Sprawled on the dusty old carpet in a patch of moonlight, clearly dead, was Ron.
Boom. I feel like that should be the end of the chapter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do too. Yeah. It feels like it'd be like, okay, let's pick up on the next page. Yeah. That's a great cliffhanger.
Yeah. He'd be like, what?
But this is, I think, again, like Harry's ability against, dark creatures is quite strong. Because like, obviously he's seeing something that would be devastating for himself as well. I have to imagine not far, on his own ranking would be Ron's death.
Yeah.
In terms of like worst things he could see. But right away he's like, Ron dead? No, it couldn't be. It's like Ron was downstairs and Harry's like, Mrs. Weasley? And she's trying, very, very weakly in this situation to say, ridiculous. Then Ron's body turned into Bill's, spread eagled on his back, his eyes wide open and empty. And it just keeps happening, as we see, the dead twins, dead Percy, dead Harry, which is just sort of like, I
know, dead Harry. Oh man. It's like, she really does love him like a son right here. And it's like, it's so like heartwarming and heart-wrenching at the same moment.
Right, I know. Yeah. And so Harry's like, let someone else. And then Lupin rushes into the room. He's like, what's going on? And he pulls out his own wand and firmly and clearly says, ridiculous. And Harry's body vanished and a silvery orb hung in the air over the spot where it had lain. This is obviously Lupin's boggart, which is a moon, a full moon.
Yeah. This is kind of like, I feel like when he teaches the class, the way this scene is being presented, it's that the spell ridiculous is what like vanishes or like conquers the boggart. But that's not really, I think, how it's supposed to work.
It's a strange order on how this is being described.
Right. Because like ridiculous isn't supposed to like get rid of the boggart. It is supposed to force a hilarious transformation upon the boggart, which will make you, the person casting the spell, laugh, and laughter is what kills the boggart.
Right. Yeah. So it's almost surprising that like this is not like, the silver orb. It like Lupin walked into the room and Harry turned into a silver orb, which then was like a deflated balloon shot around the room and disappeared in a puff of smoke.
Right.
Would have been a perfectly fine explanation and it would have just kept with the canon that we have already. But it feels like a little bit of a break from the actual explanation that we know about boggarts. Let's see here. But Molly then sobbing her heart out on Lupin's shoulder. Molly, it was just a boggart, he said soothingly, patting her on the head. Just a stupid boggart. I see them dead all the time, Mrs. Weasley moaned into his shoulder. All the time. I dream about it.
I feel like this is part of like why Molly is so quick to agree to get Ron a broom too. It's like, on some level, like it doesn't seem like that it is expensive and whatever, and it's maybe a little bit higher than what she was thinking for this gift.
Right.
Where she was aiming at like, oh, dress robes or socks. And he's like, a broom? And she's like hesitant because it's like, I was thinking like $50 and you just asked for like $100.
Right.
But I feel like the math she's doing when he asks her that is like, at the end of the day, like if a broom is what's going to make you happy, then yes, that's way more important than me saving a few galleons because you might be dead.
You're exactly right. Yeah. I think it's definitely like, if not now, then when? Let's go for it. Like let's live for the moment because we just don't know what tomorrow will hold.
Exactly.
Yep. And then, I mean, you have this exchange, you know, with Harry and Molly, which, you know, is a relationship that I talk a lot about, like kind of just hitting me square in the heart as I've gotten older, reading the story and everything. But Harry, I'm so sorry. What you must think of me, not even able to get rid of a Bogart.
And I mean, I bet he's honored.
If anything, yeah, it's like that is living, breathing proof. Sort of that living, unbreathing proof, I guess, if you will, that she cares deeply about him. And I love Harry's response here. Like, don't be stupid, said Harry, trying to smile. You know, and she goes on to explain, I'm just so worried. Half of the family's in the order. It'll be a miracle if we all come through this. And Percy's not talking to us. What if something dreadful happens and we never made up? And what's going to happen if Arthur and I get killed? Who's going to look after Ron and Ginny? And yeah,
I mean, she's right too, though, because it's like it'll be a miracle if they all get through this and they don't, you know, because Fred does die.
It's true.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's true. And, you know, and for Molly, it's not just that Fred dies. It's also that both of her brothers died already.
It's true.
You know?
So she's really had to experience, she's definitely been somebody who has dealt with the worst effects of the war.
Right.
And even like the positions that her noble family puts themselves in by trying to protect others,
right,
is they've put themselves, you know, inadvertently in the line of fire.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I like Lupin's explanation though. Basically, like, the order is better prepared this time. We've got a head start and we know what Voldemort's up to.
Yeah.
So, you know, they kind of only do a so-so job pretty much the whole time, but
yeah. Let's see. That says, you weren't in the order then. You don't understand. Last time we were outnumbered 20-1 by Death Eaters, and they were picking us off one by one. All right. So if you do some quick math, because we just outlined the entirety of the past Order of the Phoenix, I want to say that puts them, if it's 20-1, I think that it maths out to there being about 260 Death Eaters.
Pretty crazy.
I mean, that's a lot.
it's a lot, especially like whenever we do like our math for the school, basically assuming that you've got like 40 people per year. So I mean, very rough numbers, but if it's 5 boys, 5 girls in each house, 4 houses, that's 40 students. Times 7 is 280.
Right.
So basically the entire populace, just shy of, is what the whole force would have been last time. Yeah. So
this time around, it seems like the highest number of Death Eaters active is like 23 or something.
So about 10%.
About 10% of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So really, that's probably another reason, like, you know, people vie for a Marauders series. Like, Harry's battle against the Dark Lord is very different from theirs.
Yeah.
Where you're right, sure, they were massively outnumbered. Because if it was, you know, those types of numbers, then it means that last time the Order of the Phoenix was about the same size.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, it was about the same size, but the Death Eaters were just like rampant. But it's like, this is one of those things where it's like when I watch the Battle of Hogwarts in like the movies, it's always like such a cool scene. And you see this giant dark army attacking the castle and stuff like that. And it's like, that's just like an inaccurate representation of what it was, though.
It really is. Yeah.
Like, it's an awesome scene and it's a really cool fight, but it's like, that's just not what was happening.
I know. And maybe it's because they solve it rather quickly, because Neville kills like, who knows how many people with the bridge.
Oh my gosh, I know. Yeah.
In that particular instance, because he's got like, you know, what's got to be somewhere between 80 and 100 people on the bridge behind him.
On the bridge, yeah.
And then they all just fall into a canyon.
Well, none of them can shoot a wand in a straight line, you know.
That's true.
Down the bridge.
They kind of had it coming, I guess.
Yeah.
Then you get another little sentiment here that makes me think a lot about this idea of like godfathers, because I think it's Lupin. And as for who would look after Ron and Ginny if you and Arthur died, said Lupin, smiling slightly, what do you think we'd do? Let them starve?
Yeah.
And I imagine that conversations like this in this kind of environment are happening a lot.
Yeah.
Where you do have to be making these kinds of like very uncomfortable arrangements. Like, if something happens, like, would you be willing to like uphold this responsibility?
Yeah.
And it sounds like everybody knows that is part of what they're signed up for.
Yeah.
And obviously Harry ends up doing for Tonks, and Lupin is taking care of Teddy. So Mrs. Weasley smiles tremulously. Being silly, she muttered again, mopping her eyes. But Harry, closing his bedroom door behind him some 10 minutes later, could not think Mrs. Weasley silly.
Yeah.
He could still see his parents beaming up at him from the tattered old photograph, unaware that their lives, like so many around them, were drawing to a close. The image of the Boggart posing as the corpse of each member of the Mrs. Weasley family kept flashing before his eyes. And then without warning, the scar on his forehead seared with pain again, and his stomach churned horribly. Cut it out, he said.
Yeah, we don't really get an explanation for what we think this one would have been.
Nothing super clear. No, yeah. The pain around his stomach. I was poking around a bit with this one because I was like, what is the stomach pain? Like the scar. The scar makes sense because it's like the cursed scar.
Yeah,
that's like where he feels all of the comings and goings of Voldemort's emotions. But all you can imagine is that Voldemort somewhere is feeling an intense amount of something. Okay. So Harry, it's like, I wonder if this is if there's any chance this is like in the same way that when Voldemort's feeling strong emotions, Harry can feel it. Does it work in reverse ever? And like when Harry feels strong emotions, like Voldemort can feel it. He's just not like in tune enough to realize that's what's happening. It's almost like it's like an echo, like bouncing back at him or something.
Like something like that. So like then what would be happening here is that like Harry is feeling this like deep remorse for like the death of his parents and the way Mrs. Weasley is feeling. Like he's feeling extremely like empathetic towards all of that. And as he is feeling this thing, it is like Voldemort is then feeling it. And of course, Voldemort doesn't even know what empathy feels like, doesn't know what remorse feels like.
He's incapable.
So it's making him feel sick. And that's being sent back to Harry.
Right. Okay.
As the stomach churning.
There could be that. There could be that. Yeah. Yeah. Like, because we do know it's a two-way street in some capacity.
Right.
The other thing I guess that would be possible is I don't know when we will end up seeing the Sturgis Podmore break-in. Obviously that's happening a little bit if Moody said that Podmore hadn't returned the cloak
right,
yet.
and he like missed a meeting or something too.
Right. So I guess there's some possibility that this is the evening that he was like, they were trying to like send him through.
You might be right. And then this Eric Munch is catching him.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that could also be happening there. But with that, it does bring us to the end of chapter 9. And Jay, this is normally what I would ask you for a review. However, I have to leave because I have to go pick up a rental car.
You have to go pick up a rental car?
Because a drunk driver hit my parked car 2 nights ago.
Okay.
And it is completely in the shop supply.
Well, fair enough. Here's what we're going to do in lieu of a review then is we are going to put this week's Owlry, the bonus show we do for patrons. We're going to make that live on our Patreon for everybody to watch. So if you are wondering, like, what's it like to see the Owlry, go check out the Patreon this week and you can see. And then if you're interested, you can sign up and watch the entire back catalog of them if you want.
Yeah. And honestly, like I do think there's like a lot of benefit to it. I actually just did this for the very first time with a podcast that I personally listen to for Formula One.
But, nice.
We have ad-free listening on our Patreon. So if you're signed up the Owlry tier, not only do you get extra content, but you can also get the episodes ad-free, which I get completely. Like I know the frustration that is listening to ads and podcasts. So there's the half of us that has to make our living, and there's the other half that is a consumer myself that gets it. So if you're at all interested in listening to the show in an ad-free format and getting a little extra bonus content, you can do so at patreon.com/Through the Griffin Door. That's linked in all the obvious spots. Be sure to go and check it out.
Yeah, but otherwise, just thanks for listening or watching along at all. And make sure you tune in next week when we tackle chapter 10. It's going to be a good one. Luna Lovegood here on Through the Griffin Door.
Today's episode was edited by Ethan Edgehill. Vaishon Brandon does our art. Catherine Stein is our production manager, and the show is hosted by me and Jonathan Carlin.